Extra early hell yeah, also based goals, as often seen with the crochet.
That was weird. Oh, that fucking flash was. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Can you stand the VR? We have to make a burger. The clip player isn't even working. What is this? Go to the screen. You can at least listen to the music. Let me know when your burger is done. Okay, the clip player not working isn't my fault. That thing is very temperamental, and you guys know that. Literal coin flip. How long are you gonna take to make this burger? The clip player's on the Be Right Back screen. That's the one I just had it on. It's not working. So I put it on the Waking Up screen because the Waking Up screen at least has music. You won't be able to see anything while you cook, so take my word for it? Okay, I'm lying to you. Oh goodness. The funny part of the bit ended like the minute the bit started, so... But, hello, how you guys doing? I am back. It's nice to see that, despite taking a little break and obviously starting at a not-so-usual time, it's nice to have a little bit of company, so thank you for those of you that have stopped by so far. No shame to anyone that hasn't, for whatever reason. It's not really my intention to guilt trip you. I'm just trying to express that it is nice to not be, you know, kind of forgotten about. Welcome, I suppose. We're gonna do a bit of yapping, but we're doing our very impromptu charity stream. We're gonna raise some, or try to raise some money for WWF today. It's nothing exuberant. It's not like a usual one of my events with all of the fancy stuff. I don't have like any videos or anything to show you. I'm sorry, I've just been so fucking busy and I'm really tired. But I still wanted to do this and I'm very excited. Today is going to be hopefully a 12-hour stream, so I'm going to be streaming 12 till 12. There's a lot to talk about, so let me say my hellos before the chat gets ahead and I'm not able to see the top of it, so I'll just do that really quickly. So hello, the congratulations on being voiced. Hello Lychee, hello Snowy, hello Stevie, hello Joshy. Stevie, thank you very much for the 300 stream streak. Hello Igor, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 26 months, thank you very, very much for that. Hello Vec. Hello, Sandwich. Did you bring the milk? Milk is coming at like 5. I have groceries on their way, so I might have to take a little bit of a break to bring those in. It's not a lot of groceries, but it's some things I definitely needed. So I hope you don't mind that. I wanted to try and keep today as uninterrupted as possible, of course, because, you know, it's only doing like a 12-hour thing. I mean, you know, nothing is stopping you guys from donating to charity outside of this stream, of course, but I'll yap about that later. Hello, CJ. We got approved for personal loan. Oh, you got the debt consolidated? That's really good. I remember you mentioning something like that last stream. And hello, Dusk. I hope you guys are all well. Yeah, I've not been here the past week because Brock came up to visit. Oh no, some items are unavailable. Please don't be like the two. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Brock came up. We went to go see the amazing digital circus. Also, amongst other things, we like went to a cat cafe in Chateau. We went to Glencoe. Glencoe was cool. It was very rainy. It was pretty cool. So yeah, Brock came up and we hung out for a bit. And dude, I had so many fucking meetings at the start of the week. I had so many appointments and shit. I felt really bad because Brock came up and I still had to like do some of them, but it is what it is. So it's been a bit of a busy week. My social battery is pretty kaput. But I am hopefully back and ready to be here for a wee while. I don't have like a break planned or anything like that anytime soon. I will be talking about the amazing digital circus because it's not very fair for those of the people that want to watch it that are unable to until it either comes out on YouTube or whenever they go to cinema. So I'm not gonna be talking about that sort of shite. So hello Day, thank you for the 330 stream streak. Did the cat cafe? Okay, right. We can yap for a bit. Let me do a brief like intro of the charity stuff first and how it's gonna work, because I will forget things and then we can talk about what went on during the week. I'll probably have to repeat all of this later anyway, probably around the usual stream time, so that's in a couple hours. I'll probably have to repeat it for the people that potentially are coming in. It's very vain and assumptive. For the people that are totally coming in later, I have no idea if anyone is coming in later or not. Anyway, so happy Curry Saturday, happy WWF Curry Saturday. They are not affiliated with each other, so don't go pestering them for curry, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that. For those of you unaware, we decided that we wanted to do an impromptu WWF stream because they're doing a streaming campaign at the moment. Up until the 8th, I think it is, which is like World Marine Day or something. I cannot remember from the email. I can't remember if it started on that day or if it's ending on that day, so do forgive me because I keep getting it mixed up. For those of you that do not know, WWF is a charity that specializes in conservation. A lot of people associate it with helping endangered species, endangered animals. In fact, from our last WWF stream, we we actively sponsor a penguin through all of the donations that are made through the ghostly fans on Ko-Fi. I think at the moment, I checked the last time, at the moment we are sending, because you can send custom amounts, we're sending like £15 a month to our little penguin. Do keep in mind, it's not really a specific penguin. They don't do it like that anymore. It's probably just penguins in general, but it's still pretty cool to think about that the Moida has their own penguin. But yeah, they do a lot of conservational efforts, a lot of environment stuff that can be summarized basically as we're just trying to, protect the one place that we all have to live. Considering we are doing a pretty shit job of it ourselves. So yeah, I really do like the work that they do. I keep an eye on like I've actively read their kind of reports and whatnot. I'm pretty happy with where the money goes personally. If you want to do some more reading into that, I won't really be going into depths myself. They do have both a summarized version of the report and a more extensive report of where their money goes on their website if you are interested, and if you're also interested in maybe sponsoring an animal just yourself for whatever reason, or they have a lot of things you can also get involved with outside of just donating money. So they give like tips on like agriculture sort of the side of things, like making the area that you live around a better place, better habitat, better ecosystem, all that sort of stuff. So you can really get hands-on if you want to. They do provide a lot of resources for that, which is pretty fucking cool. If you are interested. If you're not, that's completely fine. But yeah, that's the kind of work they do, and today we are going to be fundraising for them in a way that might be detrimental to my mental health, depending on how it goes. I've never really done it like this before, so I have no idea how, in the eyes of monetary donations, it's going to be, how successful it's going to be in that aspect, but I'm sure that we are going to have a lot of fun. I do have some games planned, so we are going to be mainly utilizing crowd control. We're going to be playing a bunch of games today, and the games that we play are going to have crowd control integration, which means that depending on the game, you guys have like a lot of control over whether I'm suffering or whether I'm thriving in those games. I highlighted some in the poster that I made very roughly, but I'm not sure if we are going to do Zomboid, because I was going to play Zomboid with David, but David's been having some internet troubles, so we might not be able to. There might be some that we might not be able to do today, but I know for sure that we are absolutely going to be doing Hades. We're absolutely going to be doing Repo later. Repo will be at about 6-ish. We're going to be doing that. I think that's going to be with Goat, Winter, Jinx, and Phantomy. And potentially we might do Deep Rock. It depends if I can persuade, the fellas to do Deep Rock, because look, when it comes to Deep Rock, you guys go a little fucking mental, and that makes them go mental, and they have to be prepared to be able to play Deep Rock. So I can't make any promises, but I will do my best to convince them to do Deep Rock. So yeah, that's gonna be the primary kind of gimmick behind today. Obviously, any money that we raise is pretty fucking poggers in general, but, you guys know how I do this sort of thing. The whole point about charity is raising awareness and, letting people know that there are these things out there that exist and you can also contribute and help to them. So, Hello, Saul. How's it going? But yeah, I'm gonna have to convince him to do Deep Rock. I wanted to have a few more things planned, like when it came towards like the games and stuff that we were doing, and maybe inviting guests over, but it was just a bit short notice for people, and people already had obligations, so that's just how it is. As for the other solo player games, it just depends on how much we're enjoying each game, when we move on. But I also have Clover Pit and Spyro lined up. Maybe we can do some more Crowd Control Peak as well. We'll see. If we are doing Crowd Control Peak, I will warn you guys now, I will be raising the price of that fucking banana slip, like, permanently. That's like death tier level. Because it's for charity and I have no shame in that. We're chilling. So we do have a mini goal. It's not really a goal per se. It doesn't really matter if we hit it or we don't. As I said before, any money raised is insane, and wow, thank you so much. And obviously if we don't raise any money at all, that is also completely fine. But we do have a mini goal. I couldn't think of an amount for this, so I basically did a middle ground between what Winter and Goat told me. So if we hit that goal, I'm pretty sure that, so the way it works is it is paid coins. So any coins that you get from being a subscriber or a follower, the free coins, I don't think they count towards the goal because technically you don't get a payout for those. So even like you know, if I were to do this normally, I wouldn't get paid for you using those free coins, you know? So I don't think those will count towards the goal, but I am pretty sure with the way it worked last time, it did update the goal bar when paid coins were used. And it's not, I don't think it's just buying them, it is actively using them. So, it is paid coins specifically, and you can, if you want to, just straight up, you know, donate like solid doubloons if you would like to. No one is stopping you from doing that. But if we reach that goal, now I don't think it's going to be something we can do today. Maybe tomorrow, but I'm not sure because it depends on availability and stuff. The mods being Goat and Winter, have agreed to do their own solo games that you guys can crowd control. So the way that is going to work is they will play a game. I can't remember the game what Winter was talking about. I think Goat said he might do some Gungeon, maybe. But they will basically play the game. I will have it on my stream and you guys can fuck their shit up via my stream, basically. I have a rough idea of how that can work. I think I can totally make it work. So if we do that though, if we do reach that goal, we will probably have to do it another day. That being said, if we are doing it on another day, whether it's tomorrow or whether it's next week, I will still have it set so everything that is used on crowd control will go towards the charity campaign. So don't worry about that. I'm not going to be pocketing anything or delaying it for that purpose. So yeah, that's how that's going to work. I could have been so much more concise in this, honestly. Maybe I should have made like a written document for it. I was considering adding punishment wheel incentive, but we'll see. I kind of wanted the focus to be on the crowd control side of things. And I didn't want to overshadow that by people just simply wanting to buy the punishment wheel. So we'll just see how much fun we're having with crowd control, because, you know, at the end of the day, money for charity is money for charity, and I'm not going to argue, you know, what kind of fucking CBT I have to go through to help towards some conservational efforts. Hello, Jem. How's it going? So yeah, that is basically the general gist of it. The only thing, as I said, that is explicitly planned is that at 6 o'clock is when we'll probably be starting the repo, and that Zomboid might not be happening. Probably not. We'll see how things shape up. It's not the end of the world. Can always do it another day. There is one more thing I forgot. We'll probably start off by playing a bunch of solo games anyway. Just me chilling, so it'll all be good. It'll all be good. Too early for you to be awake? I'm sorry, Jam. Tiltify hook? Wait, what do you mean? Cool guy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida, I hope you enjoy your stay. But we can yap for a bit first. I appreciate that, Gemma. It's very sweet of you. You being here helps a lot. Do remember that if you cannot donate, or maybe you don't want to donate, it's not the end of the world. I'm not gonna make anyone feel bad. No one is gonna judge you. For whatever your circumstance or reason is. But if you can even help just by being here, that helps a lot, because the whole thing, you guys, once again, I said this before, you guys should know by now how it works around here. The important thing about charity work is raising awareness. So the more awareness that we can raise, the more eyes that it can see, then the more likely someone who might be in a position to help out can help out, sees it, and then bada bing, bada boom. The Tiltify integration isn't tracking? What do you mean? for crowd control? Did you buy coins? It's not buying coins, it's spending them, I'm pretty sure. If that's what you mean, I'm sorry, I'm very confused. Is the tracker just for crowd control? No, it shouldn't be. It should be for donations as well. Did someone donate? I already fucked something up. I've never fucked anything up like that before. That would be crazy. Let me log in and see. Oh, there it is. Why did it not... I didn't get a... Wait, 1 second. I didn't get a notification either. Like a... Let me look at my overlays real quick. I'm so sorry that I missed that. I'm really, really sorry that I missed that. I didn't get a... Like... Hello? Why are we... It should totally work. There's no reason why it cannot be working. Anyway, Vec! Holy shit, thank you so much for starting it off. That's insane. Thank you very much for the £50 donation. That's incredible. Wow, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I will say I don't have any top donator goals or awards, mainly because I will not be able to keep track of what is spent on crowd control. So I do apologize for that. This is one of those events just where I don't have anything like that. But thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. It's very sweet of you. I hope that... Well, I'll keep this window open, and if it doesn't... If the alert doesn't work, at least I can see the, list. Yeah, okay, thank you! Thank you. But yeah, we can yap for a bit. So yeah, I went to see a cat cafe, and can I just say it low-key pissed me off? I'm gonna have a controversial take. Well, I don't think it's that controversial, but it did. I was not very happy with it, honestly. I'll be real with you. Mainly because... No, it's not because I hate cats, it's the cafe itself. So, to be fair, I didn't do too much, like, reading because, like, I had to, like, kind of, like, plan this all off the top of my head, so I didn't actually do that much research. I probably should have. But Vec! Hey, it works! Let's go! Thank you so much for the 5. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for testing that for me. That was very sweet of you. Thank you very much, Vec. You're ace, thank you. We got the iconic woo! Did I tell you guys the origination behind that? Some of you might not be aware. In my first ever stream for Starlight that I did, my first ever charity event, it was supposed to be a spooky horror themed one. So that's what I picked. Because sometimes that would be playing at like fuck ass clock in the morning, because I did a 24-hour stream and I streamed the whole 24 hours. Every single one. So one of the incentives was like every something donation, I would have to do an asylum game on Phasmophobia with the lights turned off in the dark, which is what we played. So fucking many. There was, oh my god, I was losing my mind. So yeah, that's why that is it's kind of iconic, so we kind of kept it as the alert. Hello Jaikon, how's it going? Yes, an early stream. It is. Yeah. It honestly, it fucking drove me insane. It was like, so what ended up happening is originally it was before the Asylum update, before they updated the Asylum. So I was fully prepared to play all of these games in that fuck-ass backrooms looking ass Asylum, and then they updated it. So we actually had to play in the new Asylum, which was even creepier. But yeah, it got me a few times, the donation sound, so I was like, you know what, this is kind of like iconic, we'll keep it. But yeah, the cat cafe, I was a little bit pissed because, okay, maybe I'm naive in thinking, but I assumed that the way that cat cafes worked, okay, was that usually they are essentially glorified fosters. It's glorified foster care for cats. They take in some cats, maybe not necessarily all of them for adoption. Maybe some of them just need a home that is better suited for the cafe or whatnot. But usually it's a foster home for cats, and they try to get them adopted out and whatnot. And that's kind of how it goes. This cat cafe was not that. In fact, this cat cafe, there wasn't a single, what is it you call the mixed breed? The Moggy? The Moggies? What do you call them? There were 10 cats in total. There were 2 Norwegian forest cats. There were 2 Maine Coons. There were 2 Oriental short hairs. 2 ragdolls. And there were 2 British short hairs. And I was like, oh, okay, right. So we're just going for the designer handbags in this, are we? This is kind of crazy. Don't get me wrong, they're all gorgeous cats, and I am sure they were very well looked after, but I don't know, it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I was like, really? It was really awkward because we were the only, so they do them in like appointments, in like slots. We were the only one in ours. So we went at like 12:30. We were the only one in it, so it was very empty. The cats were not particularly like, you know, playful or interested or whatnot, but to be fair, that's not something I'm really gonna be too antagonistic about. Like, cats do whatever the fuck they want, whatever they're most comfortable with, but it just felt really awkward. Like, really, really awkward, and kind of, the money I paid for it was probably not worth it. Maybe, I guess if it went to the cats, it's fine, but I don't know, the whole breed issue just like really rubbed me the wrong way. I'm like, you could very easily house a bunch of cats here, get them adopted out, but you're gonna... And then when I actually looked on their website, in their FAQ, they did have a little kind of, oh yeah, all our cats are got, you know, we get them as kittens and we raise them all together, so they're all fine with each other and whatnot, and all that sort of thing. And I'm like, okay, right, It sounds like a lot of the cafes have been to, aside from the breeds thing. Have you been to a lot of animal cafes? Or are you just talking about cafes? High pedigree cats? Yeah, exactly. If it was 1 or 2, I'd understand, like, you know, sometimes it happens, but Oriental short hairs? Maine Coons? Like, are you kidding me? You know what it's giving? It's giving Nepo Baby opened a cat cafe. That's what it's giving. Being to about 5, they often get them as rescues, though. Yeah, no, not this one. I don't know. Maybe it's something really petty of me to be angry or upset about, but I just think about, like, all of the cats that you could have there that, you know, need homes and would be really, really good adoption advertisement, you know? And look, from my personal experience, the moggies that you find in the adoption shelters are usually a lot more friendly, a lot more interactive. So, hello, Pancake. How's it going? Yeah. But Glencoe is pretty funny. Fun. It was alright. Learned about some things. Turns out there was like a slaughter there. For whatever reason. Go to Japan to go to cat cafes there. If I was going to a cat cafe for the sole purpose of adoption, I wouldn't go to a cat cafe, I'd just go to, like, you know, Turkey. Hello, Daniel. How's it going? Sounds about right. Yeah, there was like a little tour guide guy there. And he was telling us all about it, and I was like, oh, all right, that's crazy. Like, the order that they gave was like insane. It was like, you can't kill anyone over 70, and I'm like, back in the day, killing, like, there's gonna be no one over the age of 70. What the fuck are you talking about? What kind of order is that?
1 month left until the big stack Zelk spray.
Block, thank you so much for the tier 3 resub. Happy 63 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. How's it going? Enjoy your well-deserved clown emoji. You're so right. I need to get Ghost of Sibling right now. Let's be impulsive. Why not? In other news, seeing Block reminded me, I probably am going to participate in some courses in college to do with, I don't know what I want to do actually, because originally I was like, oh, maybe just something computer science, some sort of shit like that, but then they were talking about like ethical hacking and stuff, and I was like, wait, that sounds like baller. What if I took ethical hacking and made it unethical hacking, you know? So I need to have a talk with an advisor first, but your girl's gonna be a computer nerd, I guess. Probably the Jacobite stuff. Yeah, that was, I recognize that word. It was a bit difficult because it was like absolutely pissing it down. Now, don't get me wrong, I love it when it rains. It was nice and grey at one point, and then the sun came out and I was like kind of not happy, but yeah. Oh my god, I just remembered the prices in that cafe. Oh my lord. Ethical hacking, go gaslight people into giving them their logging. But no, I'm gonna be doing something along those lines. Something that enables me to do something in my situation, which would be nice. Tourist trap. There was like a wee hut that they had that they reconstructed. Apparently it was like all like authentic and shit, which was pretty cool. Hello, Chris. How's it going? The sun went up was similar to the picture that got posted by Brock when he also complained. Yes. Look, just because you don't see the sun doesn't mean it isn't there. I knew exactly what I meant. It was nice and dark and grey and really, really cloudy, and then the sun came out and it was bright. But because there was no actual fucking sun god rays shining through the trees, that means the sun isn't there all of a sudden. I don't know what kind of fuck-ass logic that is. You'll be able to hack the UK government to give you more money? What money are the UK government gonna have? But yeah, no, it was okay. I don't think, I think next time I will just go somewhere else. I thought like the trail was gonna be a lot, I don't know, I thought like the walking part of it was gonna be like a bit more, like for example, we went on the longest route. It said it was supposed to take 40 minutes and we did it in about 25, so you know. I have to let Universal or whoever it is build a theme park apparently. I don't know about that. I miss this. I love streaming. Streaming is so much fun. Being an anime girl in it is very fun. I have made steps into the progress of my secret project, by the way. Unless I'm being scammed. There's a very high possibility that I'm actively being scammed, but we'll see. We'll see how it panders out. You applied for your passport? I need to go and get my provisional. I need to get a form of ID. Mine ran out and I'm just kind of sat here like a lemon, like... knowing that if I have to go out to buy something, I'm absolutely going to get... In fact, actually, I needed to buy razors for my scalpel, which is what I use to help cut the wax on my wax seals. You know, the mark under my eye. I use a scalpel to cut that out, so I get some nice clean edges. And I can't buy because Amazon's like, we're gonna have to ID you when you get to the door, and I'm like worried if they do actually come and they are arsey about it, and they look at the expiry date, and I'm gonna be like, don't worry about it. Good to have you back. Don't say that, I'll get allergic. Your illegal house surgeries. You might be coming to Scotland next year for Buddy's birthday. Whereabouts? Scotland is a big place. Dude, the Highlands in general are fucking insane though. I'm just looking at all of the fucking big hills and the mountains and the glens and the mountains and stuff, and I'm like, wow. I've always joked about whenever I've made the trip down to England, it's very obvious when you hit England. Everything is so flat. Like, so incredibly flat. And you're like, okay, yeah, I didn't need to look at a sign. I know we're in fucking England. I love the Highlands. I can't blame you. They're really, really nice. Thank you for the lyric gem. Enjoy your breakfast. That's what we've done. Put me through hell. Hold on me. When passion's a prison, you can't break free. And a loaded gun. Oh dear. I don't know what you guys want to do for the first game, by the way. Speaking of games, oh my god, Alien 2, Alien Isolation 2. I'm gonna have to play that, aren't I? Must have been the wind? Shut your fucking ass. Holy fuck, Block! Thank you so much for the £167 donation. That's insane. Guys, it's okay. Save your money. Buy coins so you can fuck the shit out of my fucking mental health. But that's insane, Block. What the fuck? Thank you so much for the £167 donation. Thank you. That's insane. Thank you that you still have more from Peak. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. Immediate regret. Thank you. You're still pissed off from last night, Lychee. I feel like that's going to be a reoccurring theme, that you're going to be pissed off every time they don't mention Devil May Cry. Or are you rightfully so pissed off that, once again, Jeff Keighley is like, something good at the end, and it's a fucking Final Fantasy VII. Always Final Fantasy VII. I don't know what this is about. I don't know what fucking... like, what dirt they have on Jeff Keighley, but why? Do you reckon it's a tax write-off? I mean, it's for charity. Yeah, I would assume so. You're waiting for Bloodborne? You'll be waiting a hell of a lot longer. A remake of a side game? Resident Evil? Dude, Resident Evil, Final Fantasy VII. That's just, it's just crazy. I'm fucking tired of it. Property on Loch Ness? Oh, I see. I see. You saw seals? I have seen my fair share of seals. In fact, when I lived in Dundee, I'm pretty sure I saw a dolphin at one point, which was crazy. But yeah, no. I am actually excited for Alien Isolation 2. I can't believe that there is a game that I'm excited for that was announced at a game show, but Alien Isolation holds a very dear place in my heart. It is like one of the only sci-fi games I enjoyed. And that's even after having to play. So once again, the Alien Isolation was a charity goal from like my first ever charity stream. It was the main goal for Starlight, where I would have to play it in VR. Now the problem is at the time, no one actually explained to me that there isn't an official VR port. They were supposed to make one, but they didn't. And what happened is some people found those project files and were able to make a botched kind of mod for it that allowed people to play VR, but it was not like... it missed a lot of quality of life stuff that VR had. Basically, you were just wearing the headset and you were there. But it just kept bugging out so much that it fucking pissed me off. Like, I thought it was really going to sour my experience to the point where I actively couldn't continue the game because a lot of like the they're not like mini games, like the little puzzles. They're not really puzzles. Like, there were situations where I had to like hold one thing up and one thing down and stuff, and it just would not work. So I ended up having to play the rest of it. I think I played like what? Did I manage to get through like the first third or 2/3 of the game in VR, and then I had to kind of play the rest on desktop. But I had a really enjoyable time. It was a very, very fun time for me. So, you know, I'm actually excited to see Alien Isolation 2. Hello, Raclau. How's it going? So, yeah. It was just disabled or not accessible. Yeah, no. It was really rough. It made me pretty sick because of the lack of like the VR quality of life. You couldn't actually aim your gun or like move your hands or anything like that. It was simply just you could look and move your head around and, you know, that sort of thing. So, but it was a lot of fun. I did really enjoy Alien Isolation, so I am absolutely, I can't believe, you know, people are gonna be like, what? Hell's playing a sci-fi game? I'm probably going to be playing Alien Isolation 2. Hell yeah. Crazy, right? Would you replay if we get you one of those full motion VR treadmills? I don't think it would matter. The game would still be broken. It was bugged. I couldn't progress. In fact, it didn't help that the very first like 10 minutes of the game where you're in the ship and you come out the cryopod or whatever, that was bugged for me as well. And I spent like 15 minutes trying to figure out what the fuck I was doing because there was a door that just didn't open that was actually supposed to open. And it wasn't until someone said, oh, hey, that door is supposed to have opened. It might be bugged. That I was like, oh, okay, great. I have to just start it again, I guess. So, I'm okay, thank you for asking. I don't need anything like that. I still need to set up my VR stuff. I've gotten very lazy lately when it comes to setting up stuff. Mainly because I know with the VR is gonna take a little bit more planning. It's gonna be a case of like when it's set up, it's gonna be fine. But actually, the setting up process, I'm just sat here like I don't wanna do it. But I will eventually get it done. Cause I owe you guys a VR chat meetup. So from like 2 years ago, I don't know if anyone is still interested in that, but I mean, I don't see a problem with hanging around in VR. You don't need a VR headset to do that, so... And more Beat Saber? I do like Beat Saber, it is very fun. My only problem with Beat Saber is modding it is such a pain in the ass because every time I've ever modded Beat Saber, it updates the day after. And I'm just like, oh, okay, fantastic, great, everything is broken. I remember whether you got the index or not. Yeah, I have the Steam index. I made an upgrade when I had the disposable income to do so. So... The Oculus Rift was a very good starter VR headset, but god, after getting the index, I realized, like, it's kind of shit. It's kind of really shit for as far as VR goes. It just caused so many problems that I just don't get with the Steam index. I have been understandably taking my time with things because the heat and other things which occupy my time and headspace have taken the majority of energy. FTFY. I don't know what it stands for. The heat hasn't been so bad lately. Has been pretty humid, but honestly I was expecting it to be humider today and yesterday than it has been, considering all the rain that we had. Hello Clarinets, how's it going? Can I set my 3D rat in VR chat and become a generic furry if you want? I'm not gonna yuck your yum. The finger tracking is so fun. I love being able to swear at people with my fingers. Oh, fix that for you. Oh, thank you, Vec. Problem is, GTA is coming and a lot of game on hold now, but a lot of people can't play with GTA because it need a really good hardware for it, and the rest of the gamers who can play it will be waiting to get to New Year. GTA is probably not going to release on PC, so I don't understand why people are... I don't get that logic. From what I have heard, the past... when GTA 5 got released, it was like 2 years, question mark, until it got actually ported to PC. So... I don't think that is too much of a concern. Thought I'd relax today. I was called in to help cover someone's shift. Don't be afraid to tell them no. If you need us to tell them to fuck off, then we can do that. September is the full of game releases and November is just GTA. I'm pretty sure that's how it worked. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I could totally be wrong. Someone could have been telling me porkies. Anyway, when I go home from that cat cafe, by the way, I'm sorry, I'm bringing up the fucking subject we were talking about like 2 hours ago. I had a new appreciation for ghosts. Like, I love my son so much, but he came over, he was already purring, and he was headbutting me, and he wanted pats, and I'm like, you have so much more character than those cats all put together. It's in your best interest to say yes. I'm not judging you. I'm just making a jokey joke. Sincerely, the murder. Give it up for Ghost. Give it up for Ghost indeed. Where is Ghost? Are you sleeping? Hi, Ghost. Big stretch. Come here. I love you. You're like the best thing that's ever happened to me. He can't keep his eyes open. He's like, stop fucking yapping at me, bitch. Let me sleep. He doesn't know what I'm even saying. He hasn't been burning his poop though recently, so I am gonna have to tell him off for that. Cats can recognize lots of words. Yeah, he recognizes ghost, treat, and food. Oh, and hungry. And to be fair, when I say come here, he usually and he sometimes sits as well. Depends on his mood. My boy is very smart. He can't do math, but that's okay. But neither can you. Yeah, okay. You love the X-Men? You missed hanging out here? I missed hanging out here too. How was the cinema experience? It's okay. The cinema was relatively empty, honestly. There was I was seeing some tweets about people saying at their cinema things were a bit more rough. They were quite boisterous crowd and whatnot. Music might be. There were some people that dressed up. Some people that were cosplaying. Nothing else will take my heart. Sorry, I'm trying to... trying to look at some illustrations here because I was informed of some things may not be as they seem, so I just wanted to check, honestly. but it looks... It's hard to tell. Even we're apart, nothing will save my heart. It's so hard to tell. Hello, Robbie. How's it going? Well, vocal range? Yeah. I mean, she is a trained opera singer, so... You know. Where is... Okay. I think it's okay. Keep me in your thoughts and prayers and hope that I don't get scammed. Risks are kind of scary, huh? I don't know. There's just a little thing I was a little confused with, and some people are like, this is a bit sus, but the weather's crazy, cold and rainy. That sounds really nice. I would like some cold and rainy weather. Alright. Hello Damien, how's it going? Should we get started with our first game? Oh, dearie me. Okay, let's see. Let me see. We could start out with Hades. So Hades is the one that I absolutely have to do because it is the, it was the incentivized one. So it's pretty awkward. It just reminded me when I opened up my browser and looked at my bookmarks. I have a bookmark that looks very suspicious because it's called Sex in Minecraft. I promise you it's not what it is. Sounds like. And Brock was like asking about it. He's like, what the fuck is that? I have the final countdown one bookmarked because I think it's the funniest shit ever. What is it? You guys want to listen to what it is? I mean, sure, why not? I can do that for you. You asked for it. Oh, 1 second. Hades loaded up and now it's the loudest thing in the fucking world. You have to mute it. There we go. Well, I guess you guys are listening to it. Bear in mind, there's like 13 songs in this album. I just have this one bookmarked though. Track 4, unironically. This is a banger. We're gonna have to pause you though for an even bangier banger. Remember, you guys wanted this. Oh yeah, why am I muted? What the fuck? Any more questions? Why? I can't answer that. Alright, is it time for some Hades nuts in your mouth? I think it is. So quiet without the music. Please don't stop the music. Alright, let me see. I need to do this actually. Faye, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moeda. I hope you enjoy your stay and welcome in. I'm okay. How are you doing? Where? How do you see? How do I don't know how I find this. Hello Russ, how's it going? Go to your dashboard. Click. Oh, I got it, I think. Aha! Oh. There we go. Okay, it should be... Hey, there we go! What the fuck does that link to? Hotel? Any reason? You on holiday or something? Oh my fucking god, I'm trying to copy this link, it won't... Oh, it's for work, I see. Shall I pin this? Oh, the message is already pinned. I didn't pin that, did I? What? You know what? It works. I think. Okay. Perfect. I didn't pin it. I think the fucking thing did. That's not the one I wanted to plug in. I wanted to plug in my controller. Guys, it's been a hot minute since I played the original Hades, so you are gonna have to bear the fuck with me. I didn't even, like, finish the shit, like, on here. Oops. You guys did not see that. Alright, let's see. It might be a little loud, we'll have to see. Well, it is absolutely probably a bit loud.
Thank you, thank you.
Just a wee bit loud. Still a wee bit loud. Okay. What? I'm so fucking lost. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Kinda Can't I play music? Like, isn't there a way for me to...
New music.
Oh, there is.
You like that one, do you?
Yeah. Right, how do I have this set up?
Hey, Skelly.
A follow-up flight elsewhere, but I don't have no idea when or if I'm gonna get one. That sounds very annoying.
Please, pal.
Hell yeah, look what I have.
You are as multifaceted as anyone I know. All right.
Eris ain't got shit on this. I think I just like the Zagreus one though, right?
Myself.
You're not spending money on it? Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah, that's it.
What is my heat set on? My... Nothing. 12? Should I put any heat on? Should we just have like a...
Not ready yet or something?
Oh, I've gotten all of the statues. Should I just have a box standard run?
Wanna try that thing out?
Do I remember how to play this? What do I... We palming it up, it's just like Hades 2. Lychee, thank you so much for the donation! Thank you, thank you. I couldn't see that very clearly. Whoever chose the color scheme, me, is an idiot. But thank you so much, thank you, thank you! And hello, Normanton, how's it going? Self-working, I should... Okay, theoretically, on 0 fucking heat, I should be able to finish the fucking entire game. Like, I should be fine. Thank you very much,
That dog
Lychee.
is not your plaything, boy. Cerberus defends our realm so that no one gets in alive, or gets out either way.
Okay, well...
See you upstairs, boy.
Isn't it crazy that everything here is like 2D?
You and me.
Like Zag's model is 2D.
Now or never, Red.
I would like none of these.
You know what? Sure, why not? Strange going back, it is. Famous last words? I think the last time we did crowd control, I did this on like a fucking freaky heat.
Never enough.
So... But as I said, it has been a hot minute, and I do have Hades 2 on fucking 7 million Nightmare. Think about. Is that name? Oh no, I got poisoned. Wait, why is there a centaur here? Wait, I don't have any. Wait, there's no cure. Oh, okay. After time, it does go out. I was gonna say there's no fucking antidote here.
What do we have here?
Lychee, you bastard! Snowy, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you very much for that. Oh,
Diving session.
thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
I'm not cleared to do that.
Forgot about the poison. I wasn't paying attention. I'm like, what the fuck? Fucking centaur there. I was like, confused. It's like, wait, I'm poisoned. And I'm like, wait, that's not normal. I don't know, it's just... Oh, there's a bus here. Cusco's poison. Oh yeah, the poison. I definitely will be putting some heat on. My only issue is literally, unironically, I know it sounds stupid when I say this, but the hardest part of this game is the final boss. Fucking Hades is scary. I honestly, even just normal Hades, never mind like extreme measures Hades, just fucking terrifies me. I would rather permanently fight Prometheus and Heracles over and over again than fucking have to deal with Hades. That's very scary. Healing? Oh, hammer! You guys are spoiling me. Oh, I love the bomb build.
Deadlier than ever.
I don't see where the healing is. Cool, thanks. Appreciate it. The healing is 1 crowd control coin. That's crazy. I haven't changed any of the prices, so... If there's something that's incredibly cheap a gamer ending, you don't see it, okay?
Looks like a good batch.
Ooh, Ares.
Uh-oh.
I need to make sure I'm using my fucking cast too. This is just... I wonder how rusty I'm gonna be on 2 as well. I do like Ares' fucking call. It's epic too.
The will to fight.
Sick. I'm not getting much choice here, am I? How do I reload?
I can't.
I'm gonna accidentally use my keepsake trying to figure it out. I think my keepsake is something else. Burning! Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. It's very sweet of you. Thank you. How's it going? Thank you, thank you. You can swap your weapon? Why? What did you use? You were oh no, you like the bow, right? I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Maybe I should have made the goal a little bit higher. Actually, it's no skin off of my back. It's not me playing those games, it's them. So, you know what? Maybe I should have just made it lower. What the fuck is this? Why are they so healthy? Why are they so healthy? So many bombs!
My shield.
What? My weapon! You can change my weapon? Oh, we can swap your weapon. Oh, right, I read that wrong. Oh, fantastic. I'm so glad. I'm really, really glad that you can swap my weapon. That's fantastic. I mean, I will be real with you. Objectively, the shield is the best weapon in the game. I'm pretty sure it's the weapon everyone uses to do the max fucking fear runs or whatever. Yay!
Good. That's a relief.
I'm not kept an eye on the stages.
Nice to see my...
The goods.
I do like Rupture.
The power of the sea.
You wouldn't hang with me given the choice.
Grow
So
up.
that's the way it is then.
Woo!
Oh, damn it!
Ah! The fucking flashbang! Wow, okay. Hello, Cactiers. How's it going? If you're gonna be a Pokemon, which Pokemon you be? I would want to be a Miss Magius, because a Miss Magius is my favorite Pokemon. Although Mimikyu is pretty cute. What is that? What is that? What? I'm fucking buying shit! That's fucked up. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. And what Pokemon would you guys be? People are gonna be like, I would be Arceus, because I could be God. I got quite a bit of money.
This is my fight.
Thanks for the food, guys.
I bet it's Meg again.
Oh, it
What do
is.
you know?
Ninetales are Wobbuffet.
Now, don't we?
Slowpoke,
But I don't enjoy our
Growlithe.
little arguments in my own way.
You gonna be an Arcanine? You'd be a Growlithe.
I saved a life.
What the fuck is that thing doing here? Oh my lord. I'm so not used to being able to dash like this. Wait, I can do this. Hi, Dan! Hello, Dan. What is all this?
Good enough to eat.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you, thank you. I'll take all of these. Sick. I'm surprised you're helping me so much. Not that I'm complaining. It's not really CBT, honestly. We're chilling. I mean, I didn't put any... I will probably put some heat on and make it a bit harder.
Progress has proved unable to contain you.
Do you get to keep this? I can't remember if you get to keep it. You get to keep it the entire way. Ugh. I need to rank these up anyway.
Okay.
Why not? Let's work to getting this 100%. Gamma!
I'll take it.
Ooh.
That's enough Tartarus.
Be there soon, Lemmy.
Asvodel. My least favorite weapon. Ah, no, I can't get it! I couldn't get the palm. Fuck's sake. Stevie! Thank you so much for the donation! Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I can't read. It's too small on my screen for the amounts, but I really appreciate that. Meg! Why is Meg here?
Bring it.
Thank you so much, Stevie. I appreciate that.
I'll make you pay. Requesting backup Tartarus entry.
Like that.
I will not let you win.
Oh my god. Why? I still have more shit to fight after that too. Holy shit. Oh my god, okay.
Out in the open now, and all my brothers, sisters,
Thank
and
you.
whatnot are going to keep helping you fight your way out of there. I've still been
Thank you, thank you. Sure.
Oh, hey,
Ooh.
Dionysus.
Hey, you hanging in
Yeah! Yo! We are fucking winning chicken dinning. Holy shits. 60% for drop palm slice of thank you. Oh, I forget you can crowdfund things. A reward for the additional boss fight seem fair. I appreciate that. That is fair, honestly.
Greetings, everyone. Just visiting.
Okay, alright, okay, okay. That's enough slices. That's enough slices! Oh my fucking... Ooh. Oh my god. Okay, if I do the Pact of Punishment, I cannot put the time one on. That is definitely not what I'm gonna be able to do.
I'll just take that.
Holy shit. Oh, thank you.
How bad could it be?
Come forth, wretches, and stop this meddler.
Come and get it.
That's quite enough.
Thank you. High rejecting it for dad only to get wiped by Crowd control, honestly, fucking Dad is gonna be the one that is wiping me. I really struggle against Hades. Wait, I have dash. I won't be able to get divine dash. Oh, holy shit, thank you very much. Wait, some of these things are so cheap. I almost feel bad that you guys are incentivized to not make me suffer. Almost. And then I remember crowd control peak. And then I remember crowd control peak. Oh! Athena, I could fucking kiss you.
Ares won't mind.
I'm sure Ares will mind, but it's okay. Gamba!
What do I get?
Let's see. Oh, well, I don't have to deal with that.
Somebody
boat
lose a
time.
spine out there.
I did not miss the boat, honestly.
Come and get it.
Oh my god. That is... not the most ideal, holy shit. Dude, so, as I said before, there is, like, oh my god, not the wheelers, not the flame wheels! There is, like, crowd control for online games, like League, Overwatch and stuff. It's shit like that, where you flashbang the screen and stuff. It's just fucking abhorrent fucking troll shit like that. Remember when someone decided to tornado you and Phantom me right at the end of peak when you did? Well, at least that was like at the end and like, you know. We basically peaked at that point, so...
Duo power.
You know, I was basically peaking. And the climb up wasn't even that bad, honestly. Is this the combo? Can you guys add heat, like packs of punishment? That would be kind of crazy. Oh, the butterflies! Jesus fucking Christ!
I'm out.
Holy shit.
Veiled in darkness.
It's been 9 minutes and I'm still in fucking Asphodel. That's crazy. Alright, let me in. Doesn't look like it? Okay, that's fine. I have not been using my cast. No escape is 99,999 coins, is it? That's kind of crazy. Is that where it just insta kills you? I'm assuming. Positive affirmation. You know, the charity work I do is pretty goated.
Oh.
I don't need to replenish any uses.
Not now.
What? Where did you guys spawn this fuck-ass satyr?
Can't do that.
Buy my bomb! God fucking damn it! God damn it. Okay, well, I didn't want that anyway. Hello, Lerny. Oh! Oh! Wait! 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 No! 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 My phone! Wait!
Everything just fine?
I wouldn't have been able to pick it up anyway, I think. I wouldn't have been able to pick it up anyway. I appreciate it. It's the thought that counts. I don't think I'd have been able to pick it up anyway, so it's all good. Wow, the shield is so... I need to remember I can just spam dashes. It's not like Hades 2. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, we got the fists now.
Death and destruction.
Can't do that here.
Wait, why is my summon unavailable? Wait, why is my summon unavailable? Why is my summon unavailable? Why can't I summon Thanatos? Did you guys...
A palm of power.
I have 4.
Delicious.
Thank you. Honestly, fists with my... Poseidon board isn't the worst. Gamba.
Purge boons for coin.
It's weird that I couldn't summon Thanatos. Elysium. Hammer time.
Who's next? See that, Malphon?
Sure, I'll do the fated choice shit. Why the fuck not? I might as well do some achievement hunting while I'm here.
That's better.
Sick. What we got? 2 gods. 1 family. Let's see. Can't remember who is worse. Who is Autumn? Are you supposed to be at a wedding? Thank you so much for the 50. Holy shit, I was able to read that one that time. Thank you. That was very sweet of you. Thank you, thank you. What was I looking at here? Either one of these could be fine. You're in the mountains? What are you doing in the mountains? I was in the mountain. Well, not the mountains, the glens, but they're basically mountains at that point. So same, I guess. You saw Autumn's name, your eyes looked the fuck in, or I was in the shop and the black background makes it easier to see the white text. I probably should have put like a border around the text. But thank you so much, lovely. I hope you're having a nice time at the wedding. What I said is funnier though. Okay, it's my job to be the funny person here, buddy. I don't know what I'm trying to say with that, but the wedding is in the mountains. It's like is it like a dwarf wedding? Peer pressure, why not?
Upon Olympus,
I know you gave me the divine dash, but fucking aimbot. Again! Oh, that's...
That one's come back.
Ow, ow. Oh.
Hear me, wretches, and come fight with me.
No.
Right there.
Like, this is the third time I've had to fight you. Please leave me alone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please die!
Hold still.
Holy shit. Ooh, Wait, what do you mean possibly? You don't know if the wedding you're going to is the... Holy shit. Thank you, thank you.
For you.
Nice.
Is the, This is so late for strong drink, but... Fuck it, why not?
Yeah, this one's for you.
A lot of Dionysus. 90%. Fuck yeah, you know what? Why not? Who are we fighting? This fucking butterfly.
I can't.
That wasn't so bad.
This, I accept this message.
There may be dwarfs that show up in the mystical depths of the mountain. I see. Why not? 15. Holy shit. I see. Well, I hope they're friendly dwarves at least. A lot of dwarves I know are pretty fucking grumpy. Oh, strong drink coming in clutch. +5. Let's go. I already feel like I'm doing a bit more damage. I have a lot of boons, but I just felt like my damage was not it, honestly. Oh, you could totally tell with the way that I was moving then that he's a 2D fucking... He's 2D, not the 3D model.
There.
Ah. Cool. We got... We'll go for the boon. We got quite a bit of money. Money, money, money.
More great shields.
Must be funny.
These fists are going to do the talking soon.
Sick.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Sure, I have so many boons, it's crazy. That, in Hades 2, the boon where that Hermes gives you, where you get, like, percentage dodge chance based on how many boons you have, would go so hard right now. Gamba!
One's rearming.
Who?
Damn, he's recovered.
Oryx, okay, no fan visit, sad. Thanatos hates me.
I can use this. That's good.
Oh dear. I was over the white text, I didn't even see who that was, I'm so sorry. 1 second. There's a mod for Hades 2 that put Melanoe in the first game. Yeah, I didn't try it. I saw it. I think Supergiant actually, like, promoted it. I couldn't see that it was over the white writing. Wait, I just seen on his message. I'm in the middle of the mountains. I'm still here to support. You're so cute. Snowy's message, save amnials. Okay, fantastic. Beaker, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's very sweet of you. It's very generous of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Beaker, how's it going? Save amnials is crazy. We'll do this. And hello, Charon. We didn't get the option to steal from Charon either. Fun fact, in both Hades games, Charon was the first person in both instances that I got to, like, max relationship with. Fuck you, Theseus! Your dad sells Avon. Oh god.
I call upon your aid.
Dusha! That's not who I want to... Oh, is that why I can't do the summon? Because someone already summoned someone.
I swear I'll get you yet.
Bye, Dusha.
You're next, full man.
I see. That's why I can't summon Thanatos. Thank you, Adam. Oh, you gave me a Death Defiance as well. Wait, you're so cute. Hello, Red Shade.
That was for you, good shade.
Yeah. Alright, time to go say hello to dadders. Lots of cleaning and chores to take care of today.
I shall stop you by my own hand if I must.
Then I'll deal with you the same as all the rest.
You're both so fucking edgy. Wait, you can... Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm okay, thank you. And I appreciate it. Hats off to you guys for participating in the charity stuff as well.
The temple.
You guys are super cool. You help. You always help. Money, money, money. I have 500 doubloons.
That's on offer here.
Yeah, fuck it, why not? Lost piercing fire, draining cutter, and heavy knuckle. That's actually perfect because I don't think I get piercing fire. Like piercing fire is not. How do I see my? Oh, here. Oh god. Ooh! Ooh! Wait, that's kind of crazy, actually.
Thank you, mate.
Sick. Right, this is good. We're eating really good right now.
Let's see what's in here.
You're super cool. You're super cool. Oh my god, that's just a giant rat for the fucking start. Are you kidding me? I fucking hate the sewers. The fucking satyrs are horrible.
There.
We ranked up the acorn too. Divine Dash is quite possibly the most goated fucking thing in this game.
Tasty.
That was not bueno. Fucking how much shit is in this room? What?
Thank you for your support, my shade.
Huh? Ah! What is going on? I'm about to have a fucking heart attack. I'm so overstimulated right now. I thought someone had just like fucking killed me then. Hello? Okay, thank God.
Uncle Poseidon.
Holy shit. Oh my god. What we got? Sure. Jesus. It's a good time. Alright. Okay, the trick is we hope that actually this is where the fucking dog food is. So we don't actually have to fight the boss. Alright. Fuck! Of all of them, it's you! Stupid fucking rat. Okay, alright. You guys are summoning things.
You called.
Those kill the rat. The rat's fucking dodged you! That's fucked up.
What now?
Oh, it's Dusa. Wait, I got Dusa as well? Wait, how did I manage that? Wait, that's pretty cool.
Not yet.
Nice. Holy fuck. Yeah, Thanatos did get duped a wee bit.
Gigantic vermin, thanks.
What's that? Deus Ex Machina. That's crazy.
Don't spend it all in one place, mate.
Anything better?
What about these?
Phew, that's better. Ugh. Holy shit.
Hey, think I see a fish?
Did I catch all the fish? How do I... Okay. There's one I haven't discovered. I think it might be a one in the chaos. Probably. We didn't get a chaos thing. Thank you, thank you. How many Death Defiances do you have? 3. Honestly, I have plenty. I'm pretty fucking beefed for this run unless someone decides to fucking go absolutely maniac on the dadders fight. Ugh. You're so tempted. I mean, look, I will probably shout and scream, but don't let it make you feel bad. At the end of the day, you guys are just, you know, donating the big bucks for charity, and that is my sertraline to help balance the mental gymnast. Bro, where is the dog food? Trying to spread your coins is probably a good idea too. Or maybe I will entice you guys to spend all of your coins before we potentially play fucking Deep Rock. That's what you're waiting on? Oh lord. Don't be in the fucking palm room. Okay, well actually, you know what, it wouldn't be bad. That would be basically a free palm.
Not yet. Die.
Okay. The rats are really good for getting the health back off of the fucking boon that I have.
Not now.
Yarn of... Wait, what does this do? Like...
I can't.
Oh, right. This is gonna be like an omega boon. Thank you!
Olympus, I accept this message.
Ooh. Ooh, that's spicy. Pineapple, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Might. I hope you enjoy your stay.
A special treat for Cerberus.
Oh, and we get the strong drink too. Let's go.
Should I go fight some satyrs or get out of here?
No, we're getting out of here. There is no reason for us to go for the fucking palm.
The principes.
Bye-bye, Cerberus.
Bye for now, boy.
Alright, Dad. I'm ready. Mush.
Well, Zagreus, even if I vanquish you,
Korewa
arriving here
Pendas.
is a sufficient feat. What? Darkness.
It's crazy that even though I deflect those, I still have to, like... Oh, wait! I can't summon Ban!
Mortals to attend to Thanatos. You think I shall go easy on you, boy?
No.
Like last time.
You're easily distracted, you know that. Darkness.
He's fully recovered.
A wasted effort.
Shields down.
Darkness.
Oh, what the fuck? You guys are very sweet.
Darkness. You should have avoided that.
You should have avoided these nuts.
Like that.
Alright, Dad, let's go.
I shall not fall to you again. Now, this.
Ares, suffer and die.
Turn back this instant, boy.
Hi, Dusa. I'm getting fucking sloppy.
Go back.
Oh, thank you.
Frost, didn't we, Shade?
Thanatos.
That wasn't Thanatos. Okay, sick. Thank you for that. You guys really went overkill there, but I appreciate it.
Were it not for all my wretched kin upon
Clea, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moid. I hope you enjoy your stay. Alright, bye-bye, Dad. Okay, I will probably add a bunch of heat on to make it a little funnier.
In my
It still took me fucking forever though, because of all the fucking early shit that you guys spawned.
As he explores
Hi,
the wonders
hello,
of the
big boy.
world,
How's it
Prince
going?
Zagreus discovers a quaint farm in which he carelessly trespasses, stepping on a farming tool which swoops up and strikes him in the forehead, fatally.
Please, everybody, hold your applause.
Okay. No worries. Thank you so much for stopping by, Burning. Sleep well. The game calling me names. Where's Thanatos? Shut up, Meg.
This is my latest haul. Totally worth it.
Should probably look at the Fated stuff.
Was bound to happen, really.
Well, these are just Daedalus enchantments. And the hidden aspect of Stygius. Leave Meg alone? No.
Come, Stygius.
I need to unlock it. I need 3 of those fucking blood things. If I start out with this, you guys gonna switch me back? Probably. Okay, let's see. So, that's fine. From the bottom up.
That's as bad as this gets.
Do I extreme measure it? Oh, I just need to go up to 12. Actually. Oh, I didn't do sticks. Okay, right, that's fine. Lychee! Thank you so much. Thank you for the donation, Lychee. Thank you, I appreciate that. There's a Katana companion I'm missing too. I need to probably go and start buying more ambrosia because I think that's the limiting factor here. I don't have any diamonds.
Need more of those, so here. Don't have enough diamonds.
Dude, what the fuck? Okay. Need the farm max. Okay, let's go.
Alright, one more time.
One more time. And we're starting off with a hammer, okay. We could do a special build. Let's try that. We'll do a special build.
Tuned up.
See if we can get the one that is like the spread in 5. Oh my god.
Got to reload.
Demeter or health? Health. Oh my god. Usually I would start with a zoo spoon, and this makes life a little bit more easier because I get the auto and I'm able to do some chain stuff for this, but since I am like kind of low-key min-maxing things, let's go say hello to Gauss. We got fish we need to catch there. Hello, can you give me something cool? Ooh. Ooh, but money.
Sounds like a trade to me.
Money, money, money. Who needs movement speed? Oh my god, I'm so slow.
Heads up.
You guys don't even need to summon anything. This fucking... Holy shit. Boss for some gems. Interesting.
Damn you.
Alright, let's all calm down, please. Zeus, but who am I fighting? Okay, it's not the worst in the world. Just gonna take me a hot minute. I wonder if I could do this. Hey guys.
Okay, goodbye.
Thank you, fan. The Zeus stuff is really good anyway for when you have the blue hearts too, so... Red boy! Holy shit! Thank you so much!
Had enough.
I trust your good Lord Father's treating you all right.
Thank you for the 100. Holy crap. Thank you, thank you. That's insane. That's so generous. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god, we hit the goal. They're gonna be very, very excited to hear that. Holy shit, it's only been 2.5 hours too. Wow, that's crazy. Alright, thank you very much for that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna increase the goal, but I'm not gonna, there's not gonna be an incentive or anything. Just so people don't think like, it's like a psychological thing, you know? Busy, I can't spend all of this on coins. I'll always help with any cause you support. Thank you. Thank you. Don't worry about too much about that sort of thing. Of course, like you don't have to buy the coins, but thank you so much for such a generous donation to charity. The coins are just there as an incentive to torture me for funny while you know, helping out the conservation stuff. Yeah, so I'm gonna... There's no secret objective. I'm gonna increase the goal, but it's like just so... Because if people come in and see that a goal has been reached, they might think, oh, we... You know, there's no point in... But it's charity, so I'm gonna be greedy and I'm gonna increase the goal. How do I do this again? I've only been doing this for like fucking 4 years, but... What should I make the goal? Give me a number. Messing with the mods is never a bad time. It's going to be incredible. It's not going to be today. We'll have to see about tomorrow. I'm not sure, because I think Winter can do tomorrow, but Goat might not be able to. We might have to do it on separate occasions for that. 750? 744. A name is required. There we go. Gotta dangle the carrot type of thing. Overlays. Let me just, you know, I could just, there we go. Boom. We'll do that instead. You guys are sick. Look at this. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Mans, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moeda. I hope you enjoy your stay. Let me refresh this. There we go. Boom. Thank you. And thank you for the lyrically cheer. Okay, this is perfect. We wanted lightning strike.
Thunder time.
Oh, Zag definitely thought he sounded cool when he said that. It's thunder in time. Now we have a buffer.
Have to rearm.
While we hopefully
Don't come back.
cook our bomb build.
My Chaos Bone switched to a new effect.
Sick.
More numbskulls.
Another Spyro playthrough? I mean, we're gonna do, we might do the original Spyro. I need to check on how to set that up, though. But only the Artisan's World. Maybe that's what I could have started with. Okay, we're gonna do the OG Spyro. Although, maybe it's... We done Spyro 3 or 4? Was it playthrough? Do you mean the Dawn of the Dragon one? I haven't finished it, no.
I can't.
The one you hated? Oh no, no, I haven't done Enter the Dragonfly. I wanted to finish the Nuzlocke before I'd done that. But honestly, at this point, I might just alternate between the two. Oh, we can go see... Oh, we don't really have a choice. We do... okay, hello, Sisyphus. We're gonna go see Baldy.
It's him.
Hi.
Just one thing I don't understand, Prince.
Oh, you know, wouldn't want fun.
Sure, that
Money, please.
easy.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
Do tell
You haven't missed it? No, you haven't. See how much fucking cleaner it is now? I get to just do this. Ooh, thank you for the goodies.
Karen's going to want all this. Excellent.
What's stage 1 and 12? No, it's heat. Fuck. That's fine. Oh no, we are fighting Artemis. Oh, this is fine.
I'll make every strike count.
This is also fine. Alright, who we facing?
You again.
Oh, it's just
Trash God.
Electo.
Normally, my marks don't make a habit of.
I can imagine.
Now you've done it.
Thanatos?
Look at this mess. Keep going.
Bye bye.
We'll chat later, okay?
Thank you, Dan. We will chat later. Kicking my feet. Okay, we're still leveling up this acorn. Honestly, the acorn has been like pretty chill, really. I don't mind it.
Go on up.
I just go on up, shall I? Than is daddy. I love Than so much.
Hot up here.
Boom. I love spamming the chthonic call or whatever when you're fighting with Than and he's like, I'm right here. Got a bit lazy there. Owie.
Gods grant me strength. Palm power.
Pom power. Power pom girls. Owie.
No rush, but lighthouse.
Ooh, it's been a while. Eurydice. I will probably go Eurydice, actually. I like Eurydice's boons. Oh, he's really good. Oh!
They're both here.
They are both here! Hello.
I've never heard anything like this. As good as you two sound each on your own, you're positively wonderful together.
They're so cute.
Doubtless the fates themselves conspired to ensure Eurydice and I would meet and sing together, fall in love, and then be cruelly separated for some time.
Now don't you start with that again, you get me, Orphe? Got our whole entire afterlives ahead of us, and lots of songs to catch up on.
Well, you're
I got
correct,
your
of course, my
acorn.
dear. If you'll excuse us, Zagreus, our calling beckons.
I only have 2 fucking boons, so... Might as well do this. Let's go.
Thanks again.
Orphe!
These witches again. You like that, you gods?
A toast, man, to your...
Hello, Dionysus. The festive fog makes me use my cast, honestly, otherwise. Super effective against me. Me too, honestly. I mean, all of the Hades voice actors in both games is pretty fucking... They're pretty insane. Ow.
Almost there. Ready. Your dust.
Oh, thank you. Honestly, I shouldn't be so lazy.
Care on.
It's gonna make getting into Hades do a lot harder. What? Chamber 22, okay.
Next island.
To do the, higher trials and whatnot. I think it got another update recently. Okay, Artemis again.
Keep me going. Artemis, guide my hand.
Lurny. Oh, there was a gold chalice there. I missed it.
All right, Lerny, let's have it out between us then.
Boy! Boy! Hello, Miro. How's it going? I figured out the button to reload. Fuck that one up.
There goes my shield. Thanatos.
That thing causing trouble.
Bye-bye. Hello, Goat. How's it going? The Hydra's health bar looks bigger than I remember. What do you mean? I think it looks normal. What level are we up on this? Okay, we're still taking that. Hi, hello Delta. How's it going?
Get me out of here.
The name is right above the donut. Oh, I see. Right. Did you see the donut bar? Do you see the fact that the goal has been hit? Then you're gonna have to endure your own CBT. Alright, here's the moment of truth. Do we get the 5 bomba? It's doing great, yeah, it's insane. I can't be hurt by crowd control. Alright, yeah, we'll see about that when we play Deep Rock later, huh? We didn't get it. Oh well.
Stronger. Strongbows. Fully rearmed.
She's gonna rearm again. Oh my god. Oh my god, it never ends. Hello, Jared. How's it going? You made it to Texas? Nice. I hope that your work went okay. It was great. That's good. Yay!
Looks like I got here just in time. I heard there was a matter that required my attention.
Hello. Yeah, it's me. I'm the matter and I require your attention.
You die next.
I'm probably gonna lose to Thanatos.
Don't waste this chance you have.
You want to die again?
Useless.
Like, holy shit.
Can't do that.
Like, I can't. I don't do the damage.
It's over. Oh, really? Perish. Careful.
I can't compete.
I'll write this one off.
Who dares to mess with little Hades?
Little Hades. I'll take this actually.
It's high tide.
High tide.
Not a
Hello.
word of this.
Bye bye. Oh, Zeus. I'm going Zeus. Your moving pod yesterday. Jesus fucking Christ, the butterflies. Thank you for the alert, Foggy. Jesus,
Farewell
what?
for now, sinister ball of butterflies.
Sure. More money. We didn't get any, fucking fountains on this run yet.
Ready. Seriously, you Shanes, keep it up.
Hello world, what does that do? I don't know if that did anything. You drank all the water? Why would you do that? Oh, nope. See ya. Oh, never mind. There's one here. Thanks. Appreciate that. It's very cool of you. Hello, Melvin. How's it going? I can't remember whose is worse.
Well chosen, little Hades.
Yeah, welcome back, Lychee.
Why would you side with...
No hard feelings, Lady Artemis.
Ow.
Oh, back.
I didn't need that anyway. Go away. Artemis is so upset with me. It's not even my fault. I didn't do anything. Ow.
Not now.
Oh my lord, that was rough.
Got to say, you handled yourself pretty well back there.
Thank you. Do I even bother with Patroclus? Ha! Unlucky Peter. Patroclus he can give me healing, right? But it's like every... Can't remember.
Achilles, look, good. There you are, stranger. Settle something for us quickly, Would Achilles not make for the perfect champion of Elysium? For I think almost anybody would be better than the current one.
I think I'd rather maintain watch over a nearly empty hall than battle all the shades around here, Pat.
I too would vastly prefer having to contend with Theseus rather than yourself, Achilles. Although that's not to say I disagree that almost anybody would be better in the role than him.
It seems then I am overruled.
Hello, Peter. How's it going?
Material when I see it, and I.
Thanks.
Hades Peak. Did you play the second one?
What's regenerating?
I miss Prometheus.
Yes.
You didn't like the second one? Why do you like it?
Decided it's time to make a splash.
I forgot how fucking ass this can be to control. When you play Hades 2, you kept saying you missed Thanatos. Listen, I'm allowed to yearn and long for people, okay? What we got? Oh. Illusion of choice. That's what we have. Hello.
Always a pleasure, Charon.
Hi, Charon. Hi. Alright. Fuckwits.
A challenger.
Let us destroy him.
Show him. You truly think you shall withstand our unsurpassable bullhorn technique? We owe everything to our audience. You try evading this! Against my blessed spear, blackguard. Goddess Demeter, I beg of you, assist me! Betrayal!
Bye-bye. No extreme measures. Where's the chariot? I needed 12. I need to do 12 heat and then... But I put other things. I didn't put extreme measures. Honestly, the chariot is easier. The chariot and the... Did this level up yet? It did not. The chariot and the...
That was Elysium.
Lurney, I personally think is easier than non-extreme measures. Personally. Since you're using a gun, so... Alright, time to fuck up my build, though. Boom.
Let's take our chances then.
Flare fire, ricochet fire. How do I do this again? Honestly, never mind. That's actually pretty goated. Ooh, and that's literally fucking garbage. Give me something else.
Hey, got anything else?
You know what? Fine. You feel the pain on melee weapons? You say this as if, It's okay, we're gonna first try get our fucking dog food with this. You say this as if the shield isn't, like, actually the most fucking OP weapon in the game. Dog food. Fucking bastard.
Decided I'll ride the wave, nephew.
Animation for that broken, like... Did you see that? He just appeared. Torches versus Axe in Hades 2? I like both of them, so... Get fucked, you little shit. Blah.
You don't scare me, tiny vermin. The sea god's might.
Let's get a fucking special finally, I suppose.
Got it. Another scuffer.
I'm rusty.
Let's see here.
It's okay, now it's not gonna make me fight both bosses, right? Ow. No, I'm not gonna even get to fight the fucking boss. Holy fuck.
No use.
Yeah, let's go.
Satyr sack already. Down the chute.
Thank you.
Should I go fight some satyrs or get out of here? Better doing business.
Oh, there we go. We got the acorn ranked up too. We can rank something else up.
What's in the pool this time?
No point in that.
I'm empty.
Zooming.
Can't do that.
That was horrible.
Need a cure. Got to hold on. Olympus.
Fucking hell, my health. My poor health.
No way.
I just dash, and I dash, and I dash. I don't have any purpose when I dash.
Rearming.
Ow!
It's no use.
I'll take this one.
Sure, why not? Oh my god.
No.
Decided, of course, nephew.
I have like no health. Holy shit. I'm sure it will be fine.
Why not? Stronger still.
Princess Agrias.
Alright.
Thank you, boy.
Hello, Marine. How's it going? Hello, Dad. Papa. Hello.
Would that you cleaned your chambers with the same devotion you show getting to these heights.
No.
Darkness.
I'm sure not. Okay.
Darkness. Zagreus.
Ooh, Appy! Thank you so much! Thank you so much for the donation, Appy! Thank you, thank you! How's it going?
Darkness. Decided who dares attack my nephew. That. Darkness. Darkness.
Hello, thank you, thank you.
There.
Blast you. Blasted little.
I'm out.
Decided I'll ride the wave, nephew. So, Boy.
Dad.
Zagreus?
Yes. Honestly, that went a lot smoother than I thought.
Tell no one at the house. Do you hear me?
I'm telling everyone because Dan is gonna be there. Dan bless this run.
You at home.
Goodbye, Father.
There we go.
Father's name.
Made friends along the way. Oh yeah, because I think I stopped at everyone. I stopped at Sisyphus, fucking stopped at Eurydice, and I stopped at Patroclus. I wish they'd have kept the animation for Hades 2 when you fight him. When he dies, he does that. That would be funny.
Thank you, everyone. You're too kind.
It gets crazy.
You could do it.
Welcome to the House of Hades. Hi.
I heard you stayed the Knave King's sentence. I should be angry with you. Sisyphus must be the only mortal ever to have humiliated me. But Mother Nyx, she must have backed you, didn't she?
We did what needed to be done. As much as Father likes making examples out of wretched shades, an eternal sentence felt a little excessive in this case. Besides, Sisyphus isn't leaving anyway. Seems to have found his niche.
Oh? Well, he's an odd one, through and through, I guess. As long as I don't have to deal with him again.
Don't think you will.
Sick. Okay.
The latest reports indicate that mortals are fully twice as fearful of ending up in Tartarus as in our last evaluation period, thanks to the destruction you have caused. You are an unseen power in the underworld. Commendable.
Say less.
Commendable? Me? An unseen power, huh? Surprised you're giving me the credit, Father.
I give credit where it's due. But the mortals? They know nothing of what transpires here. Only rumblings we permit to escape our realm. Rumblings that reinforce their deepest fears about what shall transpire after their demise.
So the more havoc I wreak in the underworld, the more mortals hear about all the unpleasantness, and it makes them fearful of this place. If more of them lead upstanding lives, it'll keep Tartarus from overflowing, I guess.
Precisely.
Sick. Okay, I think I am gonna call it there for Hades. I think we can switch games. God, I forgot how longer the Hades 1 runs are compared to 2. I can get Hades 2 runs in a lot faster than the fucking Hades 1. We'll put it down to Rust. I think the boons are a lot more powerful in Hades 2 as well. Thanks for self-care check, man. I do need to go pee, so that's probably what I'll do if that's okay. I'm gonna just move to the BRB screen. The clip player wasn't working. I don't know if it's fixed itself, but that's okay. I can pop some music on for you. So I'm gonna go stretch my legs and go pee and stuff, and I'll be right back, okay? Hello. Thank you for waiting. I have set up the Spyro preemptively. Everything looks to be working. So loud. Oh boy, yeah, oh boy. It let me load any ROM, by the way, but I don't know what would work and what would not work. Hopefully that should be good. Bum 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 bum. So yeah, just a disclaimer, I am only gonna be playing the Artisan Worlds. Spyro 1 is not like my bread and butter or anything like that. It is just, I like this game because it's the first video game I ever played. And Spyro is my favorite franchise. But we shall see. I will do until the boss of the first world, I guess. And we'll see what we remember.
Okay, rolling. Oh, it's been peaceful here in the Five Worlds, or...
It shouldn't take me too long once that's done.
Dragon's Age.
If we still got time, maybe we'll do a bit of Clover Pit. I'll have to get some food at some point too. And I do have groceries due soon too. Tammy! Holy shit! Thank you so much, Tammy! Thank you for the donation! Thank you, thank you!
Nasty Nork is a simple.
That's very generous of you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. My totally legit copy. Hey, I just downloaded what Crowd Control told me to download, so it's on them. Stealth donation. Thank you so much, Tammy. I hope you're well. Looks like I got some things to do. No, Spyro 2 and Spyro 3 are much more jam. Holy crap. The analog is not working. Oh, for fuck's sake. So, I was fucking wondering if I'd have to do this, but there was a separate thing called, like... Ignore this. You don't see this. There's a separate thing called analog controls, so I thought it would be fine, but we, I guess, are not fine. We're just gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Why is this not... There we go. And nothing ever happened. Wait, I can't move the... Wait, I won... Wait. Is it because I don't have it set up properly? Again, you don't see this. You don't see this. Is it because I have to do like... Wait, what? What does this mean? X-axis and Y-axis. Wait, I know. Wait. Actually, I just remembered. You control it. Ah, right. It's because you've got to, I remember, it's L2 and R2 that control this. Oh, I can't, my muscle memory is crying right now. Okay, so we're gonna do this and this. That's what we're gonna do. And see if that works. But okay, that's a bit better. Holy shit. I saw that... Oh my god, this is horrible. I saw that in this game, you could take away gems and give gems. Taking away gems would be so fucked up. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Now, why would you do that, Ninja? Lock Spyro's animations. Wait. Oh. Wait, that's actually unironically like incredibly
Where's Nasty Nork?
Hello, Delbin.
Keep your horns on, Spyro. You have much to learn first. Do you know what the
How's it going,
dragonfly
Ninja?
following you is doing? His name is Sparks, and he's helping and protecting you. Keep an eye on him and see what I mean.
Hello, Hannah. How you doing? If I remember correctly, I thought the original Spyro came out before the DualShock was released. I wouldn't know. Isn't DualShock just the name of a PlayStation controller? So you're telling me that's... What is going on? What have you done to my... What? Stop. Okay, right. All right. You know what I was... You know what... You know what I was thinking? What have you done to my controls? Why are my controls like this? You know what I was thinking? I was actually thinking like, oh, you know, it's Spyro. People are probably going to be chill for this. Maybe they'll save their coins for Deep Rock later or for fucking Clover Pit or something. Oh, you terrorizing me? For what? For... What is his head doing? No, Spyro! Holy shit, I'm okay, thank you for asking. You playing the Australian version? Unironically, I am playing the USA version. It did require me to play the US of A version. So, you know, there's that. But no, this game is very nostalgic. Big nostalgic. Now, what was that about? Now, what are these fucking... I didn't have an extensive look at the redeems, but what the fuck is going on?
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro.
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro. That's what a lot of them say.
The balloonist. He'll transport you to the next world.
What about Nasty Nork?
The sound balancing in this game is phenomenal, by the way.
First. That's all I can tell you.
Alright. Okay, let's get this one out of the way first. If you guys are gonna let me. Shit. Okay. Oh, the controls are rotten. Doing the fucking speedway is going to be horrible. Bet you didn't know this was here. The camera flip is pretty funny. Fucking Spyro head spinning is crazy. Oh, I hate speed. Oh, the flying is inverted. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm so fucked. I'm not gonna be able to do the speedway. You guys are not even gonna need to commit crowd control because this is actual... Oh my lord. I hate speedways in general, but Jesus. Can I, like... Okay, I can't invert the inverted controls. Down is up. Fuck! Here's me being like smarmy and fucking like, hey, did you know this was here? I can't even control the fucker. No one is sabotaging me right now. I just can't control them. Remember when I said this was probably not gonna take long? I lied. Oh my lord. Holy fuck. I'm not even doing this for a bit. This is just fucking torture. I don't remember the way you're supposed to go, by the way. I'm just going based on vibes. I don't think I was supposed to initially go this way. Why can't I fly anymore? What the fuck was that about? Guys, it's so fucking over. Okay, right. Great, I missed that.
Oi!
Oi, hello Strix, how's it going? This is the worst. Actually the worst. Okay, where do we go now? Should we do half of this? There we go. And then we'll do the birds. Finish that off. I don't actually know what the other one is. We're not even gonna reach the fucking birds. Or whatever the fuck these things are. Oh no, it's so fucking over. Oh, there's chests. Right. Okay. Right. Let's go for the chests first then. Where we're trial and erroring this. Never mind. I've already fucked it. Oh, the chests look like a come back here and do this last type of deal. Actually, what is this? It doesn't matter. I fucked up. What is wrong with me? Maybe like. I don't know. Let's do these first. Hello Army, how's it going? Just get good? I can't. Speedways are the bane of my existence. And I'm not even just talking about this game, by the way. They're also the worst thing ever, and all the remasters and the other Spyro games. I hate doing speedways. It's okay, you're bad too. You are probably much cleaner than me at this. I am sure. Could we please get a shout out for Amia, please? If there's a mod, if not, it will have to wait until my regularly scheduled CBT is over and done with. Thank you. You never played Spyro? I love Spyro. It's my favorite game. Just the first one is rough. It's a pretty rough game around the edges. Am I even gonna make it? Oh no. Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. Can we get a shout out for these peak Spyro controls? No, we can't. Oh my god, it's horrible. Oh, okay, yeah, sure, you can add me on Discord, that's fine. Please don't tell me to download a Minecraft mod pack though, because I will get upset. We're gonna be here a hot minute. Spyro is the first rage bait game. Hello Winter, how's it going? Can you download this Minecraft mod pack, please? Please, please, please! I didn't want it anyway. We like Fortnite, we like Fortnite. You'd be turning up with a Lethal Company mod pack? That would be believable, honestly. But you wouldn't ask me to download, like, anything. You would just give me a code for, what's it called? Is it X__hell_? Are you in Ray's Discord server? Because I am also in Ray's Discord server. You might be able to find me there. We might just be fucked. I can't, dude. I think going the trains first was actually the right approach. Anyways, just woke up as a chicken. I'm fucking struggling. And I've only been playing this game for like 2 minutes. But unfortunately for you, we hit the goal. So let me know what game you plan on playing and when you plan on playing it. And we can sort something out. There's trains into this, and then halfway we stop and do the planes. Because I'm only doing the artisans, it does mean I only have to do one speedway. I'm pretty sure there's only one speedway per overworld level. Need our assistance? No. I don't. I need... Fucking miracle is what I need. Nah. God damn it. Trains, treasures, since treasures... I have a feeling it's probably better because the treasures are the only things not available, like... that loop around. It looks like it's better to end at treasures because it saves me having to go... out and back. I'm losing to my controller. That is what I'm losing to. My controller. I can't! The controls are so dog shit! Why is down up? This is like fucking airplane controls, bro. Completed this game as a child with no problems, by the way. Yeah, exactly, Stevie. This is my exact thought. How'd I manage to fucking do this as a kid? Yeah, the up and down is fucking inverted on the flying. That's why I'm having so many problems. Also, there's no way to do camera up and down, only left and right. God damn it! Holy shit. Anon, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you very much for the... Now, why would you do that? Now, why would you do that? No, honestly, why? Why would you? You don't need to grief me. I grief myself. You wanted drunk camera, but it auto-refunded? Oh, that's weird. Maybe it's not working. Maybe I do have to do treasure, because flying back from the arch to the treasure looks like it's going to be pretty rough. Oh, this is gonna be so close. What are you doing? Holy shit, I did it! And I did a stylish flip. Oh my god. Thank you for not griefing me. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Turns out that if you press triangle, that was like probably muscle memory. If you press triangle, like usually in a normal Spyro game, you glide and you you stop, you don't glide, you like do a little flutter and it. No, I don't want to try again. Get me the fuck out. You do a little like a flutter and you stop where you are. Apparently in this Spyro, you do a flip, and that nearly fucked me. Holy crap. Okay. Okay, right, thanks, Timmy. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, one of you guys took away my fucking gems. So it's a good thing I don't need to go anywhere, huh? Oh, I remember this. Getting the gems here is the worst. But I did it first try. So don't worry about it. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, we're gonna go do my favorite level. We're gonna go do my favorite level. Which is this level. Dark Hollow. It sounds like a level that would be my favorite, huh? Why? Why would you? Why? Okay, thanks. This guy was fucking deadass just twerking on me. Ow. Oh, fucking the controls. Alban.
Oh, it's you. I wasn't sure if you'd escape those annoying little creatures. Of course, they wouldn't bother me, but here's a hint. Metal armor is fireproof, but a charge attack will take care of them.
A charge attack will take care of them. Thank you very much for that. Jesus, what? Whoa! Okay, right. This is a bit freaky. Wow, okay. Okay, right. Sure. Keep going. The bane of any game, the camera, yeah. Isn't it what they say about the Souls game? The worst enemy is not like the actual creature that you're fighting, it's always your camera. You not. It's rude. Go away. Boom. Hello. Oswin.
Spyro, want to know a secret? Use the triangle button when you want to zoom in and look around. Oh, your secret's safe with me.
4. What? What? Hello, Rundle. How's it going? What? What is wrong with me? There we go. Okay. We're getting it. We're getting it. Honestly, I will not lie to you. I could be using a fucking, like, one of those steering wheels used for the driving games. I'd probably be having an easier time. Do you see how, like, when I need to turn around, it will just... Oh, thank you. It will do a full circle instead of just immediately stopping and turning around? It's not supposed to do that. It is... He does... Like... Yeah, you see? He can turn. But for some reason, if I'm turning left or right, it's a bit... hit or miss on whether it wants to do the sharper turn. So yeah, I am fighting demons. As I said, this game is just nostalgia for me. I mean, like, obviously quirks and stuff aside. Fucking Freddy Fazbear in my chat. Alright, thank you so much for the tier 3 resub. Thank you very, very much, Faz. Very sweet of you. I really appreciate it. Happy 36 months. Enjoy your well-deserved clown emote. Thank you very, very much. How's it going? And thank you for the self-care check too. Sorry to hear about the shit with the Hell's wee sister. I'm sorry it couldn't work out. It seems that maybe she is more deserving of her name than we thought. I still need to watch Freyren's second season, but I'm trying to finish rewatching JoJo, and I also want to watch Witch Hat Atelier. Fucking rude. 2 weeks always, and she's truly hating on her sister. She's been every day with for 3 years. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the new environment just really... I don't know. Cats can be quite weird. I would know. My little freak of nature is... I'm okay, thank you for asking. A little hungry. I might order food when my groceries get here. Hellish groceries. Why would you order food if you got groceries? Because it's Saturday and I'm gonna be streaming at 12 hours, so don't judge me, okay? Yeah, the not eating is very... She must have just been really, really fucking stressed. Why do I... What is going on? Is someone, like, controlling my game? Like, what is this? Why can't I... Darius!
Big enemies like this Gnorc with the club cannot be charged. But a quick flame, that should defeat them.
What am I gonna get? I don't know. I was thinking maybe curry, but my stomach's a little like... Ugh. So maybe something softer. Stick drift? That's what I thought it was. There's no way I'm getting stiff drift on this fucking... Stick drift on this controller. I think it's because of the camera movement. I changed to active, so when it moves, it just does that. Hello, Ginger. How's it going? She's eating way less than normal. She's quite apathetic. Oh, no. I'm hoping she's gonna bounce back soon. It's always hard seeing your animal like that. Chef's kiss. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things. Lots of good things. We can go do Town Square, I think. I think you can see... Like, yeah. I'm missing coins in Dark Hollow. I need to go back. I'm gonna be permanently missing coins anyway because you guys took those away from me. Have the calming, like, medications and the... Well, I don't know how much medication, but, like, I know you were getting, like, a spray and stuff. Hopefully they're working well enough. Where's my coins? Oh, I forgot to bring the key back. Oh, yay. Thank you for the... Wait, it's... This is a problem. This is the wrong level. Wait, what's gonna happen when I redeem this key? Oh my god, please. No need for the calming medicine, that's good. Wait, what's gonna happen here now when I redeem these gems? How is this gonna work? Oh. That's okay, I guess. 124 out of 100. It's okay, I don't know math. Doesn't matter to me. Fuck off! I'm just trying to get by. So she's still affectionate. That's good. That's good. Welcome back, Jaikon. There's a show happening at the stadium. You should go out like grandma style in a dressing robe with your slipper in your hand and start like waving at them and being like, "Hey, can you keep it down?" Oh, no, why'd that happen? There we go. Okay, now we're gonna go to Town Square. You're gonna teach me how to glide. Thomas.
Hey, Spyro, press the jump button twice to glide. And don't be afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Falling from high mountain peaks? Plummeting into prehistoric glaciers?
Oh, that.
I used to think that when I was younger, when I was a little baby playing this game, do not ask me why I made this association, but for some reason I thought that I had to talk to that guy to fly better every single time. So every time I came through here, or if I died or something, I would go back to him and talk to him to make sure I got my flying superpower. But then it doesn't exist, by the way. Flip-flops, hair tied, screaming at the football stadium. Maybe even a mask with some cucumbers. Face mask, cucumber. Just fly better. Hi, David. How's it going? The portal to Toasty Bus would open without talking to Argus. I mean, we could try it. Fucking goddamn. I don't think I have... No, because I haven't been over there yet. 6:30? Any reason why so early? I just up already, that's fair enough. Oh, so yeah, it does. So when I press triangle, it does work, but you just drop dead. Drop dead. You stop dead. You usually collect all homeworld stuff before going to level. It's just my way of playing. Well, this stops me going back and forth a lot, so... As I said, I'm only doing Artisans anyway. I cannot play the entire game like this. Not Spyro 1. If you want me to play Spyro 1, it would have to be remastered, because Jesus Christ, the controls are so rotten. Thank you for releasing me. Thank you for releasing me. Thank you for releasing me. Thank you for releasing me.
Use the L2 and R2 buttons to get a good look.
Yeah, no, I rebound those. And even now, it's still a bit rough. I do appreciate that in the remastered, they did give them a lot more personality in their looks. But I mean, for the time this was released, I mean, this game was pretty like revolutionary, especially when it came to like the way that loaded stuff in. All right, I didn't want to. Okay, pretty sure I can. No, I'm not good enough for that. Oh. I appreciate the I appreciate the offers, TV. I was pressing forward though, so I just flew straight into the fucking water. It's supposed to be hotter? Oh no.
Thanks, Spyro.
I had the worst itch on the tip of my wing.
Wrong button. No, so flying is inverted. And this, up is down, down is up. And Stevie redeemed enable flying through crowd control. So halfway through that jump, I started flying, but I was already pressing forward. So I just went straight down because my reaction time was not quick enough to read what it said in the corner. 18 degrees? That doesn't sound too bad. Yeah. You know, as a kid, I never used to call them thieves. They used to call them no, literally. That's what we used to call them. Can you fucking not? I'm not even joking. I can't turn the camera, please. I wonder if it would be better if I just played on fucking keyboard and mouse. Any of you guys getting curry for Curry Saturday today? Or are we not bothering?
Spyro, did you see a man dressed in blue running around here? He's a thief, and he's stolen a dragon egg. You've got to track him down.
Amiga call? You're too full for curry? Nonsense.
I'm getting a little winded.
I relate to this. How minutes since you ordered curry? Then you should order some curry. Let me up. Let me up. Okay, don't let me up then. Wish I could. I am sorry. I'm sure someone will eat on behalf for you. I can't remember. There was like stairs. I remember jumping from them. Is it here? Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me? This fucking turning is going to literally make me mental kaboom. Don't worry, I can roll though. Look at this. I didn't want to jump anyway, actually. That was not my plan. Yeah, chicken tikka masala and goat curry yesterday. Well, yesterday was on Saturday, so do you have leftovers you can have today? It's not even us. This is what I told you. Do you want to pick that up? Okay. There is one thing that is like a kind of feels bad about the Ignited trilogy is the fact that they like heavily nerfed Sparks. I don't know if it was intentional, but Sparks' pickup range is absolutely rotten, and sometimes he just won't pick up the gems. And a big problem with that is you'll pass over a lot of gems and won't see them because of the green. The green ones especially. In the shade of the grass they use in the Reignited trilogy, it's just horrible. You cannot see them. Look like Russ. We talked about food here, we're talking about curry.
Thank you for releasing me.
Thank you for releasing me. Alright, where is this fucking thief? Where'd he go? Did he drop down? Wait, I didn't get... Oh no, I did. Cool. We just need to get the egg. Is he back over here? No. Where the fuck did you go? I hear you. Oh, you did drop down. Where'd you go now? Don't know where we get curry at. The hotel doesn't do it. Oh, you're back up there. Okay. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Got you, you little bastard. Fucking bumped my head into that invisible hitbox. Na 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 na. You know my favorite ones to catch? The ones in Icy Peaks, is that the name of the level? In Spyro 3? The Midday Gardens ones? I can't remember what it's called. The one where it's on that track. There's 2 of them. Hotels don't do that here. Over here, it's like a staple. You can get like chicken tikka, specifically, usually chicken tikka, literally anywhere. Everywhere. It's equivalent to chicken tenders being on every menu. Else, you know, I call them chicken strips, but chicken tenders, you know, being on a menu everywhere. The chicken, the tikka masala, you will find it fucking everywhere. At any pub, any fucking hotel, any restaurant, it will have chicken tikka. And it'll always come in a fuck-ass like metal bowl. Like a wee metal bowl. The lime and red one in Icy Peak behind the one challenge portal, yeah. I like that one. Lots of cool little secret places you can get into in that level. But my favorite level is Charmed Ridge. That's my favorite level. My favorite Spyro level ever. I remember trying to always just jump in there when I was younger. Find a place to order from, put it on my government travel card. I don't see why not. Oh, that was a little weird. Gavin. Fireworks Factory is the best music in Year of the Dragon. However, Fireworks Factory pisses me the fuck off. I automatically get fucking annoyed when I have to go to Fireworks Factory. Don't get me wrong, Evening Lake levels are goated, but fucking... I hate Agent 9 levels, for starters. There is a... If you don't know, it's actually like a Doom-styled Agent 9 level in Fireworks Factory. It's probably the most... To be fair, it's probably the most bearable Agent 9 level in the game, but I hate Agent 9's levels. Secondly, the fucking double dragon challenge you have to do to fucking kill both of those dragons. Oh my god, what a pain in my asshole. I fucking get so irritated. I think they made it easier in the remastered trilogy, but Jesus Christ. Spike's Arena is good. There's a metal version that's like on YouTube, or metal rock, whatever you want to call it, version on YouTube of that it goes insanely hard. Agent 9 has a couple of gameplay mechanics that acted as a predecessor to Ratchet & Clank games. Well, that doesn't surprise me, because if I remember correctly, when Insomniac dropped Spyro,
Or step on one of their platforms, you're saving your
I remember them distinctly saying, or at least it was either in an interview, or I remember when I was watching like a Spyro history video or something, it was to do, there was like a quote that was used as like, there was limits on how much they could do with Spyro, and they were already running out of options. They introduced the playing as other characters thing in Spyro 3, and then they were just kind of like, I don't know what to do. And I think they specifically said, you know, Spyro can't hold a gun, is what they said. or something along those lines as to why it was like, well, there's not really much more we can do because he's a dragon, you know? And I was like, you know. Personally, I think it's a bit of a pretty poor excuse. As you see in the later games when, you know, they fucking give Spyro different types of breaths and whatnot. It is what it is.
Fancy vortex thingamajigger. It'll take you back to the artisan home. But first, let me tell you a story.
No thanks. See ya.
See ya. Dude, I felt like the dog's bollocks when I found this when I was a kid. I actually was like, oh my god, I'm insane. He's not interested at all. There's a dragon similar to that in Spyro Hero's Tale. Spyro Hero's Tale is one of like the kind of spinny offy Spyro games that I don't mind. I think they gave it a really good try. It wasn't a bad effort, in my opinion. It has its fair share of problems and laziness issues, but they actually brought Nasty Nork back in that one, so you have Nasty Nork in Spyro Hero's Tale, and you have fucking Ripto in Spyro Into the Dragonfly. So even, you know, as fucking diabolical as Enter the Dragonfly is, you know, even that considered, they did, you know, try and tie it in with the kind of Spyro universe that they had going on, which is a pretty cool thing in my opinion. Oh, I can always get fucking... Wait, there's just like a... Isn't there a map option? No. That must have just been on the remastered. Why the other map? This way. Na 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 na. Can you double jump in Spyro? It might only be Spyro 2. I can do the double jump in Spyro 2. Wondered how Ripto survived the lava at the end of Spyro 2. At least Sasha's just killed off for real in Year of the Dragon. That's what you think. What if she comes back? Double X is only Glide in the original trilogy. No, there's a mechanic in Spyro. I think it's only in Spyro 2 though. You can double jump. It's not supposed to be a mechanic, but it is a mechanic. I remember, I think people were a little kind of upset that they didn't add that in the remastered version. $50 to $75 a day for food? Wait, that's crazy. Can I get on that too? Are you buying for all of us? Curry's on Russell, everyone.
My friend, how about a hint on gliding?
You bet.
For the longest glide, press the X button at the top of a jump, and try pressing the triangle button to drop down in mid-flight.
Your flight is mid. That's what you usually go when you travel too? Damn. I suppose it depends on where you are too, though, because, you know, things can get a little costly. I love the force field sound this makes. Oh, wait. The force field isn't here. Oh, bollocks. Well, oops. It's here. I was really happy to see that in Spyro 2 they brought these back as well, in that robot place. You gotta enlist first. But I'm just a little guy. $125? Oh, so they change it depending on where you're... That's pretty cool. The long glide. You know, I'm kind of thankful for the, not to jinx it or to entice or to antagonize you guys, but I'm kind of thankful for how like quiet it is. But I just know, like, the more quiet it is now, the rougher it's gonna be. What is this tilt? I think I need to turn off the active camera. I think that might be causing a tilt. Alright, thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, Tammy. That's very pog. I'm just saying, it is probably going to be rough for Deep Rock later, the quieter it is now, is the assumption I was making. Yeah, you just killed Spyro. Spyro had nothing to do with this. I was the one talking shit, and Spyro had to suffer for that. Crazy. Alright, I got everything. Gotcha. Missing 4 coins somewhere. That's 4 reds or 2 greens. Is it the other way around? Oh, or it could be 2 reds and a green. Aha, it was. Boom. 120, the fucking Dark Hollow being like that. Guys, I'm not cheating, I swear. Hello, Boyka, how's it going? I need to go this way, right? Alley-oop. You're in transit? That's okay. I think the last thing now is just this guy, right? How many coins were taken away? It doesn't open. Let me have a little scroll over here. How many fucking coins were taken away earlier? And who took them away? Take gem. It just says take gems. I think you need to speak to the dragon. Yeah. We were just asking. Jaikon asked earlier if
The artisan's boss is through a portal behind me. You can challenge him now.
if the door would open without speaking to Argus. Spyro is the first game I ever played. It is my favorite game. Well, game series, I want to say. I think I have all the coins, by the way. This is just a lie because I had coins. Someone took gems away from me earlier. Spyro 1 is okay. As I said, Artisan's level is like the best thing ever, and then the rest of them are kind of just like, eh. Toasty! What the dog's doing? Can you fucking stop? I hit you like 6 times, but whatever. Be careful with these controls. Don't yeet myself off the edge. What the hell is this? Super flame. I don't know how much that's gonna do for me. I still need to hit the dog twice. But I appreciate that. How'd the super flame appear? Stevie redeemed it on crowd control. The same way that the coins were, the gems were taken away from me. This is so rotten. Basically, if you didn't know, I have to be careful with the controls because they're not very good. I don't think at this point it's not because of the game, it might be because of the PlayStation.
Nasty Nork has put one of his most devious henchmen in charge of the artisan world.
Devious.
Come on. I think I smell a barbecue.
Be careful,
Ooh, barbecue
Spyro.
would be so
This
good.
boss has many tricks up his sleeve.
God damn it. It's okay, it was just a tactic to get sparks back. Oh, okay, right, whatever. Nice. What? It made a sheep noise. What? It's a sheep? What? Get out of here. I like that it doesn't turn into a fucking butterfly. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh. That's Artisans completed. I can't believe the Speedway gave me the most fucking beef ever. The other homeworlds are rough because you can just die in them. We'll go see them. Hello. No, I didn't. Oi! Oi! Hello, Succumbia. How's it going? We have about an hour until we are due to do some repoing. I'm not gonna be playing this level. I want to see where the tent guy is. This always made me wait. I can't remember how. Oh yeah, there it is. They're fucking showing their butts at me. Isn't that crazy? So we have about an hour until it is repoing time with the friends. So maybe I was thinking we could do a little bit of Clover Pit if you want. We're probably gonna play repo for a couple of hours. We might have to do Deep Rock after repo. If we are doing Deep Rock. I can't guarantee you a Deep Rock. I'll do my best. I don't know if an hour is long enough to do Deep Rock. we'll see what the council say. But yeah, that was Spyro. Should not have taken as long as it did, probably, but we did it. We did it. I'm gonna move over to the just chatting while I. Good job. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for self-care check. I also got groceries soon, so. You get a goat curry? Why is everybody eating goat curry? Or we could just chill for a bit. Shoot the shit. Or we could try the disrupts only. We got Overwatch and League for that. That's the one where you like flashbang the screen and shit. Hello Viper, how's it going? What? Everyone's eating goat curry. You know, it makes sense. There's probably enough of him to go around to make portions of curry for everyone, right? I'm okay, thank you for asking. Hello, Sleepy. How's it going? Hello, Jaffe. How's it going? Don't turn me into curry. I think it's too late. Apparently, everyone and their mother is eating it. It'll probably make my stomach hurt. Damn. I'm not even the one doing the bullying. You're gonna punch your stomach and make it hurt. I try it, I guess. I don't know if there's anywhere over here could get that from. You guys are funny. Goat. I don't know if Winter is still in here. Would you re-up for Deep Rock after Repo or... Hello, Sag. How's it going? Probably make it work. I mean, I've never really played Deep Rock on my own. I probably could do that. The end of the world. Thank you for the 245 sushi. It's a weird message. And thank you for the 115 Stream Chic tag. I appreciate it. Oh, we're chilling, we're chilling. It might be a bit messy. Don't want to be rude and accumulate all the trash for the hotel. I mean, you gotta eat. What do you mean might be messy? You eating with your fucking, like, feet? Like, what do you mean? Sorry, I just... Oh, I need to... There's a bunch of fucking chat playlist stuff I see. I'll add that in a bit. I see Snowy is adding his entire discography. That's a joke. You can add as many songs as you want. 115 mentioned... You've been doing a lot of Easter eggs lately, right? I keep getting memes about doing Easter eggs. The sign. What is the sign? To also do these strikes. I don't know what I'm doing for them. I don't know jack shit about them. I appreciate you too, Jaffe. Remodding Repo? Do you want to mod Repo? I could ask Phantom if he has any... He really likes playing Repo. I did some grinding earlier for some cosmetics. I found some insane shit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Eager excitement, a sea of impatience and waiting incitement. It's all so enticing, it's so mesmerizing, hypnotizing, the rhythmic beguiling. Oh, oh. Played some with my roommate. We got so few cosmetics, I wanted to cry. So that's a skill issue. I looked it up. It turns out the chance of getting cosmetics increases the more levels you do. Until you get to like level 4, the chances are very, very, very low. So... yeah, I was gonna say, roommate? Are you talking? Did you call your partner a roommate? I'm telling Zesty. I'm telling Zesty you called them a roommate. That's fucked up. Rip the roof up out of here, take it to the stratosphere. Some food places you get your food wrapped and can take it in a bag easy to condense the trash. Crew would have to come in a container, I imagine. Only really 2 small waste bins for my room. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna force you to have curry. I'm just saying, you know. Alright. Rip the roof up out of here, take it to the stratosphere. and they were roommates. Whoa, whoa. All right. 5 till 6. Do I risk playing games while waiting on my groceries? Hi, Ghost. Because I could play a few Overwatch games. Only ones you can pause. I don't play a lot of pausable games when I think about it. I should check my shop and cry. So true. More peer surveillance, sleeping with sirens. Whatever you say. What's your guys' playlist? Let's start a session. Okay. Right. Sick. I'm sure it'll be fine. Take a shower? Wait, me? I did. I don't think we are using... You will, Winter, you will probably need the crowd control mod. I'm not sure, actually. Maybe, probably. Oh, my shop didn't refresh. No, it did. What the fuck is this? Are you kidding me? What is this? Whatever. Anyone want to join for some Overwatch? Torture myself with you? Fantastic, that's what we like to hear. Might pass today. We're probably not gonna play along anyway. I mean, if you want to join for Repo Snowy, you're free to. If you have it. I don't know if you have Repo. What am I doing? I need to invite... invite Fan to me. I have to check if I have it. Oh, good. No worries, Jaffe. Thank you so much for lurking. I appreciate it. You wanna know what's crazy? Me. I'm crazy. Haha. I'm the Joker, baby. You actually own Repo? A lot of people do. It's a pretty popular game. Hello. Yeah, disruptive ones, yeah. Oh, wait, cancel the search. Can you change your role?
No, I'm trying to.
I see my...
Here.
Okay, right. I see my... It's just letting move! I literally see my, the van is here, Asda is here.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
So I'm gonna
Gives
have
me
to
time
BRB in
to
2 seconds.
be financially irresponsible.
On sale for $9 US. Pretty cheap game all around.
Yeah, it's not expensive. Repo is one of those games where it's the money you spend on it is absolutely worth it because it's not
Yeah.
expensive and you're gonna have a good time for a few hours.
And
at
it's
least.
moddable.
Yeah, it's moddable.
So even if it didn't have any updates, honestly,
yep,
mod compatibility in these games very key because they really lengthen the lifespan.
Yeah, if you make a Unity game and you don't make it moddable, you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Hmm. Exactly. Wait, why are you only endorsement level 4, Winter? Have you been toxic?
There was that game the other. Oh, you didn't finish that game, right? You left because you got a spawn camp, which was very valid. However, I flamed the fuck out of that Reinhardt and that jetpack.
Okay, alright. Holy shit, okay, fair enough. Ray, hello! Perfect timing, welcome in, Raiders. I'm just gonna send you over to the raid video real quick. Oh my god. No, I'm not, because it's not working. The plan's not working! Wait!
Trolled, I guess.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Galamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is that?
No!
I have to wait for stream delay. I don't know when it's back. I could already be back. I could have just been here this whole time. Hi chat. It's just me. Hell will be right back. She had to go get her food. Welcome Raiders. You just saw the raid video, so I'm not going to explain anything about her. I'm her mod. You probably know that though. How was your stream, Ray? I hope you had a good time. You know you don't need to stay around and talk to me though. Hopefully you guys can actually hear me. Hopefully she didn't leave Discord unmuted. Hopefully. They're eating good this year? Yeah, well, you'll be getting me playing whatever game that I'm buying to play soon, too. So, you'll get 2, even 3? 3. Hello, Ray. Welcome, Raiders. Yes, I'm doing unpaid labor, Igor. Stream's great, mostly productive. There's stream. Nice, very good. Excellent, glad to hear it. What are you, I don't get time to stop by your stream because you're streaming times that I can't watch. What are you developing? Like, out of curiosity. If you don't want to explain it, though, that's okay, too. Just curious. And I'm doing alright. Can't complain. It's really warm. I don't know how to translate my freedom units to you guys, but it's hot. I don't normally sweat, but I'm currently sweating. Which is unfortunate. Hope all of you guys are doing well. It's I don't know what day. It's Saturday today? Yeah, it's Saturday. There's the actual streamer here. Hell is simply contracted. I can't afford to contract anyone. I barely make enough money as it is. The collision system exploded, fixed, exploded again, fixed it, made it damage. Just nice. Working on a game engine with very vague goal. Oh, right. You did say you've been working on a game engine. Cool. That sounds exciting. Can't believe you're making a whole, like, that's just crazy. Like a whole thing, like a Unity, you know? It's crazy. Like, it genuinely blows my mind. Like, I went to school for, like, I have a degree in game art. I went to school for 3D modeling. So, like, I have some level of, maybe not that, what you're doing, but, you know, some level of that kind of stuff is in my brain. I always find that stuff cool. I'm the contract. Ah, okay. That makes more sense. I'm just a bastard. Hello, David. Me too. You guys keep distracting me. I was trying to make a purchase. What do I say in the gift message? Simpler than that. Using a library for
Hello, I'm back. I'm so sorry. I fucked up on my grocery order, by the way. I ordered
How did you fuck up?
I ordered, so there's this like flavored water. It's like blackcurrant and apple, and I had bought like a 500 milliliter bottle of it and tried it when Brock was over, and I was like, I should get some more of these for like when I have to go out places, and I can just carry it in my bag. And so I ordered 7 of them, and they're not 500 milliliters, they're like 1.25 liters. I'm like, oh, these are a lot bigger than I remember them being. Completely out of breath. Yeah, I was rushing. I was rushing.
Now, yes.
Let's see. Ray, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a lovely stream. I'm pretty surprised it's quite late for you. So, you probably, assuming you did enjoy yourself. I'm assuming Winter did a decent enough introduction.
Yes, I hope so.
Do we have any? Do we want to rate the introduction? Anybody wants to give it a number on a scale of 1 to 10? How good was the greeting from Winter? You can let me know. Depending on the rating, will, you know, help shape his demise, I suppose. He said 5 slurs. You can just leave the stream to him. He's retired. Leave the old man alone. You made tons of progress in your game. I'm glad to hear it, Ray. 8 out of 10 didn't set things on fire. 10 out of 10. Your gamepad? Vimto is good. I haven't had Vimto in so long. I did see in store that actually, I'm gonna queue this up again. There was like Vimto, but it was like orange, and I was like, what the fuck? This isn't Vimto. Vimto is like purple. No, sorry, my groceries came at a very unfortunate timing. So yeah, I do apologize. I did not intend to be rude. Yeah, at the moment we are just playing some WWF. We're not playing WWF, and it hasn't been called WWF for fucking at least 20 centuries. Playing some Overwatch while we wait, because we're gonna do some repo in about 40 minutes. So just so you know, crowd control is on for this, and any coins you pay for, if you use the link, they go straight to the charity. None of it goes to me. So you can torture me. And how does it work in a game like Overwatch? Well, it's not a discriminate, like a specific set of crowd control stuff. It is in fact just let Let me just turn this down. Like a lot of disruptive stuff. So if you wanted to, you could flashbang my screen. You could play stupid noises and whatnot. So, you know.
You only get free coins once a month, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
Why?
I'm cheating then, because I got my free coins already, and I just got 50 free more.
So many different languages.
Oh, sick.
I've decided to learn them all.
Yeah. What the fuck?
I can order a box of Vimto cans.
When I get the most kills, okay?
280 yen per can. Crazy. Do I want to play Life Weaver? Do you guys like my crosshair? I made it pretty. And by pretty, I mean it's kind of edgy. For me, it doesn't matter about aiming because my aim is going to be dog shit regardless, so I need to still turn this down a bit. It's so loud. I just got fucking hands-oed. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. It's too loud. There we go. £1.30 GPP. Cans? I remember back in the day when, like, I'm assuming by cans you mean like 330 milliliters. They used to be, like a couple of pennies. I can't. I'm so bad. Please. No! Where did you come from? I thought I was safe. It's still a little bit expensive. What the fuck is this? Why? Who do they have?
What is on your screen, dude?
Yeah, I don't know what you just... That apparently it's yogurt drip. I don't think that's yogurt drip, so...
Not yogurt, bro.
Sorry for griefing, guys. I'm just a little...
I'm griefing, dude. Don't even worry.
Diva,
Oh, Diva,
Diva.
I need you to stop. Diva, please. Okay, she's alive somehow.
And then... Okay, right. Why is it green now? What is this? This is fucking crazy! I can't heal past the shield. I'm gonna change to fucking Moira. I can't. I need something easy to play. Don't worry, I just fully charged his over health for everyone. What is this? What are you putting on my screen? Winter that kills you!
Well, I was in the middle of it and couldn't... yeah, you know. How much I can...
Trying! Please, no. I can't fucking focus. What do you mean? What are these? Jesus Christ, they're so loud! Oh my god!
Shut up, man.
Guys, I'm gonna switch after this. I can't fucking... Well, it's good to see that you guys enjoy those, so I can just play League of Legends and... Okay.
Okay.
You just go play the game? Sick.
Nope.
This Overwatch or Overwatch Not 2? This is, 300 heroes. What the hell is that? I don't know. Take the green over the yoga? Honestly, I would take the yoga. The green is kind of hurting my eyes. The yogurt does look incredibly fucking suspicious, though. What is this? Oh my god. No! That's horrible. That's... I can't see anything!
That's crazy.
I think Diva died because of that.
I don't think you were saving her anyway. She dove their whole team.
I can't. I'm switching. That was horrible. TV guy from Mystery Case Files? Wasn't that just fucking Charles? But his head was on a TV? That lasts way too long. I'm fucking griefing my entire team. I deserve to get flamed, honestly, if they flame me. Thank you for the 50 streaking away. Oh my god, I'm so stressed.
It could be worse.
I'm so sorry, guys. They're gonna get bored of it eventually. I don't know if you're down to do some deep rock after Repo, by the way. Yeah, okay, that's cool. CBT into CBT. Oh yeah, no, that's fine.
I got some super something I can make.
What flavor?
Clam chowder. I bet a chicken noodle as well, not sure. But I'd rather eat the chowder.
Oh, oops.
Trial version.
What do you mean trial version? What does that even mean?
What, chowder? It's like a thick
No,
soup.
no. They're fucking redeeming sounds.
Oh.
It's so grating. I ain't gonna lie. Oh my god, stop!
Oh, good, a real tank.
Wait, is that your... Stop this! Ow, fucking stop this fire alarm shit! Oh my god, that is so loud. Why is your DVD? Oh my fucking god, I can't hear a fucking thing. Just fucking god. These guys probably think I'm the world's fucking most... I've been planted in their game to rage bait them. I am so sorry, team. Maybe I should have done this when we have like a full stack.
I think
they have a Moira.
This is what it's normally like playing with randoms anyway. You're just giving them a taste of their own medicine. What is happening on your screen?
I don't know! Maybe I'm better off as... Unironically, maybe I'm... Why is everything green? Oh my god. If people are dying, I can't tell. Oh, she's on her own.
Why did she go that way?
Okay. Thanks for the carry, team. I'm already fucking going insane. Like, I'm so overstimulated right now. I don't know what to say.
What was the plan there, bro?
Someone's on our side. Oh, he soloed me? Okay. One thing at a time? More like 7. That was like a goated fucking May ult and no one else was there. That was like an insane May ult.
Honestly, I was planning to tell May don't install after this game, but yeah, okay, sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, no, not yeah, but...
Where did this boyfriend come from? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
No. This is fucking May wall. I don't know. What is going on? I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. I'm away to have a myocardial infarction at any given moment. The only respite I have is that you guys have to be careful redeeming the louder sounds because it's loud for you too, and I can't control that. Magic is real? Fuck yeah. Excuse you! Was there someone... Winter, check your shorts.
Huh?
It's not loud for us, it looks like it's news. Someone redeemed like a fart.
Oh.
Diva's already fucking out of her man!
Yep. Oh, they've got a hog now. Excellent. I'm out of here. Thanks.
Guys, what are we doing?
I don't know, dude.
I just... I see. Honestly, do I just switch back to Life Weaver at this point? Now that I can play the game? Alright, fantastic. Good one, May. Good one, May! She fucking walled herself, like the diva, off and then proceeded to die to the Reaper anyway. I've died 11 times, I should be quiet. Maybe this May has crowd control on too.
You're right, she must. Oh, is that why all of our randoms play like this?
You know, I don't want any part of that. Well, I have ult, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to... do anything about it. Honestly, I deserve my account. GG, idiots! Uninstall! Dude, what is going on? Do you think they know? Should I tell them? I was playing with substances on my screen. Reaper of my life. Trading wheel heroes. Thank you, sub check Ray. I'm playing bad for charity, I know, right? I am though. Like I actually am. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, goat.
That was certainly one of the games of all time. So I just
What am I supposed to do? Would you have played better in that situation?
Oh, then the diva, yes.
Come on your screen and fucking Vadim in your back garden. Thank you.
That's
I'm
just
glad you
what-
found that funny.
That's just what it sounds like every day to me.
What are you saying, bro?
Like every day when I wake up, I always hear brum brum.
Right, I guess I can't hear all the noises, my bad. I only see the visuals.
News just in. Winter can't hear.
It's because I don't hear myself.
Oh. Okay, Phantom wants to. Are we all ready for Repo now? Okay, we can just go play Repo.
I don't know what the plan is. I'm just
that's cool. It's cool. We can play a few over. I'm here.
Voice messages. Nah, I'm not that boomer.
Fuck.
What?
I won't play this map.
Well, we have to.
I know.
Daisy Cooper, I'm so sorry. Guys, you can pick my hero. Who do you want me to play? Apart from Brigitte. I'm not playing Brigitte. Who would you like me to play?
Oh, you know what would be fantastic? With all these screen disturbances, you should play Anna, so you can't even see what the fuck you're aiming at.
I'm LARPing as Anna.
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh.
I'm
The Dizzy Cooper joined the voice channel and said hello. Rem?
gonna go.
Who the fuck is
like,
Rem?
Ramatra? Like, what are you saying, bro? Like, Rem from ReZero, huh?
Someone kill Daniel, the cat thing? Oh, Fika. Jetpack cat.
Yeah.
Jetpack cat with this comp on this map. I surely am going to have a game of all time. Honestly, if fucking shit starts going on my screen, I'm immediately gonna just press spacebar. Can this just fucking... God, fucking kill her! God damn.
Yeah, I think I'd rather be in Reaper's face than Sierra's.
Oh, she fucking got me, no.
Shit, I can't save us. Oh, I feel like I'm doing this shit all on Brigitte.
Welcome to playing Brigitte.
I know. Oh, is
Guys,
it?
I think my food is here.
Well, I guess we'll get it.
The enemy has started their push.
No, not like this is going particularly well.
No, this is winnable. Okay, maybe I'll just swap. I'm sorry. I'll play a useful hero. Just flip on your AI bot switch or whatever that you definitely have and turn yourself into an AI. Just like, you know, in Left 4 Dead, you know, when you go AFK for long enough and the AI takes over?
Oh, right. I see. I'll do that. Hey, why am I doing that?
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I need more P. I need more P. I'm sorry, I didn't have enough P.
I mean, I can't do anything here. Everyone's just dying.
Yeah, I should have swapped off
Sorry
Brigitte
about that.
Brigitte, whatever her name is.
What'd you order? Just some chicken. I thought I was gonna get curry, but I think my stomach's a little too sensitive.
Okay. I got wrecked. Suck him! Yeah!
Excuse you. You have food? Nice. What do you have? Tuna, lemon pepper with her Havarti cheese. They do chicken. I see.
Hello from Italy,
Hello from Italy. I hope you're having a nice time in Italy. Ines, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 17 months. Thank you, thank you.
You got obliterated by that. I thought I could at least keep you alive for a little bit for that, but I could not at all.
Sick.
Alright.
Don't worry, the supports will carry.
You mean a support will carry?
Literally, that's what I do.
Ah.
This guy's behind. Yeah, this is what we're doing. This guy is just throwing his fucking balls at me. I'm not the best cat player, but she's fun. Pulled pork, potato boats, red pepper. Holy shit! You guys are all eating fucking good tonight. Bye-bye. A fucking Mercy flew with him!
That's nuts.
Fucking goddamn. Got him.
That's so much to
In the interest of science, what?
Yep.
Winter's playing the scientist, not me. We got a camo, would Goat have to join? Yes. Holy shit, that did so much damage to you.
Yeah, kill him! Oh, nice. Good job, guys.
Are you about to make a call to Brad? Fucking stupid tracking, bro.
Oh no, I can't.
Oh no. I don't think I'm gonna get there in time. No. It's for charity after all. What do you mean it's for charity? You're not.
Brad doesn't
Yeah,
count as a
don't-
charity.
No, what?
Yeah.
Well,
What are you talking about?
I understand everyone's very excited for me to partake in the fucking all-day cat mode, I guess, but I live in an entire house full of people, and
I think that's something you'd have to plan around, yes?
yes.
Yeah, so maybe
That's
wait
making
until you can
kinda low,
plan
but-
around it.
What a wuss.
Yeah, a little bit, you know.
Wow.
That's not my fault.
I'll be right. I'm gonna get drunk. Well, already up and then.
Sorry, I tease. This is what I'd yawn in front of the family. Don't blame you. Wouldn't yawn in front of my parents either. In front of Zesty, my old roommates, who cares? That fucking whatever. Or God forbid your fucking brother or sister too. They'll do it at you and never let you live it down. So very valid.
Yes.
Listen. Not enjoying as you hoped? I'm sorry to hear that. That's never ideal. Less stress regardless. I mean, I get it. Sometimes that shit happens.
2 flashpoints?
Just don't pick Flashpoint.
I should have voted for a flashpoint.
Aggressively flashes my point. Hi. Do not worry, I am here.
Oh no, you're playing the worst tank.
The best tank, what do you mean?
The worst tank as in like you hate him the most.
Yes.
I love playing this tank.
Yeah, I was gonna
He's
say,
broken.
is,
Broken.
fucking Hazard is, yeah. Hazard is.
Yeah, he's fucking stupid. Yeah.
I like
I just
vibe
hate
checking
hearing
people with this.
Has. I mean, that's not that funny.
When I see my own McCready high noon, I just go, hi fella, bye.
How are you doing, Phantomy? Are you feeling okay?
Could be better, could be a lot worse, so, you know.
It's about to get a lot worse because I'm on Kiriko.
That's fair. I am
Have you
still
seen
like,
7 of
the
my
crowd
friends feels
control
like at least
effects
5
she's
of them are little
experienced?
children. Oh no.
'Cause, yeah,
it's the
gonna get
worst when you
worse.
go on a holiday and nothing feels collaborative, but you're just sat there fucking having to do everything, decide everything, plan everything, and make sure everyone is acting, you know, like a normal human being when you're in a different country.
excuse me. There.
Leave him, Moira. Imagine acting like a normal human being. Yeah.
I would never.
I get that these things can be exciting, but you know, you have some ounce of responsibility when you're in a different country too. Don't be a dick.
Okay.
Let's go.
His shoulder, he's killing me.
We asked him not to.
Yeah. Oh, I'm really trying to keep you guys alive.
Ow. Okay, what about me then?
Muck hamster over here. He's dead.
I'm the only one who knows how to properly take care of a kitchen, and one of the few who knows how to take care of a house. Don't know how they survive. That makes me cringe. Like, I will give the benefit of the doubt to some people that, you know, sometimes you just, you know, you can't control your upbringing, okay? But there comes a point in life that you should be able to have at least a little bit of, you know.
Well, that's fun.
Oh, I should not be playing Kiriko. A little bit of proactiveness in how you...
Let's get back to it.
Learn the skills that you weren't taught, you know?
Yeah, like I can't cook great. My partner cooks most of our food, but like I can cook some things, and they've taught me how to cook stuff too.
I can fry an egg.
Chicken, pasta, and put pizza in the oven.
I can make really good mashed potatoes.
Or at least not chicken I make. She wants she needs like chicken tenders or something.
Bye.
Oh, I'm so fucked.
Why am I in here now? Oh no. Do love me some pasta and chicken though.
You know that Superman meme where he gets pulled by the cape? That's how I felt when Orisa pulled me back with the ult. I was like, oh, where the fuck do you think you're going,
The
fella?
entire kitchen was coated in a layer of fat. I hate rude people like that when you're... I can't. Have some decorum. Have some shame.
Oh, I fumbled. I fumbled. Thank you.
Oh, no, 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 no!
I don't have the rock.
No, I was reloading.
Fuck, she got me. Shame is turned from something people feel to something people inflict. I hate it. Yeah, I can't.
Oh, they switched to the bird.
I think I need to learn to be a bit more hard arse with people that are not respecting my space like that.
Why would there be fat all over the kitchen, though? Like a thick layer. Did you just season the kitchen? You know, like you would do with a wok or with one of those silly mortar and pestles when you like crush stuff and cover them in fat.
And then like a
burn it
greasy air or like oil that is spitting everywhere and not turning on any extraction fans or opening any windows.
Yeah.
Like the last time I heard get the fat off the counter, I just, you know, jumped off.
He woke his brother around 2:30 to take care of it. Oh my god. I mean, it depends for me personally. If someone had an issue and they were like really troubled by it, I wouldn't mind if they did something like that with me. Otherwise, no. Sorry for pulling you back from killing yourself.
I crave death.
You and every other fucking tank player.
hate so much.
I swear to fucking god.
I don't think they belong on the point.
What the fuck?
I hope that's not coming for us.
No, he cast it on himself.
Oh. That's commitment to the bit, that's for sure. Oh, I'm not surviving this.
This Moira is trying to jump up for me. Right. We're putting this down.
Thank you.
We're killing.
Ah. What? What was that angle though? What the hell?
I fucking can't react in time.
I need to swap. I just wanted to swap.
Oh, fair enough. You be cooking for them more or less? As a gift turns out, I never felt more insulted about my cooking than in the past few days. There's always some comment I receive. I would just fucking stop. You're kinder than me.
Starve.
I would fucking, that would be the last fucking straw. I pulled the wrong person.
Oh, that's... Oof. That's all ultimates.
Nice.
Probably didn't need my ultimate.
No.
But I really wanted to make sure Goat didn't die. He was low.
Yeah, cook for yourself. Like, honestly, I know it's easier said than done. I'm very well aware. Fucking, you know, especially when you're on holiday, staying with people you might not necessarily stay with for a longer period of time. I get it. The confrontation and conflict might not seem worth it, but honest to fucking God. Make them a rush slip of goop if they want to complain. I wouldn't even do that. I honestly would not even do that. I would just go full fucking... I would probably tell them. Personally, actually, I wouldn't tell them. I would probably go like fucking full on non-verbal. I would probably get really upset. But the responsible thing would be to be like, hey, I don't care for this attitude. And I'm not dealing with it. So you guys can fucking fend for yourselves. And just try and enjoy the holiday the best way that you can. Good work! Holy shit. It came from one person, she was stressed herself, but that doesn't excuse- No. Her being fucking... Her being stressed does not excuse fucking being a piece of shit the entire time. If you don't mind me saying. I suppose I don't know them, but... At the end of the day, it's up to you how you want to proceed. I personally would not. I would be like, you know, okay, we need to have a talk about this because this is not on. I am on holiday as much as anyone else is, and I don't feel like I'm on holiday. It's not fair on me, you know? You guys want to play one more and then we can set up a repo?
We can do one.
I gotta go feed the dog, so I will let you guys do one more.
Alright.
And then I'll see you for repo.
Bye bye. I like the pettiness. Make a bit of bread, super rush the proper one. Just have the proper one for yourself. Tell them what you were rushed so that you have it. I suppose. If you want to be petty. But I feel like...
that invites conflict.
Well, it's not even
more.
just that. In this instance, I feel like you've already wasted a lot of time on them that they didn't deserve.
It's a waste of energy, my opinion.
It's
Just
not
let them
fair at
starve.
all. Hmm.
That was me cooking burgers. I gave some to my extended family, and they were like, "We don't like these. They have too much onion." Like, bro,
There is no such thing as too much onion.
they don't like onions. And next time I cooked burgers, I just sent them the patty. I didn't even fucking put bread. I was like, "There you go, decorated, you fuckers." But they're my extended family, so I can, annoy them. If they were like strangers, I wouldn't.
That's personal.
even
Yeah, that's
bother.
fair enough. There are some instances where I would be petty too, honestly, but in this situation, on a holiday, limited time to enjoy myself, I wouldn't want to waste that limited time on people who don't give a fuck. Holy
Oh, I
fucking
want to
levels.
show off my cool skin. I got a skin. That's really cool. Look at this.
Oh, is that the mythic?
Yes. Yep.
You bought look, that's I hope you're happy with it, but you've possibly bought the the worst mythic in the game.
I don't care. I play Orisa, and none of my other tanks have mythics.
I love Orisa,
If we do this right,
but I think it's so fucking diabolical, the mythic that she has. I think it's not
Like,
very
it's
fair
kinda
compared to
cute.
some of the... Compared to... I mean, it's fine, but it's like, when you look at all the other mythic skins everyone has and the customization and whatnot, it feels like they really didn't give a fuck. I think I really like the wood one, I don't know what it's called.
The
Hello,
wood
Uncle,
one?
how's it going?
Oh god, that's not good.
No, it's not.
I don't get to play Orisa apparently, because this is a Sakma. Okay. But yeah, I got it with a battle pass, so I didn't have to spend anything. I managed to get everything for free.
Fucking goddamn.
Well,
They have a
just my
Genji. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fair, that's fair. I bought Anna's mythic gun, and I bought Moira's mythic skin. Moira's mythic skin might be the best in the game, honestly.
Am I gonna have to like play fucking replay this game? Just dive up there and fall down. But no, because I will do that.
Thanks.
My condition is improved. They're making gains. We must limit them.
Oh, what the fuck? She was up on the fucking life leader thing. I mean, I could go cat if you want me to deal with her. The same friend with the insect fear cancelled our shared flat to live alone during a restaurant visit, and I'm kind of screwed. Dude.
Ouch.
I'm sorry, your friends do not sound...
Wait, what happened to their Sigma? It just disappeared
Ideal.
off my screen for a second. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Ouch.
Are you senseless? They're moving the page.
Okay, I'm trying.
Jesus.
You have to find something for college now. Hopefully you can get that sorted.
Chaos returns.
Oh, that seriously. Jesus.
Get the fuck out of here.
Thank you.
Fuck, I almost got him too. I am doing my best to make this fucking Widowmaker useless.
Are you senseless? They're moving
Okay.
payloads.
Just gonna walk back.
Surrender your soul.
He's really low. Nice. Oh no, I'm stuck!
What the fuck was that?
He put a tree behind me, I couldn't leave. That was
got
petty.
two
That
ups.
was petty as fuck, dude. What do you mean?
I should probably put a healing orb. Can't help it. Brain-like damage. That's
Switch to
unfortunate.
damage, play DPS.
That's not how this mode works.
Oh,
Fuck,
right.
she got me.
Evolution is a painful path to walk.
Tree placement was diabolical.
Yeah. I require it. Oh, just move. But it's not done yet. Okay, now it is. Funny rock.
Ah, fucked it up. Fuck, she still got me.
Nice.
That works.
From the darkness.
Oh,
shit. I fucked that up.
Funny rock again. Oh, he put a tree down. Okay.
Thank you so much. Careful, we're outnumbered. Your end is within my reach.
Wait.
Owie.
Oh, my thing doesn't go. I didn't know
She's trying
that.
ulting the stairs?
Yeah.
Guy's your best friend? That doesn't sound very... You know?
I didn't know the hammer doesn't hit until you touch the ground, so I was just floating with my
Jesus
hammer up.
fucking Christ.
Thank you. Heal it. hate petals.
Jesus Christ. Filled man does not have goat curry. I don't think it would be an incredibly common thing, honestly.
Pain is inevitable. Are you sensitive?
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Hello?
Holy shit. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Dude, this fucking widow is rotten.
Yep.
Nice.
Nice. Unlucky.
God, I hate his boulder toss so much.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Oh.
GG's.
They weren't on the fucking point!
Wait, what?
C9! I'd want to type easy so badly.
Play of the game.
I shouldn't. I'm not toxic.
I am. Fuck him.
Okay, I will type it.
I don't want to be associated.
I mean, we're done here anyway. We're gonna set up a repo. As soon as I open this loot box and get 4 legendary skins.
Uh-huh.
Crazy. My game just crashed. Alright.
You got 2 greens and 2 common. That's sad. That is actually criminal.
All right. I'm going to assume that we will be utilizing the
repo voice, yes. Do you
yeah,
have
we'll be
the
using
mod
repo voice
thing to send to me?
Yeah,
code.
I will message you. I will message you. So I need to set it up now, like load it all up. So yeah, I will see you guys there. Yeah, no, the widow is kind of crazy. Okay, so I'm gonna get set up for repo now. Let me. I forgot to send them the link to the thing that they needed. That's honestly on me. It's fine. You're not in any particular rush though. Do I end this all for the world to see? Do I take everybody else down? It didn't look like she was snapping to target. I watched a bit of Flats. Cheating or hacking or whatever you want to call it isn't necessarily just snapping to target. It's also about the kind of auto-clicking once you hover over their head as well. That is a bit of a shadier one. Also, like a lot of people when they're trying not to be seen, it is they use like a toggle. So Yeah, it's not always clear cut when people are cheating. But you know, sometimes you get good games, you know, sometimes you get good games. Okay, and everyone down with me. This one, why is this not? There we go. Sometimes they just have zero ping. Yeah. To be fair, yeah, I'm assuming you guys were probably playing on Europe, right? Sometimes it happens. Sometimes people do have really good games, though. Which is why I'm never too quick to be like, I'll probably, if I'm really that sus about it, I'll take a look in the history. But I have played against cheaters before. They like told me awaiting connector. Why does it say awaiting connector? Um. It's not working. Why is it not working? Crowd control. Oh, there we go. Okay. Who is joining for repo? Can you let me know? Please. I don't know who wanted to join. You can do. Okay. I'll send you the code. Whoa, Phantomy, you're joining. I don't know if you guys need all of these mods, but I guess better safe than sorry. You do have the mod manager, right, Snowy? If there's space, the max unmodded is 6, but if there's more people wanting to join, I can always add a mod that allows more. That's not a problem. I think I've invited everyone. What? Oh, they can't hear you. Am I loud?
Yes. Kind of, yeah.
I played some offline, like off stream. I got quite possibly the best cosmetic in the. I didn't get any golds. Got some pinks. I have no idea
Well,
how you get golds.
You didn't get the best one then, because the best ones are gold.
I don't even know what they look. Did you get a gold?
I have not.
Okay.
I know what they look like, but I have not gotten any golds.
Oh, I don't know what they look like.
Not been touched by the grace of gold, sadly. I do have the banana grippers now, though.
Oh yeah, you had those last time. The claw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Luckily, they have increased the spawn chance even more in the latest patches.
I saw that you have to basically get like past level 4 to have even like remotely kind of any chance. Hello, filled. Who is this? A fucking virus? Get out of my game.
You're gonna no. You invited me, huh? You're gonna love my new cosmetics that I got yesterday, though. I cooked. I got like 3 things, but I cooked.
Bro cooked.
You're
The
gonna
only thing
love them.
cooking is bro's ping. No
That's
worries,
fucking
Sucumbio. Take
accurate.
care. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the alert.
So if we have crowd control, does this mean they can affect us too?
I have no idea how it's gonna work.
Maybe.
Because you guys also
we
get the
can't-
mods for Deep Rock, but some of the stuff doesn't affect you.
Right.
Like the piss annoying fucking ad shit in my face.
The screen stuff shouldn't affect us because that's only when crowd control's working, but game stuff might.
Yes, it does. Some of these do say random teammate, so
Hello,
most
Snowy.
of them say player, but
Hello.
Let's know.
Hi.
Am I gonna have to change my color?
You know, we have cosmetics to differentiate you two.
Oh, true. I forgot that I look this. You guys are gonna love what I look like.
What?
Fucking gimp Batman over there.
Shut the fuck up! You
Actually.
Spoilers!
I have the stream open, my bad.
Has anyone
Drinking bleach
seen
right now to blanket out of my memory.
Anyone seen a very tall eldritch being? Sometimes goes by the name of Goat.
I have not.
He did message me a minute ago.
Oh, he needs to figure some. Wait, okay.
But he can only join when we're here, so we will have to fully back out.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, we're gonna have to leave.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can play around.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that. Let's get ready, let's get ready. I haven't really looked at a lot of the crowd control options, so...
Maybe we're not that cooked, eh?
Alright.
Maybe.
Holy shit.
You look like you belong in the art museum. You look like you're the director of the art museum.
I like your arm.
Snowy is extremely naked.
Oh, right,
What, just
okay.
Why is one of your arms
Listen,
black?
I was going through customization and then the game started, alright?
Okay.
How much to customize?
I mean, you take your time. You can sit there and... For those of you that
you can
are
do it
watching
here, right
at
now.
home, this is what I look like. Gimp Batman is crazy, by the way.
Yeah, he's not wrong. Please explain where he's wrong.
I'm just Batman, not Gimp Batman.
You literally are missing a
dude.
freaking ball gag, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
No, what the fuck?
He's not
This is just how
wrong,
Batman looks.
Bro, if this is how Batman looked, Gotham would be very different. Just saying.
Why are these items worth no money?
What are you talking
this
about?
to me?
Gotham would be very different. Fucking, have you seen what Catwoman looks like? Gotham will be
I
fine.
have, but Gotham can only fit one gimpy suited person, okay? The slut level is just too high if you were that. What is that, a piece of bread?
Oh, lunch.
I have eyelashes.
Who
She ate it.
exploded that?
She ate the bread.
I didn't do shit.
What the? Yeah, she probably did.
Yeah.
Wait,
the
rubber
bird
duck.
instincts took over. Do not throw the run! Head.
What's wrong with the rubber duck?
It explodes.
Oh.
This thing is mighty stupid.
Oh, ow.
What the fuck is that noise?
Don't worry about it.
Oh my god, there's another one. There's a floating head, by the way.
Oh, there's your skull. Oh, there's a real duck.
Yeah, there's a skull. Yeah, there's a real duck too. That thing's been followed. Oh!
I did tell you they explode. Oh no.
Winter's about to get his ass eaten.
Oh.
Get on the scale, nerds. Let's see who's weighty. Oh,
wait, where's the
okay,
scale?
Let's see your weight.
Shotgun. Excuse me.
Huh?
I don't think that was meant for you. This guy just pocketed a fucking Caldwell rival.
Hell. Come here.
Yeah.
Get on the scale. We need to weight you.
Oh, you do look like Gimp Batman.
Loser.
Accurate. Anyways, it says loser.
Where's the head at?
No, you gotta be like. No.
Why do you sound like this?
What do you mean? So like what?
You sound very.
Oh, someone redeemed
You sound like
high-pitched
fucking
voice.
Yeah.
3 little birds sat on my window. Milk.
Oh, there's milk.
Milk? Where's
That's
milk?
for winter.
Oh,
you can send. Oh, you can send activated rubber ducks. That's why it instantly exploded.
Man, I swear my nose is itchy. Those are
It's
so
your
itchy. Allergy.
Random ass
You gotta be careful with
spiders, they're
champagne.
worth like $1.
Oh my
What is
Yeah.
it?
Hello, Muka. How's it going?
Strap their
Bougie
head.
over here.
That's
And
unfortunate.
hello, Christian. How you doing?
Where does this go?
What's up?
I sneezed and hell died.
Something about reviving a head.
Where's the head?
Stick the head.
So
Where's
just
the
finish
head?
my
Where did
chicken.
she die?
It's on the scales now. It's on the payment thing.
Oh,
Or
okay.
It's already on the.
Phantomy shot me with both slugs in that fucking gun!
No, there's still rooms. I think I heard her yelling. I think she was accusing someone of shooting her, but that can't be true. She probably shot herself, honestly.
What will we shoot her with? There's no guns.
It's sort of like World War One, isn't it? You go in the foot to get out of doing anything important.
Yeah.
I thought it was the bottles. No, Phantomy shot me twice.
That's a door.
Everything is worth like $6. It's kind of crazy. Nothing is worth shit.
I like your duck.
Thank you. Yeah, you won't leave me the fuck alone. I'm gonna kill him.
No!
I have a feeling crowd
Is it-
control is gonna cook our drops. I don't know why.
Sorry, if you've got any, Oh.
Sorry, I sneezed. What?
I just watched you evaporate into the floor.
Yeah.
If you're really fast, you could probably pay some coins
Oh, I can
to...
actually smack myself with the item I'm
okay.
holding. That's fun.
I'm dead.
Oh,
Yeah, because of the ping.
look at your beret.
I know, I'm the art museum curator.
You do look like an art museum curator. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Bro, what?
Yeah, it's fine. I just realised that, like, this is Reaper is
What
basically
up?
a game
Oh, hey.
of. Oh, hello. Oh, nobody said don't touch it.
Oh my god. That's great.
Oh no.
Snow, have you played Repo before?
My nose was
No,
itchy.
never, no.
Alright.
Oh. Thank you, Appy! Thank you. Ow. This is Snowy's first time on Repo. Oh my god.
Oh. Oh. Oh no, the cart's in the...
Should have maybe explained some things to him then. My
Thank
fault.
you, Appy.
Yeah. We should not touch
I
the
mean,
duck. The
it doesn't
duck is
matter. I
evil.
was gonna say you should pet the duck. I was about to
Oh
come
my
out and be like, you should pet the duck.
There you go, give you some
Alright,
HP.
let's get out of here.
Ooh, HP.
Yeah, I gave him some.
I hope these don't
Mercy
follow
call.
us.
Wait, bread? Wait.
That was another
Told
dog.
you. Told you she ate the bread.
Bread! Guys, we have to go back. We are in a cost of living crisis. We can't leave that bread.
Oh, actually,
Yeah, I think some of our drops are gonna get transformed into food, which means we're gonna get cooked if we cut it too close.
is anyone else's like log thingy just saying, continually saying, attempting to connect to crowd control, failed to connect to crowd control? I assume
Actually,
that's
no.
correct.
Well, yeah, I don't have the app open, so that's why I figured it was
Yeah,
doing it.
yeah. The
Oh.
code that I gave you, it's probably because there's stuff in there that only I needed, but I just gave you the whole profile because I couldn't be bothered sifting
Yeah.
through it.
No, I figured it, but like, just like triple checking.
Oh, it doesn't work on the sides. That's a bit sad.
Oh, cheap strength.
No, no, no. What's that?
God damn it! I got told
Radio?
off.
I'm hoping you can turn it on.
It's working.
Oh, okay, I've got music off, that's why. Just trying to like fix it.
Fresh bread as well. I love fresh bread. Fucking warm bread. Hmm.
Pro legs, lightly breaded. Is there any more things here? Oh, just the ducket?
No, just the
ducket.
Ducket.
Yeah. Alright, let's skedaddle, y'all. Why, bro? Why didn't I do anything?
No. Oh, I know what I should have put in. I should have put in a mod that has all the upgrades apply to everyone.
Oh yeah, that would have been... Why did we not buy more upgrades?
I thought you were going to be honest.
I mean, I don't know if I can retroactively add it, but when we have to leave for goat joining, I mean, I could always add it then.
Yeah, you can add it. I
Yeah.
don't think it's gonna cause issues.
And I won't have to, I'll just tell you which one I'm adding so everyone else can just add it. Unless, some of them only the host needs, usually, so...
Okay, who wants strength?
I took one.
I took health. Who wants strength? Okay.
I took
get your ordnance.
That's
I
not even a
actually
real
pulled the pin on
word.
that grenade, so we're not going to worry about that.
What do you mean that's not the real word?
Yeah, I generated word. She's right.
Oh, hey, look, the museum that you guys belong in. From
So
the
is this,
famous.
since I accidentally pulled the pin on the grenade, is
Only
it going to be pulled now when I pull it
I'm
back out?
surprised, I'm surprised Snowy didn't pick that up.
Okay, cool.
Me telling them they belong in a museum like someone else says.
Oh, wait.
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
You belong in a museum.
It took it from me.
It's an Ezreal line.
Who? Explain to me what you're talking about.
I think I should be allowed to kill one person every round. As a little treat.
Oh, look at this piece of art worth billions, actually.
One day we'll be able to take the hot dog.
Oh.
I think that's fair. Exactly, me too.
Huh. Did someone just fucking perish? Hi, child.
That didn't even kill him.
Yeah, I didn't think it would, but
You look
I was hoping it would do more than
baby,
that, to be
baby,
honest.
baby, 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 baby.
The fuck are you, you weirdo?
Enderman thing.
Anyone need a hand?
There's some scary creatures around.
Oh, that's cool. Well, that's like Ezreal's gauntlet.
Shut the fuck up. This guy.
Bro. Oh my god.
Guys, if you're going to sponsor an animal, make sure it's not the snow fox.
Sponsor a kangaroo, they beat the shit out of people.
That's a great idea.
Something up there. It's a fucking fish.
Oh,
Guys,
there's
you
like an
don't think I look
11k.
like
There's an 11k turd over here,
Oh,
but I think we need 2 people to carry it, or 3 people.
probably. Where's the car?
Oh, it's this thing. It's this thing that's on the picture. That.
Yeah. Where are these?
I don't know
Where's
what-
Chud 1 and Chud 2?
I've got no idea where they ran off to. It's through here anyway.
Oh, they're
Hey,
here.
can someone help me lift this
Oh, they're
turd
them.
up?
Yes, I was literally just talking about the turd.
There's also a teacup.
Yeah, I see the teacup too. You can't trust me to get that though, so someone else is gonna have to do that. You know I can't do jumping puzzles.
It's not even... What's that noise? I don't even think we can jump
Look, I
up
got it.
there.
I got
Oh my god, a teacup!
You almost fucking... Yeah, I just watched that happen, almost. You don't need to do all that. Winter will
all
probably
fine.
fucking break it anyway.
No, I believe.
I believe.
I believe in miracles.
Oh, baby thing. Find it.
Ooh. That's like a troll
Does
doll.
this fit? Fuck.
Rotate it. You gotta
Well,
rotate
yeah,
it.
it would
It's-
if you didn't pull it the way it doesn't fit, then it would fit.
It's stuck!
I think you're just being
There we go.
dramatic.
No.
Winter?
This is being dramatic.
I think Winter's dead.
Oh. No, I think we could just put the card in. Oh, you wanna... Yeah. There you go. Ooh.
Oh, wait.
We need to get this to the card. Because we have one more extract to do.
Ow! Nice
Okay,
one!
well.
How are
that
you getting
does
into the
that,
cart now when it's fucking gone?
Disappeared.
Reduced to
It's-
atoms!
It's magic.
What do you mean reduced to atoms? It was already atoms. It doesn't make sense.
It hit you because it's a Batman reference. It's the Joker when he makes the pencil disappear.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Am I missing some, like... Am I missing ball here? Like, I don't fucking know what you're talking about. And I'm the world's
You know,
biggest
when
Batman
they-
fan.
You're not
When,
seeing
when
the-
Bat...
I'm not, by the way.
Carry on.
I don't know fucking
Yeah.
anything.
When Gimp Batman forgets the safe word, you know, that's what happens.
I'm... Oh. Did we check for cosmetic cubes?
Yeah, I got the cosmetic cube. We're good.
Nice. Wait, there's a baby here. There's a thing here. God damn it! Where is he? Winter, you blithering idiot.
What do you mean? I didn't fucking know. I pulled it out.
Is Winter worth 11k? What do you mean? There's more stuff up here! Do you guys hate money?
Screaming.
I think I just watched something.
Explode!
Oh! That pumpkin?
No, it's a basketball.
Oh, it's a basketball!
That's a basket
Yeah.
cube. Winter, why do you sound like that?
What do you need?
I thought you had like a high-pitched voice, but I think you were just laughing. Hey, look!
I was just laughing.
This is for Winter.
Oh, milk.
Wait, let's go, man.
Open wide, Winter! Hold him down.
Why?
Here you go,
Hold him
Winter.
down. Milk.
No. No, I don't want the milk. No, you broke the milk. What the freak?
Oh, I'm feeling my allergies again. Oh, God.
Do you still have that fucking Get away! He's got a shotgun!
I killed a trudge that was trying to murder y'all, and I was like, oh.
When did you get the shotgun?
When I killed Hellwood.
Yeah, but then I thought I took it after
Trudge.
There's a trudge there.
Baby!
Baby's chill.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't look at the baby, it's fine. I'm stuck! Okay, we're good. The fucking duck is about to come here.
You're a bastard.
Dude, we were all like next to the instant. What do you mean?
Cosmetic cube!
Gamba!
Even if you tried, you should not have been able to die there.
You say this.
Don't fucking
What if the
underestimate
trudge
us.
walked up behind us? Yeah, exactly.
What if someone redeemed kill player?
That would have been funny.
Hello! Ooh, Longo! Thank you very, very... What the fuck is this?
They put adware on you. Let's go.
Great. Thank you so much for the donation, Longo. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. That's very cool.
I got
Thank you.
piercings.
Thank you,
Little
thank you.
piercings, yeah.
You got piercings and I got fucking...
Oh, it's the leg.
Nice. Yeah, polka dots.
You got
It's a little bit
syphilis.
spotty.
Congratulations.
Oh, not again.
It looks fucking foul. Oh no.
Okay. Another arm thing. I think I have one of those already on the other side, so that'll match. Oh, I have it on the leg. That's what it is.
Oh, I'm gorgeous.
I had it somewhere.
Uh-oh.
I don't want that.
I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I swear. No, not jail, please.
Robot.
No. He's disappointed in me.
As he should be. I would be too. Is me?
Highway. Alright. Oh, all of our money's gone.
Oh, yeah,
Right,
Snowy,
good?
press Q.
Anything fun?
Oh, for the floor and the floor thing, yeah.
No, Winter, that's
I'm an
fucked
angel.
up.
I don't deserve it.
Damn, he really fucking did a number on you.
Really? Like, he's like actually it's fucked up, bro.
Did we get any more strength?
Yes.
Yay!
Maybe one.
Sprint speed, there's a health speed. Oh, it's very convenient that the matron is turned off, huh?
Okay, I'm gonna buy this extra jump. Okay.
Can we afford it?
It's 7K.
I'm
Yeah,
having the extra
fine.
jump. Winter's not allowed the
Sure.
extra jump because he will fuck it up regardless. Get!
I mean, that's valid, I suppose.
I swear to God. I don't see
It's a
the
mine.
GIMP thing, it's just Batman. Thank you! With eyelashes.
I mean, you could be both. The Batman himself is, I mean, come on.
I'm not trying to make
Optic
myself
Prime
look
doesn't
even
pay
more
very
like a
well.
GIMP. I would like the extra jump, please. Thank you. And this... are you guys taking 2 each?
I have 1 strength, 1 stamina.
Give it to Snowy. Or don't, I guess.
That was for ignoring my Ezreal joke.
What is real joke?
Should have been funnier, I guess.
We'll see, funny.
I just remember, whatever she does to me, I'm an angel and didn't deserve it.
Guys,
Yeah.
can someone spot?
Crow down. Box down.
That guy is deaf. Not deaf. He's blind,
Oh.
but he can
Oh.
hear you very well. So if he hears
Oh,
you,
that's-
like he will snap to you and shoot.
Fucking death! What?
Where'd he go? Where'd the hunter go? Oh, I'm alive.
Not for long.
Thank you, Stevie. Yeah, someone spawned that, and it insta got me and Snowy.
Nope.
You can speak. Anyway. Oh, there's a scissor lady.
But you want to tell my girlfriend to calm down? What the fuck is this doing here?
Someone spawned
Where's
in.
our cart?
I don't know. I'm getting Snowy back.
Yippee.
Thank you for the wizard broom, Longo.
Oh, the car is dead near where Winter was. Winter says.
Oh, Winter's dead?
There was a knife lady with arm hands or something like that.
That's unfortunate.
Bastard!
Oh, hey, look.
I didn't even speak!
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Bro! How are you dead? Did you run into him again? It's okay. We've seen Phantomy win worse.
Yeah, it's true. We've also watched him push a cart off the edge. It was very funny.
It was. It was for the clip. He did it for the clip.
Yeah. Oh no!
Does it even work? Can you distract them? I don't even know if you can.
Yeah, I don't know if that works.
Aren't arm hands normal hands? I think he meant like the scissor hands is what he meant to say instead of arm hands.
Don't try and assume what I meant.
No, I'm gonna assume. I'm gonna make an ass of you and me.
It seems uncalled for.
Maybe a cosmetic. Oh, shit.
I'm back.
Bro.
Oh, nice. Don't get out just yet. We haven't checked for cosmetics.
Yeah.
Son of a.
Yeah, we haven't had time to check for
So
cosmetics
pin this
because
to a
chat
wall
are
because if
fucking
it's in the
killing
way
us.
and the scissor lady finds it, she's gonna murk it.
I'm gonna guess you're maybe over by that thing there.
I found a loser.
Sorry, Snowy, not you. Mostly help.
You shut your fucking ass up.
You have the experience, bro. You shouldn't die.
I'm having shit spawned on me! This chest will not contain me. I will rise again. Ah! Let me out!
I gotta wait till you're deactivated before I open this up to laugh at you. Oh fuck! This is big.
Yeah, let it there for a second.
Winter, put that down! You're gonna break it!
Phantomy, leave it there for a second. Winter immediately starts moving
Winter
it.
has fucking... Winter, put it down! You're fucking breaking it!
Just gonna leave that there. Pretend that didn't happen. Nobody saw it anyway.
I saw everything!
Didn't happen.
This bastard.
Thank God she's trapped and I can't hear her.
Is that money on the table?
Let's see.
One way.
Uh-huh. It was money on the table.
Winter's found something more manageable that even he cannot fuck up. I saw what you did.
Who are you?
Phantomy told you to leave it there, and now it's like fucking 9 grand less.
Level of simplicity.
Who are you?
it's a skill we all share.
I don't want to touch it again, to be honest.
Oh! Don't you dare!
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Is it
great?
Can I?
Oh, it's the invisible guy. It's the invisible guy.
I am aware.
Phantomy.
Yes.
Winter touched that painting when you told him not to touch it. He fucking, like, desecrated it.
Fucking shocker, is it?
So that heavy breathing was an invisible guy. He doesn't hurt
sorry,
you
is that
outright, but he will kidnap you and drag you to the other side of the map. And sometimes it's a pain in the ass because there are monsters there and they will fucking go for you.
Gopher monsters. Monsters made out of gophers. And he's invisible. Gotcha.
Alright, let's go get the card out.
Yeah, I saw what you did. Yeah.
I don't know what
I
you're
know it's
talking
fucking
about.
empty. It's empty. I clicked it. It's empty.
No, it's loaded.
I'm hearing it click.
So what do you mean? What are you talking about? No, it's loaded. That's not loaded. That's not empty though. Where did it even fucking go?
Oh. Yeah, that's a way. We're never seeing that again.
Yeah, that thing's gone.
Thank you.
What are you? Over there. I don't deserve
Oh,
this.
Winter, you're having an accident.
I don't know why I'm not taking damage, but we're gonna count my blessings.
Why aren't you taking damage?
I have no idea.
Phantomy's being eaten alive by gnomes.
Oh. Excellent.
Here they are.
Pick them up and smash them on the floor.
Oh, they do damage. Interesting. Wait, did Phantomy die then, you think?
I don't know. It ran off in another direction.
Phantomy would want us to leave. Ah! No! Karma! Fuck! You're a bastard. Oh, that's so karma. You fucking bastard!
I know, right?
That was karma. That was fucking diabolical.
I mean, truth be told, I would have wanted you to leave. All things considered.
exactly.
See,
you were
that's
not
what she
wrong
said.
there.
Yeah, and I got
She didn't say
kidnapped,
that
and then
right before she got kidnapped.
and then I ran. I
Yeah.
ran into the hunchman.
Yep. He was holding me and
Yeah, I
gnomes
saw
were
that coming a
beating
mile
me,
away.
so I died. Big
I don't know.
fucking
Give me some fun stuff. Like
Yes. We're
Do
getting
we get to
this.
keep our frying pan?
Grenade. Okay. If you had the frying pan on, you still, I believe you keep it, yeah? We still have the shotgun.
We kept the shotgun as well.
Yeah, I have the shotgun. The duck's gone, but you know, we knew that was happening.
Thank God the dogs are gone.
Yeah.
I didn't do it. Oh, jail. Oh, Jesus Christ. Did we buy any healing?
Yeah, one for me. There we go.
Behind the duck's back.
Oh.
What was that noise?
Well, I was about to charge the shotgun, but then we left, so I stopped.
You think I got us a freaking crystal?
The zip thing?
Oh.
Oh, for God's...
There's another one still in the ship.
What do you mean there's another one still in the ship? I'm out of shotgun shots.
Chow, he's gonna throw his head.
Uh-oh. Thank you, Stevie.
Get it in the extract, get it in the extract before anything else happens.
Wait, Winter's head.
Where's Winter's head?
I don't know, I was carrying it. Well, sorry, Winter.
Well, fuck. Sorry. Let me get the sack. Excuse me.
Anything up there?
Oh, there's a shotgun.
Is it empty?
Yeah.
Oh, it's flaccid. That's on brand for Gimp Batman, honestly.
Hello, Jinx. How's it going? Anything else in here? Dude, the double jump is so nice. Got my Mugga Joe.
Why?
Glad to hear you're okay. There's something up there? I locked onto something.
God damn it, what the fuck?
Oh. There's a 1100. What is this?
Yep.
Oh, it's a skeleton.
It's a cell. Fascinating.
Oh! Thank you for that. We can sell that, right? It's a wizard stick, but it's activated. Okay. Usually, when oh, bread. When you find one of those, you have to be careful because if you hit it too much, it'll activate and do that and destroy everything. But we were very lucky; it spawned, and it was stood upright, so it didn't actually touch anything. Oh, there's another. Oh, so fast. This is probably a bad idea to do this while I'm fucking speedy guns up. Bro! Yeah, I can't do this while I'm fucking speeding around like that. How long does it last? If you're still wanting to join, Jinx, you can... Because there's a mod that we want to add, so we can, remake the lobby after this. It's not a problem at all. 15 more seconds. Oh, there's our countdown. This is forever. Oh. Oh, it's the bottom right. Oh. Is that a monster? Oh no, that was someone putting something down. Can I lift this? Sick, I can. Holy shit, how long does this last for? Where are these cosmetic cubes? Not like that this door is open, but no one has been down here. Something has spawned here. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's nothing. Just a little guy. I hope not. Littler ones are usually the scarier ones. Enemy spawning.
Oh.
I was itching my nose!
That's
Oh, wait, let me get
unfortunate.
Hell as well, because Hell just died.
I just was itching my fucking nose, you bastard!
Oh,
Yeah, I instantly
that's funny.
fucking died.
Yeah. I've been trying to escape and get out of being brought back to life. So Phantomy and Snowy keep putting me back in, and you keep throwing me away.
Oh, for goodness sake!
But they keep putting me back. I think I finally got away though.
Wait, you didn't want to be revived?
Alien monster.
Yeah, I kept getting out intentionally, and they kept kept finding me, and being like, "Oh, you fell out." And they kept putting me back.
What are you doing under there?
Throw him back in, he deserves to live.
You're staying in there, boy.
Fuck.
Damn, I was really trying to get out of it.
Alright.
Alright.
Skip.
Careful, there's a clown guy around. He's not spawned on top of me. I was itching my nose. Fantastic spawn. I think when you spawn the monsters, they're always gonna spawn on top of me. Same with the items.
There's a quadruped.
However,
alien spewing thingy down there.
However, I saw that you can resurrect other people.
Yeah, I've been resurrected at least once.
Yeah, because I watched Winter get rezzed. Oh, you're...
Pink box! Pink! Fuck.
Pink!
Oh.
Wait, I need to turn
Alright,
into...
okay. Y'all,
I need to
let's
turn
get the
into
box. Yeah.
The box! The box! Help me with the box!
Yeah,
where are we going?
I need to...
Forward and to the right.
I need to laugh at
Okay.
Winter, please!
Put
Okay,
the box
I have
in
to
the
wait until he
thing.
comes back.
Nothing else
Snowy
matters.
is cheating at the fucking jump catch game, by the
We
way.
need to get out, though. Alright,
Well.
get the cart in. Get... Ooh.
Winter, you fucking idiot!
What did I do?
Oh, that was
I don't know.
Snowy, you keep cheating at
What did
the
you
jump
do?
catch game.
I don't know.
I watched him smash that item.
I've won like 12 in a row or something.
Oh, the cup in the ceiling? Yeah,
I'm
that
not
did
arguing
happen.
though.
I jumped
I'm
up
just
and
talented.
smashed the cup.
No, I think you're cheating.
Go, 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 go,
I
go,
must-
go, 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 go,
Did I
go,
do
go,
exclamation
go,
mark win at some...
go, 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 go. We're leaving. We are leaving. Oh, we're gonna die. Oh,
There is no point in carrying me. Hello, Mr. Clown Man, over here. Hello. Hi.
Here.
Hello. Hi.
yeah, you're doing great, you're doing great. Come on. Right, thank you.
What the fuck? Phantomy just paid this guy off.
Oh no. Oh, you bastard. Actually, you might have done me a solid here
He
still.
just saved your life.
Hi.
Hi. Ow.
Need some Scooby-Doo
not in
music?
there. Not in there.
Oh
Fuck.
no.
Winter
Winter
needs
needs
to
to
walk in
leave.
and leave.
Winter,
Yeah.
you're probably watching stream. Leave, 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 leave. Leave!
The Oogie Boogie was here.
That's a weapon?
Leave!
That's not.
Snowy! Come on,
I'm
dude.
going to fucking
Gotta
kill
go.
him! I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to. Snowy's 1 HP anyway. It doesn't matter. Leave! Ah!
Snowy! Where am I?
Oh, Stevie, I think you fucked up. The extraction point is not what you think it is. It's the van. The extraction point is where you drop off the. The extraction point is where you drop off the.
no.
Where you drop off the money stuff.
Don't get in the green light.
Whatever you do.
Okay, I'll try, but I'm about to explode.
Oh no!
Fuck my ass. I should have left. I should have left Snowy behind. I got teleported out of the ship anyway. What does it fucking matter?
Come up here.
Yeah, because
Look
Stevie
at
was
him
trying to
and
help
delete
you. He was trying to
I
teleport
see.
everyone to an extraction point, but the extraction point in
Fuck
this
you.
game is where you leave the money.
Right.
It's not
yes,
the
I-
truck.
Goodness sake.
Someone
I'm
please
assuming.
revive Hell or something. Oh, the box.
He has 1 health.
Oh god.
Our cosmetic cube.
Oh!
He
Oh,
got healed.
healed. Okay, that's nice. Yeah.
Thank you, Stevie.
That's a plus.
Take.
Can I just make a break for it?
What is his obsession with this fucking... He's going the wrong way.
Okay, the key problem is I don't know what I'm doing.
No, he has to go. That
we
way's a
didn't-
dead end where he was in.
Okay, if you press tab, you'll see where you're supposed to go. Don't bother bringing me or this with you.
Yeah, that helps a bit.
I did not think. I didn't even realize he did. I gotta remember he doesn't know.
I don't need my head.
Stevie, thank you for the 20. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, man.
Oh, he's so dead. Oh, he's been taken. Thank you. Anna, thank you for the 10. Thank you. Oh, someone got revived. Phantom got revived.
I also healed. I used my free coins to heal Snowy.
Cheating. Thank you very much, Stevie.
That ain't cheating.
Appreciate
Well, okay,
it.
me getting the coins for free a second
That's
time was
very
cheating,
sweet
but
of
that's
you.
irrelevant.
Thank you, thank you.
Hey.
This is so stressful because it's a pink box too. Oh, I'm alive. Oh, I'm literally the other side of the fucking world. Oh, Earth. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
He got there.
I keep discarding the people. I need to get you distracted. Then I self-destruct sequence cancelled.
Holy shit, thank you,
Holy
Stevie! Hello, Farrell, how's
That
it
was-
going?
Can't believe we made
For
it.
your
Good try.
lunch, nice.
Good job.
We got the pink cosmetic cube, let's go!
That was crazy. Like, genuinely, that was crazy. I don't know, actually. What did you get?
Nice arm.
Garbage.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry,
my
Snow.
turn.
I couldn't explain it
Yeah,
fast
don't
enough.
worry.
But when you press
Oh,
tab,
I got the rotten leg.
it shows you where
cheese
you
leg,
need to
actually.
go. It has like the white lines on it.
That's very useful.
What the fuck?
What is that?
Rust head.
What is that? Put
I
it on, I
don't
wanna
know.
see.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna find out. Oh, it turns it into like a. I cannot tell what.
Oh, you got like a
material
sweater.
this
Does it make it
but shiny.
metallic?
Yeah, I'm like metallic.
Oh, it's the metallic set. Yeah, there's a freaking set of items that makes
So
it
I've
like all
Edna
shiny
mode.
and shit.
Garbage.
No capes.
No capes. Any strength? Oh, yes.
No capes.
How much energy are we buying? Holy shit.
All of it.
Now, why would you do this?
Why are you getting gassed?
I don't deserve this. This wasn't me. This wasn't me. It was her. She did it.
Thumbs down,
No,
Winter.
no.
Actually, okay. Wait, so
Yeah.
if we buy and then go into the next level and leave, will we start in the next level? Because, Jinx is probably
You
gonna
wanna-
join, so I can add that one mod that we...
Okay, yeah, we're gonna buy, go into the next, in the waiting room, and it saves us there.
Okay, yeah, that's fine then. Alright. And then I will just let you know which one we are using.
Okay.
Wait a minute, which one? Oh yeah, the mod.
The mod.
Yeah.
I need to get that's right.
Holy shit, that's so creepy.
Self-destruct! Boom.
Oh, jump catch.
Catch jump. Alright.
Okay.
Kill it. Kill it now!
Sick. Right. Okay. Well, what am I looking for here? Upgrades? For everyone? Like, what would I be looking for here? Like, a group? Upgrades? Like, I don't know what I'm looking for, actually. I'll give you guys the code. Everyone? Maybe? Upgrades for all? Upgrades for all? Okay, that looks good enough. Okay, right. Sick. Let me just copy this. Stevie! Thank you Thank you very much for the donation. Holy shit, you've rounded it off. Thank you very, very much for that. Wow. Holy shit. Let me just hide this because I gotta send people the links. Holy fuck, thank you. Thank you, Stevie. Thank you. Good work, you guys hit the next goal, which meant it didn't really mean anything in particular. I do apologize, but thank you so much. Holy shit. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, I'm all giddy now. Thank you. For the animals, indeed. For the animals, for the conservation, for our planet. I suppose I haven't explained it in a wee bit, but for anyone that is unaware, this is a charity stream today. We're raising funds for the WWF. The WWF is a charity focused around conservation. It is well known for helping, keep species alive and afloat and endangered animals and whatnot, but it actually does a lot more than that, especially environmentally and whatnot. It's all about conservation. Conservation is the big thing, because we have this one home called Planet Earth, not to sound like a complete cheeseball, but this is our one home, and I ain't gonna lie to you guys, I don't think we're taking care of it good enough. So that's what WWF is all about. It's about just, making sure that we keep our one home thriving as much as it can be. So yeah, that's what WWF is all about, because I haven't explained it in a wee bit. Oh, shared upgrades plus. Oh, is that the one we're using? Oh shit, okay. Okay. What do you guys want? What do you guys want? Let me remove this. Your next goal to be. You guys want to pop a number? Pop me a number and I'll pop the next goal up there. The goals don't really mean anything. This was a bit of a last minute thing, so it is not an elaborately planned it's not an elaborately planned event, so we don't really have any fancy incentives or anything like that. But you don't necessarily need a reason to donate to charity and whatnot. 999999944. There we go. Is anyone else VIP or mod joining? Let me know so I can give you the code and whatnot. Still pretty fun. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Okay, let me just, the reason why I am making, a goal constantly is because, look, it's for charity, it helps incentivize things. If people they come in and see the goal has already been met, they might not be as incentivized to donate more, which, at the end of the day, it's up to you if you want to donate, whatever, but, we want to encourage it as much as possible. There we go. Thank you very much. You guys have done an amazing job. This is pretty incredible. I'm stealing this. Oh my god, it's so good. I noticed there's a guy. You don't see shit, son. You don't have to worry about a thing. I don't know why you're looking in the first place. I think we should be good if we continue. You can't navigate your PC blind. That's a skill issue. Oh, thank you. It's okay, I was gonna go to the offline, but I appreciate it. Hello, losers.
Hi.
Hello.
Did you like the cat?
Yeah, I'm saving that image. It's brilliant. Hello, Jinx.
Hello, Jinx.
Hello, Jinx.
Hey, someone with normal pain. Let's go.
It's still less than yours, buddy. Pipe down.
Yeah,
you should be good to
but
join
normal.
too. Or I'll have to send you the new code. Because we added a very necessary mod.
It's in...
Oh yeah, modify it by the way, because I think it's chance based before you update.
It's a default 100%.
Ah, okay, lovely.
I looked at the config before I came in.
Wait, what?
And I think we have late join sync, so I think anyone that gets in gets all the updates, perhaps.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I believe
sick.
all that's on by default.
Wait, go.
If
Did
you,
you?
if you check them, excuse me, sorry.
No, it's okay. Keep saying. I'm just gonna.
Why is bro dying?
I don't know.
You winter? Is it cold there?
No, it's because I was speaking. So he
No.
was like, he was trying to make room for me to speak, but he can speak. It's fine.
No.
All right.
The room
I was
is yours.
gonna say something very not stream friendly.
Impolite.
What the fuck? I don't even remember what I was gonna say, to be honest. That's why.
About we were talking about mods. We were talking about mods.
Oh yeah, if you check you can check the config. If you click the mods tab down there, you can see what it's all set to. But it should be default to not chance based. Like, or yeah, it should be fine.
Oh, for the shared upgrades,
Yes.
they were gonna have it as chance based. That's kind of grim.
No,
Yeah,
it's meant to be like fair-ish if you chance base it, but we don't need that.
We're not.
Hello.
Well.
Hello, goat. We're kind of out on nerfing ourselves, anyways.
Okay,
So it
right.
balances out.
Snowy, stop fucking cheating!
I'm just good.
Oh my god,
Sure.
everything needs charged
He's
up.
just gonna look at that. Holy upgrades!
Let's
whoa,
go!
yeah. I'm never dying again.
Go,
Did I
you
just
look
close
fucking
line like 3
disgusting.
people with a shotgun?
I don't even know what I look like.
You've got shit on your head.
No, you look great. Don't listen to her.
I mean,
That doesn't know what's good.
I think you should be quiet with
It's
it.
true and real.
Have you seen her taste
It's
in
real?
armor? Disgusting.
Yeah, you can take that from Gimp Batman.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh no,
It was
guys.
all worth
Hell,
it. It was all
hell getting the
worth
paddle, beware.
Oh,
Oh, no, she's gambling. Wait, does it cost
Oh,
anything?
okay.
Cause you're just sitting here gambling. You. Oh, it is. It costing her health.
Enemy
Alright.
spawn incoming.
I guess-
Enemies, run. Wait,
Holy
back
shit,
to me!
you have so
What
much
the fuck is
stamina.
wrong with you? Why are you spawning birthday boys?
It's Gimp Batman's birthday, I'm sorry.
Oh no. It's being added to the nickname. Do not put Gimp Batman as my Steam nickname.
Yeah, updating the
Wait,
Steam
we can check
nickname
if it
from
was
Lazy Cook to
retroactive.
Git
Wait,
Batman.
try jumping, Winter.
Oh, I have an
Yeah, it
extra.
did.
Yeah, I have an extra. Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, I have like 70 stamina too. It's pretty nuts.
Nice,
Hello,
nice.
welcome back, Crochy. It's dono crowing time.
Shut the fuck up. Hello, Jeremy. Thank you so much for the
Nice.
tier 1 resub. Happy 25 months. Thank you. And thank you very much. It's nice to be back. How you doing? Oh, I hear his fucking... laptop. Another laptop. Oh no.
I want to know what the fuck's happening with my card.
Okay.
What the hell are y'all doing up there?
Oh, please, just hang on. Fuck. Oh, this is a dream setup right here. Holy shit. Hell yeah. Gaming, and then you can take a speed shift if you need to. That's great. And where do you think we're gonna put that?
I was gonna say thanks for the assistance mostly, but yeah,
Oh,
I don't know.
I
We're
didn't
gonna
know where
carry
you
it by
were.
hand.
I went down there and
Could
there
you
was
hear
no one
me
there.
cussing when I saw everything break?
Don't
What
worry about that. I heard a bicycle, by the way.
Yeah, there's one around here. Alright, let's get these by the exit and then we can carry the nitro bomb, the hydrogen bomb.
Jerby! Thank you so much for the dono! Thank you! I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much for that. It's very sweet of you.
Alright,
It's very
nerds,
generous
let's go
too.
get the hydrogen bomb.
Thank you so much. Oh, don't look at me. Oh! Goodbye, Billy Bob. He just fucking exploded. Oh. Oh yay! Gamble! Uh-oh.
Oh.
That's not good. It still took like half my HP.
Yeah, but if I shot him, he would have taken more. He explodes if I interrupted.
That's fucked up.
I had to choose the lesser of two evils. Alright, hopefully this fits through the door.
Oh.
I fucking doubt it.
That's okay. Wait, you're missing so much health.
Does this fit through the door? This does not fit through the door. Fuck.
Rotating.
Pivot! Pivot!
I thought I drank 4 bottles.
Give me a fucking aneurysm.
Oh.
I already had like 3. Where are my fucking mods? I'm sure they're fine. Yeah, that's not my problem. Oh no. No, 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 no. Wait. Someone wanna watch TV with me? Hello, Billy. Do you wanna watch TV with me? Toy monkey. I don't think that spawned on me. Hello? No one wants to watch TV with me. I'm hearing so many noises. Ooh, thank you. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. Can I, like, put this... How do you put things in your pocket? Ah, there we go. And you get me until the Yeah, no clue what these things do. Don't worry, most of the people... Other people redeeming a bunch of shit also doesn't know what it does. Shadow Child? I mean, that's not the worst one, but... What happened here? Is there an accident? Did this fall on your head or something?
Something burned me with a big red light.
Oh, the clown. You sound ridiculous. Oh, fuck off. Someone else tell it to go away. Okay. Alright. Oh, I'm not strong enough for this. I can hear you, you stupid fucking baby. Kill it.
Yeah, there's a baby on the stairs
Yeah, I know. Someone spawned it in. Here, do you want this?
Yeah, that's what I came here for. Thank you. Point.
Oh. Excuse me. Come forward.
Caused a serious incident.
I'm going to neck myself.
Something about work.
What
happened?
I don't know, but I heard oh god.
Oh, is it not me? I dropped this thing.
Fuck. Oh, you killed them? Oh
I
no.
might have killed them. I don't
That's-
know whether it was a spawned object or
That's crazy. Fuck. Oh, oh shit, I'm fast.
You're high pitched as well.
We.
Man,
That's just
no
my normal
cosmetic
voice.
cubes. Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
What?
You
Zoom
just
in.
fucking zip. Yeah. Motherfucker.
Oh, you're done.
You're trying to escape, they don't want to live?
Could you let them know that I'm dead?
Alright. There you go.
Okay, yeah, you know what? No, that's fine. You don't have to tell
Unfortunately, I
them.
have not seen any boxes.
You
so-
don't have to tell them I'm dead. It's. Oh, thank you, Jerby.
No, it's
Thank
fine.
you. They didn't tell you
Oh,
if I
you're
died.
alive.
Yeah, it was this
Hello,
thing.
Steven. How's it going?
This thing killed.
Hey, we're alive again. And they left us here.
Good. So
And
they
we could
should.
die on the way back.
Where's Jinx?
What the hell? She was with them, I think.
Oh my god, the speed is.
No. Wait, why is my screen dark? Why can't I see? Right here. Oh, it's
Your
a
eyes are
baby over
fucking
there.
closed.
Oh, no. I thought that was you that died. Oh.
Well, that's unfortunate. You zoom, yeah, I was going real fast. I don't know where Jinx went.
Telling you, I thought she was with them. Like, I thought I saw her with Snowy and Fancy while I was dead working back.
You're going the wrong way.
Fuck off. Yeah, I see that, and there's a baby that way anyway. We just popped like 7 balloons. You think the thing's gonna care about that?
Nah.
Oh, he's right behind us. Yeah, he.
Oh, your head is too fat. Your head is too fat. Fat head! That's my problem! You have a fat
In
head!
the car.
Alright,
Gabble
time to
time!
go, y'all.
Gabble time!
Oh.
This is the same slot machine from Schedule 1, I think.
Wait, there's this. Oh, yeah, wait, there is.
Bro just took
They
the
look like
bottle,
identical, I swear.
This fits here. What are you even gambling for?
I don't know,
Use his
honestly.
HP, and I don't know what we gain.
Hey, hello! Welcome, raiders! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, welcome. Let me send you all over to the raid video if that's okay.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Gallimar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Pygo illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No!
Oh, is it the
What is
bridge?
this?
Hello!
No, this.
Oh, yeah,
What am I
climb.
doing?
We have the ability to climb while we're being weird.
What?
Yep. This is the tumble grab. So if you're in baby mode, you can now grab onto walls.
How?
By clicking on them. Look, go baby mode near a wall that is clickable. And it'll let you do this. It needs to be clickable. Try.
1 second. Hello! Welcome, Raider. Sorry about that. Dre, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a lovely time with your art. Please.
That was our money!
Please feel free to let us know what you got up to, what it is you were creating if you want to. Or if you don't want to, that's completely fine as well. You just got done streaming, you just got done doing your art and whatnot. I completely understand if you want to go get some rest and whatnot. That's all good with me. For anyone that is new here, hello, I am Hell. I won't do too much yapping about myself because the raid video does it for me. But today we are doing a special impromptu charity event. We're doing some fundraising for the WWF. Via crowd control. I should say this isn't like sponsored or anything or explicitly affiliated. It's just something I decided to do. So you can buy crowd control coins to make me suffer during games, and everything goes to charity. Or if you would like to donate directly, there is also a link for that. Oh my god, what is going on? The WWF are a charity that focuses on conservation. They are more, kind of well known for like protecting animals and wildlife and whatnot, trying to make sure that, endangered species aren't a thing. But they do a lot when it comes to a lot of different things when it comes to conservation. So, if you're interested in the cause and you are able to maybe consider donating. I'm grateful for every little thing regardless. Even if you can just stick around for a wee bit and give a bit of a watch, that's fine as well. Raising awareness is like the #1 thing when it comes to charities, so we're all chilling here. Right now I'm playing some Repo with a bunch of my friends. Honestly, I'm surprised that this run is still going. I won't lie to you. Like, it's a fucking miracle that this run is still going. We've had some...
I threw, chat saved it. It's going good.
We got a pink box. Why is there 2 of these now?
I don't know. Dude, this is like impossible to win on. Oh my god, whatever.
You know how you said the WWF is going to make
guys,
yeah, I was gonna say, it's gonna render them all extinct. Yeah.
Not gonna make not a thing. I was gonna say, like, some people have said that they're gonna make me not a thing as well.
Guys, I had hands caressing the side of my face.
Oh, that's kinky. Of course.
I really don't know how
Batman has that.
I don't know how. What is a grabbable wall, and how come I can't grab them?
Okay, press Q. Do you see your crosshair turn blue?
No.
You do not.
No.
Look at me. Look at me. Woohoo! Woohoo!
Why don't I get that?
Because you don't get it either.
Hello, Ryan. How's it going?
No!
No!
Long live the queen.
Oh, I've got spoopy hands on my face now.
Well, you know what? That's their problem.
The sacrifice died. Oh. Wow.
Good one job, not be sacrificed.
I mean, I'm quite a few cosmetics. Maybe I can...
Double jump, haven't we? Okay.
Yep, among the others. Scheiße. Oh, hi, man.
Oh, freaky.
I think in a grabber, though.
No worries. I like them old. There you go.
Oh, no.
Pounded.
Oh,
right, what were we doing?
That sounded radioactive.
That's not what that was.
What if I'm a princess?
Alright. There's something up here, by the way.
Hey, look at that, I'm
milk.
like a princess now.
Ooh!
You can leave it up there.
You like
Milk? You reckon? No, but there's something big up there. I heard something break.
I drank it, surely.
Oh. Delicious.
Nah, I think it's too cutesy for me. We'll continue to be good Batman, I guess. Happy Pride! We're chilling, we're chilling. Holy shit.
What the frick happened? 3 gnomes and 2, I don't even know what they were.
Hell isn't cutesy? No, I'm not very cute. Well, get fucked.
Statue.
That's Bella. Oh, shit.
I didn't
That's worth
deserve that.
21k.
We're rich.
How'd you die?
Not rich.
I got sacrificed. Jinx threw me off the edge of the pit.
Oh, that sucks. Rick Bowser, right?
Goat is playing music.
He's doing a great job.
He's gonna fuck that heart up. Okay. This is what it was like watching you with that fucking painting after Phantomy told you. Yeah, after him telling you not to touch it, and then you fucking just some of the stuff did not get taken. I just watched it get destroyed. Oh,
Yep.
where's Goat? I gotta go laugh at his face. Also, Winter's dead.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I wasn't watching.
Ow!
Where is he? We were both watching you.
Oh. Watching me do what?
Oh, a heart.
Fuck up that harp.
Just fell
Oh, harp.
It was like 29,000 when you started.
How much is it now?
17.
Oh, that's hope. Oh,
Okay.
that's
I
bad.
believe it.
Where did Winter die?
I don't know.
No.
It's so funny, but
Yo. Okay. There's a bomb guy right behind us, by the way.
Yeah, that's not my problem. Oh god. Alright, I'll go look for fucking Winter, I guess. Oh, there are now several bomb guys. This might be my problem. Winter! Oh, you're here.
Help me. Hey, long time no see.
What? You're in the fucking wall. How did this happen?
I don't know.
What?
This is not what I thought.
Oh, there we go. I'm dribbling you. There you go. Am I listening to a turtle having sex? What is that noise?
The safe was empty, but it was safe.
Winter is in the extract, so...
Why? What happened now?
Well, he died, so I put him in the extract.
Come here! Jesus Christ.
Oh, it upset the fucking tricycle! Oh no, a frog has been spawned.
This is getting better and better. Oh, I want to fight you here.
It's another game with no fucking cosmetic cube. I was having much more luck when I was fucking solo. It's an adorable little princess. Oh, princess!
Hi.
Hello?
There's a grandma's urn over here.
She's not after me. Thank fuck she's not after me. Holy shit, she fucking... Enemy spawn. Activated frog. Ah!
Oh no.
Oh, I got hugged.
Getting very cramped in here, isn't it?
A bit. How did you die again, Hell?
I'm having fucking 3 different monsters spawned on me at any fucking given moment.
It's Keisha.
Oh no. She's going to hug goat.
Oh.
Or
What's going on, gamers?
Don't go out there.
Oh, what the fuck?
Okay.
There's bad things.
I wish I was alive again.
Whose hands is around your face right now? She's only after whoever that is.
Oh no, she's after Jinx.
Oh, that's genuinely unfortunate.
Wait, that's fucked up. Winter sent a heal and then Longo sent hurt. That's crazy.
Oh. Oh. My sledgehammer and stuff is around there. They can use that.
That's not worth it. Oh, yes, thank you, sir. Oh, fuck my ass.
Welcome back,
fuck
guys.
You. Hey, what, go, punk? Yeah, fuck you. Yeah.
Nice.
Alright.
Oh, Jinx is
I'll be
dead.
back for you.
Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh,
One of us.
there's a scissor creature. You have double jump. Does he know he has double jump?
Motherfucker. Alright, hang on.
Tab back over the funniest time. Well, he's gonna fucking die.
Punk, get over here. Get your fucking ass over here. Okay.
Oh, sick.
One of us.
My hammer is out of juice though, so I can't do that again.
Also, you had a Mountain Dew ad that almost gave me an epileptic
Also, I
fit.
exploded the last one of these I had because the fucking stupid face thing grabbed me and yelled at me. Oh my god, get the fuck out of here. Alright, okay.
Where am I? Hello? Hi.
Motherfucker.
Winter might join us soon.
Get that. Can I pick you up?
I have a feeling.
No.
It was getting
Stop screaming at me!
Uh-huh.
Oh, well, that works. For that.
Oh, the urn got popped? That's genuinely unfortunate.
I mean, we have some things we can charge, right? To, well...
Yes, we have a
say
shotgun.
You guys. Because,
Where is your head?
I don't fucking know. I jumped down from somewhere. Hello?
Can you help me move this pot?
What is going on?
Sure.
Oh,
They're
you sent the
stacking, they're
propane
winning.
Should we
tank.
not try to find her head?
No head?
She's dead too, I think, so...
Oh.
Like hell, we should probably try to find her head.
Everyone is
Or,
fucking dead.
I mean, we could revive everybody here, because it's just us, I think, so...
Yeah.
I hear you speaking, but I don't hear the words you're speaking. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured was the play. Yeah,
That's fucked up.
Makes no sense.
What the fuck? Stupid,
Okay,
stupid!
okay.
What the fuck do you mean?
Shoot. I'll live.
Karma will get you.
Karma did get me, that's how I got here. You mean?
Lonely.
I swear if
I
that
am
killed me, I would have
so
laughed so hard, by the way.
lonely.
Alright.
I'm so body. I'm all on my own.
Gotta be careful on that bridge.
Straight.
Oh! Thank you, Stevie! Thank you! Oh. And the fucking labyrinth is going on here.
Zelkslov, Zelkslov.
There's something here. It's a teapot. Sam, thanks for the tier 1 resub. Happy 4 months. Thank you very, very much for that. How's it going? Can I have someone left out? Thank you, Stevie.
Yeah, that's more like it.
You guys fucking suck.
I thought it was not gonna break on Hell's face.
Just put me in a hole or something, man.
Okay.
Watch out for the hole.
Listen, don't say I didn't do anything for you. Oh, God. This is like where I thought... was the plan?
I don't know, I thought there was something here.
You have double jump. You should be able to get up. Guys!
Oh, pink box, let's
Pink!
go! Jesus Christ. Okay, don't murder it. That way.
Which way?
The door behind us, yeah. I don't... before we go, is there any holes in the ground we have to...
No.
Okay, lovely. Oh, bomb behind me. Please kill the bombs behind me. Nice. Okay, stick it to the back. So we know it doesn't break when this collapses.
You're now free from cooking hell. Nice. What did you make today?
Lovely. Are we good?
No.
Hi.
Just get this in, get this in.
Rush it, straight. Alright, y'all get out.
I hope this cube is in enough.
Of course it is.
Yeah, it looks good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, Shirts.
At the edge. Like, what are you...
Okay, right. Well, it's every man for himself now.
Everyone with his ass!
Winter's gonna fucking run headfirst into a hole. Oh fuck, Grandma's after me. I'm going the wrong way.
Oh god, they're both morons.
Fucking bastard.
Only works in your hands.
They're genuinely both morons. This is great. I'm sorry.
It's not charged enough.
Oh, they're not leaving.
No, you need to lift it! Hell, I think we're not gonna see this pink item.
No! Yeah, we're fucked.
Hi.
We're not getting the pink.
Snowy's got this. Snowy's got this. No,
Snowy's one health.
I know. I believe.
I can already see it. I can already see what's gonna happen. Oh.
See, look, the Phantomy's back.
Holy
I believe.
shit, Stevie! Wait, that's incredibly goated, actually. You couldn't have revived a better person.
I'm sorry, Snowy. It has to be done.
It's okay.
Holy
It has to be done,
shit.
Phantomy. Leave him out.
I mean, he's dead anyway. He can't pick up the fucking gnome.
It's okay. I couldn't either. Go, Snowy, go, run. Run, king.
No worries, eyes. Enjoy your food.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, for goodness sake. Just...
Oh, we got the pink though.
Holy shit,
God
we got the
bless
pink.
Stevie. Holy shit.
That res was clutch.
Right, so to use the magic wand,
Thank you,
you need to
Stevie.
lift it really high up in the air for a bit for
Yeah,
it
it's
to
so
charge
funny
up.
Watching you both
I figured it out
struggle
in
with
the
it.
end. I figured it out in the end.
What have I got? What have I got? What have I got? What have I got?
A new hat.
Oh,
Ooh.
the wizard hat!
No strength.
Where's
I cry.
Goat?
Alright, let's see.
Or goat.
I got a
Ooh,
wizard
I got the
hat.
new little armband. Let's go.
Good for you.
Hazard
I
band.
got a wizard hat.
Yeah, but you have no taste. You're not gonna wear it. You can wear whatever the fuck shit you're wearing right now.
I'm Batman.
Ooh.
Batman.
Robo leg. Okay. Alright. Who's next? Let's go.
Nice.
Very fashionable.
Ah! The fuck?
Leave me alone.
Is it a gripper? You got the gripper.
Oh, it is a gripper.
Is that
nice. Yeah, I suppose. Alright.
I want a gripper. So, yeah. Oh, I got the whatever that is.
The green mouth. Alright, what's the upgrade?
Oh, it's like a pattern of some kind. I can't tell.
Put it on.
Translucent. Yeah, I know I have it on. I'm changing the color though. I gotta find my orange. There it is.
Oh, it's like a glass thing. That looks actually very dope,
cool.
honestly.
And what have we learned?
Grenades are fun.
Fair.
Gimp Batman will stare at you. Okay, well, that's distressing to say the least. Yeah. And this one. Jesus freaking Christ. Okay, this shit is pricey, man. Okay. Any heads left? Well, one.
Young at the web.
What do you mean? I'm an angel. What did I do?
Ow.
My agents have worked successfully all through.
Yeah.
Alright. Oh, I'm sorry. Hot topic wizard, I see. Alright.
Topic wizard is crazy.
I can get behind that. Your hat also goes flat when you go under surfaces. It flattens.
Oh, it's got physics.
Brilliant. Yes. Alright. Get your vitamins. Well.
We need more crystals.
I bought like, they're so expensive. They were like 13k each. It's crazy.
I cry every time. That's very
criminal,
cringe.
man.
Maybe we need to earn some more money instead of being sat there with 3 people at 1 HP trying to figure out how to use a fucking wand.
Dude, that was so good though.
Look at me. I died.
You destroyed it!
What? What's that?
that's fair, honestly. Oh, great. Milk. Is there anything up there?
No.
God damn it.
Oh wait, there's a toy plane here.
What?
I think it crashed into Snowy.
I'm fine because I got 1 HP. If anything happens to me, I'm...
Oh, we have a cube! No, I was gonna. Oh, fuck, I hate this thing. I was gonna throw it away. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. What are you fucking looking at?
I was looking at what the fuck is going on.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
No. That's not good. Heard a scream.
Oh.
Wait, there's that. Take this. Take this. I got one more to kill. Get out.
Break it?
No.
Fucker!
Oh.
Okay. Unfortunately, I lost the big orb. Milk! Gamer milk, let's go!
I can't see where the fuck I'm going.
What? Wait. You know, the scientific question is, could we make gamer cheese?
I'm not
Food for
answering this
thought.
question. Hello, Trashcan! Thank you for the 295 stream streak. How's it going?
Okay, did we get
Thank you, thank
everyone?
you. Don't think you want to make gamer cheese yet. Let's not talk about gamer cheese and what that could entail.
That's it.
This is what Deadlock does to a man. I don't know, I didn't see Phantom playing a lot of Deadlock lately. Someone get this teacup from me, please. If I jump down, do you think it's gonna break? Hey!
There's
teacup?
There's a hole that will kill us right where the teacup is.
It's okay, I'm insane.
Okay, please put it in.
There's something else up there.
Right. Okay.
You only broke 12k with 6. You shut the fuck up. I didn't know such thing. There's a few things up here.
Yeah,
Here.
that's fun. Good luck with that. I'm gonna go get this for you.
You got it. You can catch, I believe. You're close enough. There's there's a traffic light. It's like 30,000.
I'm coming. How do I get up there?
I think this traffic light has a gimmick, though. I think when it's red, you can't move it.
This isn't the way up.
Oh well, it went bad.
Oh, this is the way up.
What the fuck is this?
Don't move it when it's red.
Oh, it's like
Sorry, Jim.
I did say don't move it when it's
I wasn't touching it.
Genuinely good shot, I gotta say.
Oh. Oh. So they don't have to know how much it started out at.
Something's alive around here.
Oh my god.
Y'all need to speed this up.
How? Oh, I am sped up. Oh, this is horrible. I don't like this. Because there's like holes in the level. Bread! That was a noise. Oh, Vandomy's the only one alive.
Oh my god, what the fuck is that voice?
What?
Calvin and the Chipmunks.
Oh, is it because I'm
Alvin,
fast? Right. I see.
Good stream, baby. How's
Hey,
that?
would you like a career with
Thank you
Alvin
so
and the
much for the
Chipmunks?
tier 3 resub. Happy 27 months. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Enjoy your well-deserved clown emote. Thank you. You almost died from the links because it was spicy or what? But I'm okay. Hello speed, dude. The speed thing, I'm pretty sure you guys don't need to fucking send the monsters in when you can pay 50 coins for the speed and I'll just kill myself anyway. I'm pretty sure I'm 3 for 3 on killing myself when I'm sped up. Hello? You okay?
There's another hole there.
Oh, why is there so many
It's
holes?
dangerous.
It's like another hole somewhere else.
Carolina Reaper wings.
They need to put barriers up. It's not safe. It's not safe.
My bad, Chief. I designed the
OSHA
place a
certified.
little bit more fun.
It's okay, we can watch Winter for content. He's bound to fuck something up.
Oh god, I hit myself there. Fuck off.
Hello? Oh.
This is your fault. It's because you said hello.
I didn't know he was there.
Yeah, oh,
it's so funny.
would not have seen that coming.
Oh no, is he gonna grab the money? No, he's not.
No, he's smarter than that, surely.
We back.
Hello? Hello? Oh, hi. What the fuck are you? What is that? Ew! Winter, I have seen some things.
What do you mean you've seen some
I think I just seen the Michelin Man.
Back, you little brat!
Hello? Oh my god, he's still here. Or it's the ghost from Ghostbusters or something. Oh, it's no bueno.
Yeah, I saw what you meant, huh?
Yeah, it's fucking disgusting.
What the hell? The old man just went flying by coat.
He just went, ooh. Oh my god. Oh, jeez.
Oh, money.
You're gonna want to watch out past this point because there's a hole in there.
Hello? Hello? He's just shooting you non-stop!
Yeah. Oh no, Anthony's fucked.
What's one else doing?
Come on.
I've got to be quick.
God knows.
I've got to be quick!
Did you?
I don't think it was quick enough.
Snowy touched the money.
It's okay, I was gonna tell him that we really needed it.
Hello? Hello? Oh, there's an orbit. Hello? Dude, there's a Michelin man somewhere.
Yeah,
oh, that might be him. We're safe.
They're about to extract, so we're not safe.
Oh.
Oh no, they don't have enough, never mind. Get trolled.
Dude.
Oh, you're stuck good in there.
Dude, my fucking hat looks like a condom.
It keeps getting squished and it does, yeah, that's awful.
My hat looks like a condom when I'm rolled over.
Get help, please. Let's go.
Like, tilt my head to the ground so the hat is up. What's he doing? Why is he doing that? Why is he...
Huh? It's because he's talking through the doll.
No. Why are you doing this? What is wrong with you?
See, you deserve this.
Why? See, it looks like a condom.
Yeah.
Great, they're gonna fucking extract
with
without
you.
me.
No, we would never do that.
Y'all, can you bring help too?
What?
No, he's fucking around.
No, he would never do that.
I guess.
You should jump.
You didn't just help him to kill himself.
He was gonna leave me behind. Oh yeah, we got a fucking cube, right? We should be. Look at the fucking size of the money bag. That's so pitiful.
Alright.
Yeah, what was that all about?
I feel like a child at the supermarket.
What was that all about?
Yeah.
We have crisps.
I mean, if we find
What was
Chris,
that
we can't
all
afford
about?
shit now. What was Wall about?
What was your problem?
You're my. Look at this.
Man.
Wait, come here.
Interpersonal drama.
This is you. Defeated male lion leaves.
Doesn't look very defeated though, does he?
He's just hiding a lot of pain behind that smile.
Oh, I think he's just happy to be there.
There's no shine in his eyes. Honestly, the mane is
Actually,
kind of
there is.
very pathetic.
They did add a little highlight to the eyes. They are.
There is no highlight. What are you talking about?
Look, they got a little. It's got the white bit.
That's its fucking eyeball. And its pupils are the black bit. It also doesn't have any whiskers.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
You're just wrong.
Keep telling
For
yourself
what?
that, buddy.
Why are you so wrong?
Why are you so wrong? Ah! What the fuck is
I don't know, but I'm taking it. This is great.
There's a squealer. There's a squealer around.
What do you...
Spewer. Can someone help me with the spewer? Can someone help me with the spewer?
Alright, what the fuck do you want with the spewer?
I'm
Right.
gonna...
What do you want with the spewer? What do you want with the spewer? For you to help me kill it, you bastard! Oh, Brad, how's it going? It looks like you missed it. I just did the lion meme. It looks a little bit too happy for him.
All these holes in the ground. Get the fuck away from me, you little duck.
Maybe we're on the moon.
Oh, no.
Jeez. What do you want with the inhaler? Maybe to fucking kill it? Winter, no!
Oh, I want to get in the hole. No!
What is going on?
What is going on? What the fuck was that?
Someone needs to put Winter back in the basket. He keeps trying to leave.
Ooh.
Okay, there's one more head to get.
There you go.
Alright, get him in.
I just get launched.
Block out, boys.
Stop
Girls
Winter!
and whatever.
Go, you suck! That's like 3 times he missed throwing a head in there. It's fucking crazy work. Built like a basketball player with none of the fucking skill.
That was my one charge of that.
Things are happening. Bye-bye, everyone. Out of all the people that made it. Out of all of the people that made it part 2.
What do you even mean? I'm incredible.
Oh, right, we can gamble.
No, we can't gamble. Are you...
Oh, thank God someone's still alive there.
You left me behind with full health.
Dude, we were getting fucking mauled.
There was a room with full health.
You would have left us behind with full health.
Correct.
With my full health? Oh yeah, I would have left.
Goggles.
What the fuck is this?
Oh my God.
Oh my God, I'm emo.
Let's
When
go.
I was a young boy, my father took me into the city.
Oh.
What is that? Oh, it's a
I
spiked
am
collar for your
Jesus.
head.
Let's go.
Oh, let's go!
Another wizard hat.
I got the better
Oh.
one.
That looks like a condom, actually.
No, this one does look like a condom. If I'm on the ground and like the hat is pointing down and it sucks in, it kind of looks like a condom, okay?
Oh, nice shoe.
Oh, you got the tip.
Got a sneaker.
a single machine.
You got one sneaker, and I got another mouth bottom. What the fuck do I have
Gerard
teeth?
Way.
Is that?
That's wood.
I don't think I like that.
Do you not like wood?
No, I like the
You're
glass
saying
thing I
that
have,
when you
kinda.
look like this. Shut the fuck up.
What do you mean?
Hair is crazy.
Oh, yes, yes.
Snowy's grassing.
Let's go. Actually. Fuck. Alright, we got two choices here, y'all. Do we get health or do we get energy?
Well, if any of you guys in this game have coins, you can heal us.
Alright.
I already spent mine to heal go the last round.
I spent it to get the boys. The birthday boys.
It wasn't me. I literally didn't even do anything.
What's happening?
Wasn't me, that's for sure.
You're getting told off for being
Definitely
a bully.
wasn't me.
Oh my eye!
What? Why are you grabbing me? What did I?
That's just mean, bro. That's fucked up.
It is fucked up.
I know.
I'm an angel. I've never done anything wrong in my life.
Christ. Stop, please, for the love of God.
Does the health apply to everyone?
No. Take the 100.
I doubt it.
Who else has 50? There's another.
I don't know, I have 1 HP, so I'll do whatever.
Bro, why is as naturally as he breathes? Joke's on you, I have asthma. So, you know.
There you go.
Thanks.
Who else has low health?
I don't need
One
more
of you
than
needs
one.
to get the 100.
If you have
Someone
more
take
than
the
1
100.
HP, you are ready to go.
Exactly.
Wait.
Do you have more than 1 HP? Go. No, you don't. Take the 100.
I have 7,000.
Bro is moving like the female Titan here. Fucking show me your neck.
He's got 1. I already saw it. I know he has 1.
Okay, did one of you recharge the shotgun? One who has it?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Oh, do we have the
Where's your
sledgehammer
other
still?
shoe?
Oh yeah, I'm
Lost it.
Does anyone want the
Cool.
pot?
Just make it. Just sure
I think
can
it's
take
the worst
pen.
thing that it comes with a sock too, so it just looks so stupid.
Let's go.
Timmy one shoe over here.
Couldn't afford another one. Why are you so?
Finally,
up.
we're at this place. Phantomy has good memories of this place, right?
I feel like I've died here because of you or something.
No, it's where you lost the cart.
Oh yeah, fuck that. That was terrible. I hated that. Can't believe I've done that. Oh my god, got the new wizard card.
Do you guys hear something?
There's a bottle of spider juice.
Oh,
I think
delicious.
it's just,
No, it's
I think
literal
it's just
spiders.
spiders. There's fucking holes everywhere. Bread. Dude, I'm crazy strong. Oh, there's a wizard staff. I'm gonna leave that there and hopefully someone else will pick it up. Like Snowy or Jinx, and they will like fuck it up and die. Oh my god, this is so thin. She's so skinny. Oh, thanks, Snowy. Oh wait, it didn't heal everyone. Just heal a random person, I guess. Oh, well. My guy's out and about, I guess. No, 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 you don't see me. Guys, I might be fucked. They might see me. I'm sure they'll go away eventually. Did not do what I thought it would do. Assuming it's only really present if I jump. Yes, you see this? Oh. Shit. Leave that on there for now. Giant fucking finger. Oh, Billy is around somewhere. That'd be funny if everyone's just fucking dead. Oh, they found something big. Ow. Oops. Well, I'm 1 HP. I could make them travel all the way here. I wouldn't go that way if I were you.
Good luck.
Oh.
Did you leave Winter there?
There we go.
Run from the explosives! Tell them to run, they're gonna explode!
I see. Oh!
Nah. They'll figure it out. Did we find a cube?
Damn. Would have been nice if someone told me to run from explosives.
Can I get the...
Cube found.
There's a cube up there. There's a cube up there.
Oh.
It's not the cosmetic cube, though.
Oh, this is where Phantom lost a card.
Nice one.
Bastard.
Why would you do that? I stole your other fucking shoe and I ate it. That's what I did.
Oh, you're heavy.
I'm going the wrong way. It's styled monster? No, it's like the little fucking... little, you know, the little child, the little Timmy that's running around. It's him.
The balloon guy?
Yeah, that's I was just explaining. He's like, everyone here? Can we just send it? Wait, I hear breathing. Nice catch! Yeah, if you, it's basically if you bust the balloons, he gets really upset, then comes for your hiney.
Oh, that was a good catch. Let's go. I gotta tell me the good throw too.
I've got an orb.
Oh, that thing's horrible. How are you walking with that normally? I hate that thing. Oh, you're about to be chased by the kid.
Shut up.
What? It's mine now.
Who just fucking died?
I don't know what's going on outside.
Nice.
You fucking asshole.
Hey, goat. They made a statue of you.
What?
They made a statue of you.
Statue of me.
Yeah.
It's a goblin.
Goblin these nuts.
You've been possessed by a terribly unfunny spirit today.
That's not very nice to say.
It's not very nice to call me a fucking goblin.
I think it is. People in some friend slop? I mean, we can do this sort of stuff with the hangouts, but you know, like, I need people to tell me what they want to play. Oh, you bastard. Because usually when I'm like asking people what they want to do in the hangouts, everyone's like, oh, we can do whatever and whatnot. And it's like, okay, but I don't know what everyone has or what anyone wants to participate in, so...
It's the scary thing, the thing that hits you, that jump scares you. That scare jumps you. Yeah. Alright, do we have any dead body?
No.
Personally, have a look. Oh, we got one, we got one. We got one, we got one, we got one.
Yeah, we got a body.
Wait, toss it here. Give it here.
Goat is really,
Yeah.
really
Oh, we got
struggling
it all,
with the finger. Oh, what? How'd you die?
Wait, what happened?
Wait, how am I alive now? Oh, you guys revived. Thanks. I died because I fell in the lava.
Goat is
okay.
fucking around with the big finger. Ow.
Oh.
Okay.
Thank you for the lyric, snipers.
Okay, can we chill so I don't accidentally drop this in the lava, please?
You just died.
We did get the box, right?
Yeah, we
I'm not
did.
crazy.
It was a blue one.
Stop bruising the finger!
Sorry.
This fucking guy!
Okay, let's
Time
go.
to go.
Good throw, by the way, earlier when you threw my head into the extract. It was a good toss.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Is this the right way, though?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Mind the gap.
Oh no! That's...
No, I got it.
Okay, okay.
I know it's the wrong way, but I have 1 health and these guys are gonna me. One more. Okay. Go. Oh Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Oh, you're a bitch. You're a bitch. You're a bitch.
It's what they would want us to do.
Honestly,
Hey.
What?
Well, they made it at least.
I can gamble more now.
You're welcome.
Never mind.
What do you mean you can gamble?
I just got shot.
What is happening? What is happening?
I don't want
I
I'm
had
sorry,
1
you
HP.
said I can gamble.
I
for
had
now.
1 HP and then gambled and it just insta-killed me. And then I got put back in the truck. I got alive and then I went, oh, I can gamble more. And then someone shot me in the back of the head.
I wonder who would do such a thing.
This one, though. That's it.
Shocker, innit?
Oh, we gotta spend money quick before she gambles it all.
Quickly! Quickly!
No!
Get the orb out!
Oh.
Did you even win on this?
Oh yeah, let's get our freaking outfits, y'all. We have a coin.
Oh, what is that? I'd rather be naked.
Words to live by.
Oh,
Ooh,
right.
dude.
Smurf spunk. Great.
I mean, you
They
can recall it.
literally
It could just be spunk. Oh. I got
Like a
Sweater arm.
yeah.
yeah.
Well, let's see, can go get his other fucking shoe.
This shoe is
sorry.
purple,
Bro,
wasn't
I'm
it?
sorry.
Oh, you gave me a shoe.
Bro, I was kidding.
Nice,
I was
dude.
kidding, yo.
That's goated.
Wow, you got nothing.
No, there is something on the head. You got something on your head. The head
We've all
thing.
got
I think
something
they
on
put...
our head.
No, but like specifically.
Nice
Who
class.
disconnected?
You're looking good.
Huh?
Nobody, we're all here.
Did someone disconnect?
No? 1,
No,
2,
we're
3,
all
4,
here.
5,
No.
6.
Oh, okay, I heard the thing. I was like, oh hey, I also do have a boot. Oh yeah, you got like a
Dots on the back of my
cut
head.
sign. Yeah.
What the fuck?
3 people there.
You threw a mine into me.
I didn't.
No, I
I walked
placed
on
the mine. You walked to the mine.
I walked on the mine.
So it wasn't my fault.
We're gonna all die in this shop. That's unfortunate. If it had to be, you must gamble. Damn.
How did everyone die though?
Nice
Don't
glasses.
even know.
I got abused.
You look so stupid. Are you just putting everything on as you get it?
Oh, I have those as well. Ah, health.
God fucking damn it. I'm still
1
surprised
HP
this
and
run
drink,
is
don't even
going.
worry.
It's fucking crazy. When was the
What
last
do you
time we
mean
bought?
was so good.
When was the last time we bought any upgrades to?
I
We
mean,
just
no, we
bought
got
strength and extra jump just now.
yeah,
So now we could jump thrice.
thrice I
sick.
say.
I'm like, why am I not going fast?
Oh no, not this fuck ass thing. Where's the cart? Please. You know what? I can do it.
Well, that was very close. What's with this fucking bread? Ooh, fancy toilet. Oh great, Winter can have a go with the picture again.
There's that screaming doll thingy in here.
I only care for the cubes. Oh. Oh, who's being chased? Is it you? Did you have hands on the side of your head? I see, unlucky. Oh, there's two!
What the fuck? Oh, away from me.
Nice. Oh.
There's another one? Oh,
sorry,
okay.
sorry.
Get away from me.
The heads are not doing any- oh. Oh, it's dead, it's dead, it's dead.
I don't. You're trying to use me as a weapon. I don't think I'm a good boss.
Be quiet.
You really seem a little strong.
At least this one doesn't talk.
WWF appropriate.
Yeah.
Alright, where'd you land?
Hello.
Hello.
You killed Winter, didn't you?
No, there's the lady with the slappy hands.
Don't listen to her. Yeah, no, she killed me. It was her.
We killed two of them. Well, Jinx killed two of them.
Nice.
One of the thingies broke though. Gonna fucking res you. There's someone else that's dead. Oh, Jinx. Is there anyone else that's like dead that I need to wait for before I res you guys?
No.
Okay. Yeah, nice try, idiot. I fucking have you in my hands.
Sorry, Thurby. Get me out of this thing.
Get wrecked.
Mirror, mirror. Okay.
I need one of you to find extract, please. I can't. If I drop this, it breaks.
Got you. I know where it is.
Welcome. Ding. What the? Ah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to, yeah. Trying not to break it more.
What the fuck? Oh, frog.
Frog behind me.
Chef?
No gosh darn way.
Got it.
Nice.
Do you want the sledgehammer?
No.
Alien, 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 alien.
Alien crater.
Haven't seen the alien in a hot minute.
But to be in, not gonna lie.
Okay, we are honestly getting a good hang of this. I'm trying to find a spawn. Can I charge this? Like, is this something I can just charge or no? Ah, I can. Cool. I wonder if they forgot those were there. You jinxed it? Listen, content, you know. But I probably shouldn't be the one with the sledgehammer, considering I do have 16 health. Do you think there's something up there? I can't. I don't think there's anything up there. Alright. Fuck, it killed me. Oh. You know, I was thinking I hadn't heard you in a while.
Oh, down there as well.
Oh, hello? What happened to you?
There was a tick. Try to kill it.
Ah.
It didn't go very well.
I see.
Okay, there's another extract this way, but not this specific way.
Yeah,
Goat is also
and I put
dead.
a painting next to it. Apparently Goat is also dead.
Oh, that's
Do you know where you died?
I'm not sure where. Last I saw him, he was by that extract, so maybe somewhere around there.
Well, I can hear you over Winter's loud ass mouth.
There's an extract.
Oh, okay.
I think going towards it. Yeah, and all the shit that was dropping in this.
Oh dear. We're probably gonna have to wrap this up soon if we want to do some take like a wee break and then finish off with some deep rock.
What?
Hello. Everything is there.
Oh, fuck, whatever.
Oh my fucking god.
What happened?
He walked into the pit. He was carrying the cart and he walked into the pit.
Was everything in the cart?
The cart's not. No, the cart is fine.
Just
Oh god.
Ah, that's so unfortunate.
I don't know what to say.
I didn't
What do you want
notice.
from me? I didn't see the board. I was trying to look for it. I just fell.
Well, I guess you are
Well.
good at jumping puzzles.
I
I'm not exactly. I keep telling you guys, I'm not good at jumping puzzles.
Ladied again.
Well, keep that pit away from me, bro.
You have a triple jump!
I just didn't see it, honestly.
I'm bad at jumping.
I didn't find any cubes, sadly. There's gonna be a pink one up here. Me when I lie. What an elite toilet.
Amazing.
Is there anything up here?
No.
There's some items. Well.
What?
Yeah.
Grandma, I don't like you, Grandma.
Oh, it's on me. Give me a second, I need to get this in the extract.
Oh, I had a sledgehammer on me, but I don't know where it is. No, that's not my problem. Do 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 do, Inspector Gadget. Do 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 do. The cop.
No cubes?
I didn't see one.
That's unfortunate. Let's skedaddle.
I found a grand piano.
What the?
There's a grand piano, but I don't know if we can actually get that.
Where is it?
Oh, I'm seeing.
It's like I think it's the other end of the thing, and it's worth like 40k.
I'm seeing a lot of mass murder today.
It's where?
It must be left here. I can't actually remember, but it's somewhere. Here, no, it's...
There's a lack of grand piano here, Snowy.
Yeah, it's probably at the other end of the map then.
Okay.
And
well,
it was yeah.
we can just
well.
send the cart.
Actually, I'm telling a lie. It wasn't even a grand piano. It was a stand piano, because a grand piano's like got the thingy bits, and this one didn't. You fell in the hole, by the way.
No, I was intentional after listening to Snowy.
Hey, remember we have triple
Of course.
Jump.
Yeah, we do have triple
Remember,
jump.
we have triple jump, hell.
That was intentional.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it was.
I don't believe you.
Copium.
Cope. And sieve.
I don't need your guys' approval.
The irony is not lost.
Good, because you're not getting
third
it.
time this game a repo. Karma. Oh, I'm getting grandma'd.
No, I intentionally
so
killed
cursed.
myself after you were pedantic about your descriptions.
Oh, hello, Glenn.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a grand piano. It physically wasn't.
Literally. Oh, alien.
Oh, come on. Fuck off.
Pretend I don't see.
I'll go check if the coast is clear.
Oh, there's another one behind.
Dude, it's so fucking dark. Grandma!
She did like
Run.
Did like that.
Hi.
Wow. I can't believe you.
Fuck.
Why am I stuck?
What? Why are you stuck?
Oh, my keyboard is... You know, it's fine. I gambled. My keyboard died. I need to plug my keyboard in.
I see. Oh, hey, I'm here
Oh no!
again.
Snowy's still alive.
String slackers?
Oh.
I have. Yes. Okay. And then leave her out. Leave her out.
Leave her out.
My keyboard died, so I killed myself.
It was the triple jump.
It was the triple jump.
Triple jump.
There was no jump. Alright, that's it. You guys have pissed me off.
You even win on this machine?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think so.
What? You're gambling.
I was so close.
We'll get it next time. Just
We're getting so
just one
close.
You just one off. Come on. Oh, but it's you just.
Our money.
I gotta get one more.
Our money.
Well, but just need that one more.
Yeah, I figured this was happening.
Might have.
Money.
Might have installed the worst mod I've ever seen.
You ever think how good it'll be when you win?
We might make back all the money that we gambled.
People the gamble.
Okay, I'll probably do this last round, because if we want to do some deep rock, we'll have to take a wee break and then play for a bit there, because I'm only going until 12 today, so that's another, like, what, 2.5 hours? Actually, how long do you want to play deep rock for? We could probably play it for an hour, so we could probably do a couple more and then take a break and stuff.
Not for too long, hell. Everything's tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeetus.
Yep. Yeetus. Yeetus delicious.
Yep, which is valid.
Oh shit, I've never seen this before.
Half.
Can survive pits? Oh no.
That's a start. Oh, there's a griffin.
Oof, this thing's heavy.
Okay, though.
This freak plant thing.
That's incredible.
I know. I 2-1 time. First time usage and I win.
What did you win?
Won like a stamina or jump upgrade thingy for everybody.
There's another griffin here.
Yeah, we need to find the extract first to leave it there now.
Like we're playing Dark and Dark.
See it, check black note Sunday. What for are you? Your highlight. This potion has such a magic fight.
You know, I don't remember this part.
There's like a blue chalice here. I don't know if it dates.
There's like 7,000 fucking monsters.
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, there is.
What's the Michelin Man? No, 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 stop gambling! Wait, actually... Yellow? I got some money! Thank you. Okay, right, the Michelin Man is causing problems though. Oh, I got fight. Oh. Jesus Christ. I'm so fucked. Oh. There's two of them. What the fuck is this? Wait, they found one? Oh, I might just be the worst. Did you hear that? You're like my only friend, you know that? Can you leave, please?
What the fuck?
What was that?
It was the weirdo Michelin Man. Oh, there's a finger up there. Help. 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 Oh, fuck me. I know that noise. No, 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 no! Bella, you bastard! She just destroyed the finger.
You think everyone else is dead? Oh, Cube!
Ooh, nice.
Good night, Hannah. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you get plenty of good rest. Oh, it's... Well, you know, no surprise there. Someone might be dead down here. I see a red mark on the map.
No.
Oh, that's the guy I saw. I was looking for him.
They took the door!
They took the door, but was more money.
Pillsbury doll boy.
Sorry, I was trying. Here, do you want this? I'm not very good with it.
Yeah. Thank you.
There's a Michelin man is behind
problem.
us. Oh, who's he gambling? That doesn't sound very good.
Because it isn't.
Are you fucking kidding me? Thank you for the self-care check art. Oh, God.
What happened?
I was about to fucking click this extraction.
Oh, and someone else opened another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, been there.
Bastard. Positive affirmation. I am doing a very good job. There's a fucking... That's not good, that's not good, that's not good. That is not good. I hate this fucking thing. I hear myself. It's even worse. Well, Holy shit, your head flew. Piss off, Belle.
Grab it, grab it. Okay, we need to grab it together, all three of us.
Jesus.
Grab it together.
Oh yeah. Oh, the
Awesome.
orb.
I hear
You
something
can
stomping.
Are you leaving the griffin where it is for like another extract zone?
I
No.
don't think there is another
No,
easy
the griffin
extract.
was going towards the extract zone. You guys fucking... You guys clicked that one.
It's fine. Okay, I might die. So,
Don't. Oh shit.
I keep getting away with this.
Get it in. Get it in.
Do we not have the truck? Where's the trolley?
It's stuck behind the griffin.
Guys, I hear
what
something
plan?
wet.
You're gonna get like a poor review score for like someone who stays over.
I just gaslight them. I'm just gonna gaslight them. It's open plan. No, it's all open plan. It's open plan. I'm gonna write in my review like how much I enjoy the open plan nature of it, and they'll forget whichever door's there.
I don't think that's
Oh,
No, it's social engineering.
there's a plant there. Be careful.
Yeah, they're looking at it. Need like a door or something to hit it with.
bye. Bastard.
Oh shit.
That's the sheep.
Never gonna do.
Pull it in, pull it in, pull it in. Awesome.
Sick.
Teamwork.
Leave the fucking doors alone! Bro, I'm so fucking lost. Okay, there's no reason... Oh no, gamble, gamble, gamble.
Oh, you little fucker.
Oh! Bless you, Snowy. Where the fuck is Winter? We just abandoned him.
I'm free.
No, I'm pretty sure he's dead. I'm tired.
I win.
What'd you win?
Life.
God fucking damn it. Where the fuck am I even going here? There's a guy there.
Yeah.
fucking lose my mind.
Oh shit. You're lying.
I give up.
Run. For the hills.
You don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me.
Your healthy slips I could follow up with 2 packs of the cheapest, most unhealthy instant ramen I can find. Hey, whatever your body needs, dude. Sustenance is sustenance at the end of the day. Bro, fuck off with camping the door.
Ah, what do you mean?
Oh,
Not
sorry.
you. That freak.
Oh, yeah.
No, not money.
We're just a rascal.
Whoa. Chill. Hello.
That's probably not good.
Nah, it's fine. I dodged it, but it's gonna come back.
Stay.
Sorry. Oh shit.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck that. No, no.
Winter jumped out again. Did I stutter? Oh, we need more stuff. Fucking perfect. I'm gonna end up having to drop this when that fucker that's camping this place comes through. He's still there, be careful. He's coming around the corner now.
Wait. Excuse me.
Just knocked over the fucking... I hear Winter fucking moving again, by the way. Hello, Crowbird. How's it going? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. So tired. Thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate it.
Do we go?
If we can. Did Winter fucking jump off again?
Possibly.
Hold him down. Fucking hold him. Holy shit, my dick just fucking got cut clean off.
See, if you stand there... and
Right.
Oh, watch out.
Who died?
No one yet.
Someone is dead. I can see it on the map. There's a plant.
There's a plant, there's a doughboy, there's whatever the hell that is.
There's me.
There's Gamba.
I love gambling. Oh no.
Winter's dead.
Clown.
Oh fuck. Tricycle. Oh fuck.
I didn't do anything. I'm an angel. Oh no. It's all falling apart.
No.
Run, Snowy.
Get off me, you bastard!
Okay, he lives.
He doesn't.
Oh,
fucking...
he doesn't live.
I think I just watched.
Oh!
Yes. Leave.
Yes.
Yes.
Leave,
Let's go. Oh,
We make
poor
it.
Snowy is fucking collecting our heads like the Dragon Balls.
Yeah. That's
You know what? He got my head. That's all that matters. Yeah. You know what? I'm the only one that matters. So thank
That's
you.
fucked up.
That's fine.
That's fucked
That's
up.
fucked up.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Dude, Phantom, he got fucking mugged.
That was terrible.
Gamba
yeah,
spawned on him and fucking held him in place while the
The thing
roaming
killed me.
giant thing fucking.
Alright, so let's get our monies. Let's get our.
Wait, that's kind of cute. That's kind
If you
of
recall it.
girly pop.
Alright, we have to do this.
Okay,
Ooh,
you're getting a lot of hats today.
Yeah.
Nice.
Me likeys.
Oh, fuck ass accessories go. No, he got the
Nice. That's pretty good.
I got my hat away. That's
That's wicked.
Winter, you look fucking sick.
Oh.
Wait,
Oh, the other
Jinx
goat's
got goats on their What the fuck are those?
What do you mean, one of those?
It's a nice
fashion.
boot. What do you mean? Fashion, indeed.
Good
Oh, wait.
CJ. Sleep well, thank you for stopping by.
What is that?
Is that a balaclava?
I don't know. What the fuck is that?
Baklava.
Wait, baklava.
Thank you, Kobe. I appreciate it.
It's a kiwi.
It's a
Oh,
what?
yeah, you are.
You are a
Kiwi. Well, yeah.
Snowy, come over here.
It's horrible.
Snowy,
Yeah.
Yes.
touch the machine. Okay, no, you don't. Okay, whatever.
Quickly.
It's not even me this time.
Hey,
That's okay, we got the stuff.
Money. Must be funny.
I have to stop them
Okay,
from gambling somehow.
This is probably the last one of this one.
Okay. Oh. Okay, recharge your stuff. What happened to the shotgun? It's full, but it got lost.
Yeah, I got lost.
Okay.
Oh my god, Winter, why do you look like that?
You got the kiwi. Oh god. The fuck?
Honestly, when it's in the dark, it's like not so bad. He steps out into the light and it's fucking horrifying.
Fucking playtime looking ass thing. You.
Bobby's
Alright.
playtime.
We all got our stuff.
Why does it keep getting further out?
Far out, baby. Far out. Oh. Okay, I'm going up here.
I'm going to be a passenger princess while I go turn on my light.
Can I get a card? Hey guys. Guys. Push the cart right here, please. Prepare to catch this. Oi.
Where? Oh shit!
Piss me off sometimes.
Here? You just randomly saying here.
I look up.
I got it. I got
I
it.
looked up and I can't see anything.
Put it quickly down.
Oh, that's my face.
Alright, well that's... Get out of there. What the fuck's wrong with you? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Drop it, drop it. Okay. Get it there.
It's a lot of shredded money.
Unfortunate. Whoa, baby.
Baby, yeah.
Ooh.
Baby, head.
I stuck on something? Must be. Sorry, back to that fucking TV.
What the fuck?
I'm going the wrong way. My fault, my fault.
You guys throw me out?
Huh?
Were you?
You mean I should touch this blender because you threw me out? Or you're bopping.
Daisy. It's.
What are these guys doing?
You lost some value.
There's a head over there.
What we got under? Hi, balloon boy.
Took a nap and
Way
that
too much
sounds good.
satisfaction out of that. Alright, let's extract.
Wait, so you got me killed and didn't even bother putting my head in the fucking extract? Alright.
I didn't get you. What? I didn't do shit to you. You got.
You died, bro.
The basket cube.
That's fucked up.
That is fucked up, honestly. Yeah, the disagreements there.
He walked in the fire. God fucking damn it.
I did that earlier to test whether it burned you or not.
It does burn.
It does burn, yeah, I figured that out.
Wow.
Oh god, there's a fucking egg.
Why does it look like that?
I don't know.
Dumb and Dumber, yeah. That's my mods.
Nice.
Hey, that was fucked up. I almost got murked by an activated duck. That was brilliant.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, well...
This might be one of the worst items I've seen before.
The hand? Yeah. Pretty damn ugly.
Or with the hand.
Another bluey.
I know.
Hi, Zoe. Hello. Hey.
Why are there so many ducks?
I don't know.
Oh, did this.
What?
Really?
Oh.
Ooh, a sword. I mean, Jinx is dead? Oh, yeah, right there.
Oh.
Ugh.
Oh dear. What the fuck? Goat is hacking.
Is one of you alive around here?
I extracted you.
I put hell in the basket.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, goat is hacking.
Oh, okay.
Just as
So-
a side piece of information.
You know, necessary. Can you stop jumping, please? You're gonna damage shit.
Is that how? Okay, is that how that works? Jumping turns lasers on.
No. When you get close to lasers, they turn off. When hell jump, you can stop cart breaking it in the process. That's what I'm... This is a thing.
When you're dead, you can turn on your head after it charges a bit by pressing E. If you hold down spacebar, you can do jumps.
Yeah, well, whatever that thing said. Yep. Oh, I don't like this. This brings me back memory.
He's gonna break that, isn't he?
Oh, probably. Oh, disgusting worm.
Staircase, what the
There's a
fuck?
hole in the staircase.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, maybe Goat wasn't hacking. Maybe he fell through the hole in the staircase. Ha! What an idiot!
There's a hole in the staircase there.
Oh, that was so fucked up. Shit, Annie. Can one of you help with the caterpillar?
Is that what it said?
It looks like a caterpillar. The horrible rendition, artistic rendition of something fell off. Beware of the hole. As well as opposed to hell flop off. Yep.
He literally just said, beware of the hole.
Okay, get this in there.
Yeah, well, if you want for me, I'm bad at jumping. But...
Oh, God.
This one as well. Okay. Let's bring him back.
Shove the cart in because it's gonna break.
It's gonna break the car, the thing.
Oh,
Give up. Okay. Whew.
Oh, you have a cube.
Oh, volley. Got one more.
Oh, I don't see it.
Mind the whole bit.
Oh no, the cart's gone.
Oh.
Someone's dead.
Oh, not this fuck-ass thing.
No, I got this. I got this.
I'll get the horse to here and someone else can take it down.
Yep.
I did my part.
Okay, cool.
Is this gonna be good enough? Nope. That's not my problem. We didn't know what
Still got the
happened.
horse.
We didn't know what happened.
Oh, so something stupid happened. I was right.
No. Nothing happened.
There's a horse on the left.
Oh, great.
Oh.
There was a horse.
Horses are pretty cool.
Did they even note this?
What happened to you?
I was carrying the horse with them and I got fucking pushed off the edge. And they didn't even fucking notice. What happened to you?
Oh. Fell in a pit.
Anthony is fridge maxing. Don't, that horse is not gonna, that horse is not in this. You need to move it! Move it! Oh my god, it's gonna fucking.
Ooh.
It's gonna get fucked.
Yep.
Yep.
What?
I didn't like the horse.
It wasn't in the square.
The horse.
It wasn't in the
Didn't like
fucking
the,
square.
traffic light either.
It wasn't in the fucking square. It wasn't in the fucking square.
It wasn't in the square.
No, it wasn't. The legs were out.
What?
There's no way.
Fucking morons.
It was in the thing.
It was not.
It was the fucking timer started ticking off. It was in the
It
thing.
can do that when things are sticking out, and the thing will destroy it.
How about you just go back and pit?
I've done that a few times.
Well, you know what? It's not my problem. I don't have to deal with it. Wait, how'd you die? Wait, Jinx.
I listen.
Did you fall down a hole?
My knees are apparently very brittle. I jumped a little too high.
There, please.
This is where I was trying to tell Snowy that the fucking traffic light wasn't in the square. Things are hanging out the thing will destroy it.
Yep.
Oh, this is not going down.
Ugh. Easy. Easy. Easy.
I've broken 4 things going down this staircase already.
What's a 5th thing, honestly?
Exactly.
Oh, I'm not even in. Okay. You don't have to know that.
Hope it's inside the...
Wait for you.
Crazy.
What's up, Cassie?
Yeah, typical Snowy. In the fucking garbage. It's fucking doomed.
I did tell you it was gonna get jinxed.
Well, well, well.
Chomp.
The compactor can come down, but if things are hanging outside of the square, it will destroy them. That's what happened with the traffic light. That's what happened with... That's why it's always important to make sure everything is in.
I wish you were this pedantic about literally, like, I don't know, your Overwatch games.
I am. What the fuck do you mean?
Repo.
Okay.
There's a big head coming towards you.
Where?
The other way. It's going towards the, yeah, the extract.
Oh, lovely. Hey, big dog, may I have your attention, please? Yeah. There we go.
It's a yellow thing.
The eyes, I think.
You think they'll realize that I'm not in
Alright,
there?
good luck getting back. Where are you?
I'm outside.
Oh.
Just outside of the square. Wait, wait, what the fuck? What kind of hitbox is
But
that?
if you're not in the freaking...
I'm not the one that destroyed the horse. Don't look at me. I was completely outside of the thing entirely, by the way.
Yeah, no, you weren't. I don't.
There's no horse.
Yeah, because if you're like one pixel that can be hacked, there it's gonna like do anything, and you actually. What's happening?
Bro, what the fuck am I watching?
What happened to you?
The fucking skull ate my entire ass. It's a fucking monster house.
Yeah, there's a
You
lot of
mentioned
them.
traffic lights. Look, I had my doubts about the traffic lights. I couldn't move it though. I don't know what you want from me.
Okay, someone else is alive. One more person. Nope, they're dead. Let's go.
Nope, they're dead. So
Yep,
yes,
We're
two.
dead.
Yep.
Phantomy's kind of fucking cracked at this game.
Why? What happened?
True and real.
What happened?
Oh, look, the card cannon. That's wild. Oh! It's the GIMP Batman.
It's not, it's just a Batman fucking mask, bro.
Oh, you got the thing. You got the head. You can
Oh wait,
be
you
with
can
her.
be me too. You can be me now.
Baklava. Don't want to be you.
Oh!
Is that a
nice
monocle?
monocle. I want a monocle.
Yes.
Nice.
Nice perm.
I want that perm.
You look like a Tallulah. With 2
I
L's
go
and a
great with the
H.
screamy.
3 L's and a H.
A nice copper arm or metal arm.
Yeah, it's the shiny one. Yo, I got
That's
the
what
loot
I
down
got
now, baby.
Yeah, you do.
You kindly stop blowing me.
Ooh.
Ew. Why do you look like a fucking penguin? Alright. Fucking cannot win on this. Oh!
Okay.
Who died?
Any strength?
Guys, this was the last one.
You died.
This was the last one, guys. I was. This is the last one. I need to go
This is
take a
cool.
BRB.
I like the cart cannon. Can we buy the cart cannon?
Can we afford it?
I mean, it's not that. I don't think it's that expensive.
47. We need to get the card to can attach it to the card.
Yeah, I was gonna say it didn't seem to detach. So, but there's an upgrade
Okay.
in the cart we can pull out. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Fuck. Then we can get a crystal, I guess. Can we? No, we cannot.
Get rid of the grenade. Oh, no. We just can't get the crystal.
Yeah.
Everybody's head in there.
Alright. Yes? Question mark? I believe so. Oh no. Goat's
Yeah.
missing. Put him in.
Wait, how come your hat doesn't
There we
turn
go.
into a condom? I was trying to say that you look fucking foul. This was the last one. I'm probably gonna take a break now and go set up for some deep rock.
Yeah.
Okay.
But thank you guys very much for playing. Honestly, it's kind of crazy.
Oh.
I didn't. Well,
Yes,
I didn't
it's
think
kinda
we
crazy.
were gonna get this far without dying. That's insane.
Oh, yeah. We're
Well,
we're at 2 blocks
so
of
it
range
was-
now.
So died more than
All right.
others.
Let's do.
Okay. I will.
Why is this so fucked up, though?
I don't know.
What did you install, bro?
I don't know. It just came up looking for things. Alright. Thank you guys very much for playing. I had a lot of fun. Oh, Jesus.
Alright, GG's. That thing.
Don't worry about
it. Okay, Ghost is meowing. Alright, you guys take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. Goodbye.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, there we go. Alright, so yeah, I am probably gonna take a BRB here. I need to stretch my legs, maybe go to the bathroom. Gives a chance for Winter and Goat. I don't know if you are still intending on playing some Deep Rock with myself. To sort some things out, and yeah, I will I'm gonna be right back. Thank you for stopping by, Trash Can. Good night, sleep well. Hello. Thank you very much for waiting. Sorry I took a wee bit of time there. I got up, stretched my legs, went to pee, had a nice wee cuddle with the ghost. I ain't gonna lie to you guys, I am pretty tired, but I think I'll be able to do this last hour and a half. Thank you. Just waiting on confirmation for whenever Winter and Goat are ready, if they are still playing this with me. Assuming it's 6 AM for you. It's only been since 12 for me. But my tummy hasn't been the best today. So, oh, I've gotten the go-ahead from said losers, so let me just load this up. It's been a hot minute since I played Deep Rock. Just activate all of them. You guys have done a pretty fucking incredible job today, though. Holy shit. I didn't really have a goal set in mind or anything like that, because without incentives to kind of reward the generosity, I felt pretty bad. So, you know, despite that, you know, I put a kind of pseudo one, which as I said before, we'll sort that out at a later date. Originally I was thinking about doing it today so the mods could still play today, but it's a bit too much to squeeze in and unfair of me to ask them to do that. So we will sort out a day when they are free. It might be split, it might be on the same day, and we can do that. And as I said before, even if it is on a different day, I will still make sure that all of the crowd control stuff done via the mod stream, well, it'll be my stream, but it'll be the mods playing, will still go towards the WWF campaigns. You don't have to worry about that at all either. Just a little bit over the OG amount. Yeah, I honestly didn't know what to put it at, because I didn't want to make it like too high. I know you guys are gonzo insane when it comes to the charity stuff that I do, and I'm forever grateful that you guys are very enthusiastic about it, because it really does put a smile on my face. As someone that, believe it or not, I don't like smiling. Okay, smiling is gonna give me like fine lines. I don't like my teeth. I don't like how I look when I smile. I don't like smiling, but you guys put a smile on my face regardless. And that's an amazing amount. Just through doing silly crowd control shenanigans. So I'm pretty chuffed. Hello, Brock. How's it going? How was your second viewing of The Amazing Digital Circus? You're already old, old man with some fine lines. Alright, let me get over here and join these losers in the Hello, are you ready for some fucking premium CBT?
Well, it's like I was just saying to him. I mean, surely, like, it's gonna be alright.
Yeah, everyone's like fucking wasted their money fucking spawning 7,000 fucking creatures in repo.
Everyone's gone to bed.
I want to go to bed. Alright, oh my god.
Roughneck pack.
What the fuck am I wearing?
What are you wearing?
I have a horse mask on.
Nice.
Oh, you both have a horse mask.
Hell yeah.
I didn't see that the mods needed updating, so I'm assuming they didn't need updating.
I just launched the game, turned the mod, and that was it. So hopefully that's all I needed to do. Yeah, I think it's fine.
You're putting the effort to do these things, of course you'll participate. Well, it's just that, you know, this time it wasn't so much as a big effort was putting or anything like that. I mean, you know, I just turned up and...
Lucky did invite me again.
And you guys never have to feel obligated to show up to them. Just, you know, I'm very well aware that, you know, and I preach this a lot, that just because you put like 110% effort into something doesn't mean you're going to reap 110% rewards or something like that. Some things will not be as successful, and that's okay. Don't feel forced or obligated to... I mean, I appreciate it, but never put yourself out. That's the... Oh my fucking god.
Jesus.
What's up?
It's June.
Yeah.
I have no words for whatever the hell is going on.
You have no coins left. The war chest is full. I don't...
That's two
I'm
different
gonna hear like
sentences.
7,000 fucking Windows sounds. Time to do deep dive? Do you guys want to do deep... Do we have like an event?
There's a big...
I've been trying to fucking
core event
promote
going.
like the past like 6 times.
A rogue core thing. Let's take a look here. What do I have up?
Yeah,
Get rid
Winter,
of
I
this
don't know what to
thing.
tell you. Your outfit is invoking rage into the chat to the point where they're now like, okay, we need to kill you.
How's that
I need
my
to
problem?
nuke that immediate exterminate this. Yeah, okay, right. Thanks, Winter. You did this. Hi, Ghost. Oh, no. But I hope you guys are having fun. Winter's outfit is amazing. Hello, Faint. How's it going? Are you sure you don't want to join in for some of this delicious stuff, Faint? It is for
Faint's right, I know.
charity.
It's great.
It's for charity. Go. Did you learn your lesson?
What?
You gotta be platform guy.
You're right. You're right. I have to be platform guy.
So if I say no, I'm basically saying you hate charity? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, would you guys agree?
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you agree?
I will not comment.
As fucked up, Goat hates charity.
It's true.
That's not true.
That's the wrong thing.
I'm
so,
coming. You
yeah.
don't have to. If you're busy or tired or something like that, don't force yourself. What assignment am I picking?
Well, we want to do the rogue core assignment if we can, so...
Operation Rogue Core. We are not kidding.
I mean, we got a whole month left for it, so... It's fine.
No, I love charity. Snort some cocaine and hit the dwarf hole. Yeah, exactly.
When are they gonna be replaced
Can
with
you
flare
do
with something
these-
more useful, like an
Can you-
anti-flare?
You want to make it darker?
Yeah, you getting it?
Can you do deep dives for your assignments?
No, that's not how it works.
Oh,
Deep
that
dive is a deep
sucks.
dive. Assignments are specific.
Deep dives are separate. Winter?
Huh? What up?
Oh, I'm surprised. I thought you'd be on your fucking arse.
What?
I thought you'd be drunk.
Oh. Right,
You'll
I should
drink
be
to
drinking.
that. Did you have your soup?
I ate some what the fuck was this thing called? Prosciutto and mozzarella.
Fancy! Holy shit!
Mediterranean diet, okay.
You eat that shit too?
That's like average breakfast for, I don't know, Croatia, Italy.
Prosciutto
Dalmatia
and
more specifically.
So you.
Yes.
And faint. They include different objectives from standalone missions of their own thing, I see. Faint, are you also doing... Make sure that those are selected. Wait, why are there two different ones?
Because I selected the wrong one, like an idiot. Don't worry about it.
Can you unselect it?
No, don't worry about it.
Me?
How did you select
No,
the
don't worry
wait,
about it.
what? How did
Because I did it before you guys got on. Because I was like, oh, it's probably this one, and I assumed incorrectly, like a fool.
Then select the other one. Can you not just cancel it?
you can't? I think it's the seasonal one that you can't cancel.
Yeah, that's the one that
Well
I
done, Winter. Good job.
And we can't just switch to that one either because we're doing the limited one that you can't cancel.
Yeah, it's okay.
We just fucked ourselves into a corner.
Wait, how do I... Why can't I select the... Oh, there we go. Are we good on 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like suffering.
Get my fucking loadout actually. What the fuck do I have?
I don't know what I have. We're just going on pure vibes.
That's not...
Script.
That's not very good. Core corrupt... What the fuck is core corruption?
No worries, Phantomy. Thank you so much for joining. Thanks for the huge fucking carries in Repo.
Special beer.
I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Oh, increase
Have a good night.
There's a fucking core stone that we have to do. Oh no.
Core stone. More like a boar stone.
Core stone's like one of the...
Okay, I'll admit, I prefer doing core stones more than I prefer doing whatever my season is, the fucking COVID-19.
Oh, the...
Oh, yeah, that one was awful. Yeah, I don't like the crap.
There's nothing worse than the plant. Plant is Satan.
Oh man, you guys are my best friends ever. I ever tell you that?
Alright, I'm the lobby leader, sorry. Who left their fucking clothes here?
Ooh, it's the ghost of Mission Control Past.
Ew. Okay, the horse masks look better than that.
I love you.
What do you mean? That's fucked up. You look good.
Oh, what the fuck? He just got fucking minced.
It's fine.
We won't. Wait, I just read that. We won't judge you for hating charity. Oh, my fucking tummy, dude. This fucking level 240 chud.
Holy dwarf.
I'm kinda based and dwarf pilled, and I've played a shit ton of this game, yes. I really like this game.
I get it. It's cool.
Hermit's Tomb. Is
Wish
this
there
one
was
of the
less
new
restrictions
ones?
on the weapons, but you know.
No, this is deep scan.
Ooh, another free 50 coins, PogChamp?
We're missing one.
Looks like a thing called Thanos.
Did you have the mods enabled, Faint?
I don't think you would have been able to join the lobby without them.
Well, me too.
Oh. Pardon me. Oh.
Oh, wait, I don't have baby sick.
Oh god, the drinks kicked in.
Confetti.
An extra miner has been assigned to your team.
No and low. Explosives flying.
Honestly surprised I'm alive. I'm so bad when it comes to combat in this game. All I know is how to dig.
I needed that.
There's some red sugar there.
Watch me now.
Oh!
Crevice!
You know, that might be really helpful actually. Holy shit.
Really helpful for what?
Deep scans.
Don't worry, I got this. I'll lay out the pipe real good.
No, not you.
What pipe? Oh, wait, I don't care about that.
Watch and learn.
Oh.
Where's it? Is it this way? Oh, it's this way.
Alright, the floor leeches. Is there a thing in this biome? You gotta look up and you gotta look down.
What do you mean floor legions?
Yeah, there's floor legions.
Rubbish equipment.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
What's that?
Oh, it's so loud.
Lust demon.
I need to go down another layer.
Oh, why is that so loud?
Let's continue some strengths. You can't get enough of me.
I'm making art, don't worry about it.
It's getting frothy in here. Have another round on me.
It's so loud.
Would you like a taste?
Oh, I found the core stone. And it's already pre-opened.
Who's Ara?
Oh, that might be me.
Oh, I've been grabbed!
Evelyn is ganking me! So yeah, the core stone, the lust demon, and then there was a fucking ground leech or whatever.
What's happening right now?
This is bad. This is bad.
What is happening?
This is bad. The dog.
Come on, you love my flavor.
Help. Help.
How do I turn
What do you want me to
fucking...
I don't know.
It's loud and I don't know what's happening.
Would you like a taste?
Like, I don't know what to... Is it like a mod thing?
Let's continue some drinks.
Oh no.
It's getting
I never figured out how to turn shit down.
Yeah.
You look thirsty.
Fucking go. What am I taking? What is hitting me?
Lovely beer.
It is loud. Yeah, I don't know how to turn up that.
Have another round on me.
Oh my god, hello, Calibri. I do... I'm so sorry. Hello. Thank thank you so much for the raid, Calibri! Oh, this is really loud. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna send you the raid video.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Galamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No!
Yeah, because turning on master volume doesn't do it.
Hello! Welcome right. Don't worry about this on the screen right now. We all died. We all fucking died.
No, we won. What do you mean?
We won. This is winner.
Does it not say victory on your screen?
Calibri, thank you. Sorry, there's so much going on. Thank you so much for the raid, Calibri. I hope you had a lovely stream. It says you were doing marbles on stream. I don't know if that's what you were doing all of stream or if you got up to something else during it and then just did that at the end. Feel free to tell me all about it if you want. Or if you don't want, that's completely fine too. You just got done streaming, you might want to go get some rest and stuff. That's absolutely fine. For anyone that is new here, hello, I'm a Hel. I won't yap too much about myself because that's what the raid video is for. But today we are doing a bit of a impromptu charity event where we're raising some funds for the WWF through the use of CBT and crowd control. Right now we just got started with Deep Rock. I need to figure out how to turn it down because that was way too fucking loud. If you don't know what crowd control is, it is just a way for Twitch viewers to make my life miserable. Everything that is bought on crowd control, so there's like a link that is pinned to the top, any coins that are bought, everything goes towards WWF, it goes towards a charity. WWF is a charity about conservation. It's more well known for like their work for endangered animals and species and whatnot, and trying to, you know, make sure that they can thrive as much as they can, but they do a lot of different conservation efforts throughout the world, which is pretty cool, and I like them a lot. So that's who we are raising some funds for. We're probably going to be only streaming about an hour more, I suppose. But yeah, if you are in a position to and you feel like it, please do consider donating, because it is for a good cause. Yeah, Community Day. I found such a chaos game. We play marbles? I'm glad. It sounds like a lot of fun, honestly. If you were here before the raid, please do make sure to go check out Calibri. Calibri is absolutely lovely. An absolute fucking sweetheart. Incredibly fucking funny as well. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to... Apparently... configure the... playback. The... Wait, what? How do I... I'm trying to figure out how to fucking configure this sound.
Oh.
Crow by night? Well, I am a crow all the time.
Why does bro look like Lorax?
Who? Oh, wait, his dwarf.
Here, look
Chef Squad. Cook Serve Delicious. I haven't heard of any of those games.
Oh,
wait,
what's good? I haven't played that in years.
What, is it good?
Come on, goat, drink yours.
I look so...
I don't want to do that.
Are you gonna be a party?
Can I just turn down the crowd control app?
Don't
like,
be a party.
Here?
I will be.
For charity.
I don't know what it's coming through though, because if we're hearing it too that loud, like it's probably not the app. I don't know what it is, but
That's weird. It's made exclusively to be played with chat. I see. I mean, I have quite a lurker community, so I'm not sure if it's something I can, people will be too interested in, but I don't see any harm in giving it a look. Thank you for the recommendation. I appreciate it, though, lovely. Dude, I just...
Oh my god, is it? What the hell?
What are you doing? You guys causing trouble?
Nothing. No.
Nothing. You look great.
We just look amazing.
Yeah. He looks really great.
Right, we're just gonna we're gonna try see if maybe that worked too. Can I like test it out?
What the fuck is this?
Oh no, sound is coming through here actually. It might not be that. Okay, right. Bollocks.
But you could just turn down the whole Deep Rock app probably. That's probably where it's coming from, and then you just have to play with lower volume of your own. And you just won't hear stuff sneaking up on you.
Disabled GPU support. What does that even mean? Okay, right. You know what? Yeah, that's probably what we're gonna have to do.
Everything is going to be okay.
Let me... if it gets too loud again, I'll have to fiddle around with that. Sorry about that, sorry. Okay, right.
Drink your
Let's
beer.
see. My beer? What do we got?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a random beer. It's a randomizer beer.
You're not gonna elicit a... Oh. But my...
Well,
just for the run.
You can carry it to the ship.
No, drink it. It's for charity.
But my... Can I save my presets?
It's just for the
I'm
run.
gonna
It's only for one run. I think it changes
Oh, okay,
back
that's
around.
fine then.
Yeah.
Well, I think it,
Yeah,
it changes all your weapons and stuff in your overclock.
It's for fucking charity, who cares?
What the fuck?
Yeah, Ghost, it's for charity.
Oh my... You know what? I don't look too bad. Go, it's for charity. You can't look as worse as fucking Faint does.
It's true. Oh.
You literally look fine.
Yeah, you look pretty normal.
You look
you
fine.
look like a standard public lobby dwarf.
Public lobby dwarf.
I look like a winter
That's
design,
crazy.
honestly.
No, I look like winter
That's
picked out my
yeah.
You drew the short end of the stick.
Nah, he looks
Beard
great.
and mustache combo with the color is just.
It's giving. I'm gonna say what it's giving.
Alright, let's
I don't even know what guns I got.
We'll find out when we get in. Are we still?
Yeah,
Are we
it's
okay? Do you want me to
visible.
turn it down to hazard 2?
That'll be fine. Well, random weapons.
Yeah, we'll be okay.
No, I can push it up to 5 as well. Why not?
All right.
Some of us
Billy
are not
Big
god
Balls
dwarves,
over
okay,
here.
Dude. God damn.
Level 240. We can put it on hazard 5. How about I only play hazard from now on?
Literally.
Tear it down.
Where you go?
Where you go? I've got that dog in me.
Why is my game crashing?
Why is my game taking 7 years
Why?
to load?
Why? Why am I getting hints on how to call Molly? Thanks for sub, good Art. Bye bye, faint.
Why
No,
is
but
this
my
game happening?
randomizer.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, I think my iron just went through
Maybe
my
you'll keep
fucking
it.
nose.
I hope so.
I've got
Oh
Railgun
my
and
god, I've
bow.
got
Oh,
ice.
that's unfortunate.
What is this?
That's not my stun grenade. What the fuck is that grenade? I don't know what that does.
I just accidentally killed a loot bug.
You said it randomizes overclocks too, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's a good thing I have like none, so...
Yeah, but I have
Oh
one
my-
in my crossbow.
I think
I can see I
took
don't
away
have
my
it.
randomizer.
Oh no.
There must be like an issue with the a mod that you have.
You have all 4 enabled, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
And they're definitely up to date.
I think it auto
Yeah.
so.
You don't... Dude, this fucking floor fucker is so annoying.
Fucking grab my.
Oh.
Stop shooting me!
Okay, it does sound a little bit quieter for me. Oh no! Oh, that's bullshit!
Damn those ceiling bugs!
Did you see how it had me grabbed?
Yep.
Lock and loaded.
Stop shooting, you pointy ear leaf lover!
Oh, you are still quite loud, actually.
Don't shoot me!
Oh, I don't have sprint.
Overdrive activated.
Oh wait, I don't have my pet anymore. Oh no, I can't have a Steve.
Yep, everything's
Wait,
random.
can I have a Steve?
I don't even know. I have something, but I don't know what that is. I don't use whatever that is.
What's the icon?
It's like an eye with horns.
I think that's the.
That's legit the one that you use. See you in hell or something like that.
No, I don't think that's see you in hell.
Oh no.
I think that's the danger one, where it's like it tells you when something's about to grab you, and you have like 3 chances to break out.
No, an eye with horns is see you in hell because I have it equipped. I can see what he's talking about.
I have it as well.
It happens when I get hit though.
What
I think
the
see you
fuck?
in hell. See you in hell triggers. I thought when I go down.
Get back here.
There's an elf! Take it out!
You got lucky, punk!
Why does it sound like that? What is this? What is that?
Oh, fuck! I found a core stone.
Die.
Oh no, they're attacking me.
I can't see my fucking
Knows
ammo.
whatever this is. Ah! Guns, that's cheating! The explosion's my favorite
Oh wait, I have Iron
I
Will.
left all my treasure in a different sack.
That's
What
cool.
is See You in Hell?
That's it's the blow up one. Like when you die, you can blow up.
Can I do both?
Yeah.
Booyah! I was born ready.
I have no idea what's going on. I'll be real with you guys.
Me either.
That's nothing new.
Yeah. How the hell do I get to go?
Coming out.
Guys, just fucking...
It's not good there.
Oh, I died. Oh, I do have See You in Hell, but where I don't have Steve is my other thing. Then that sucks.
Explosives, boys! Watch out! The blood from the corpse bombs is dangerous!
Saving private goat.
Damn kitchen appliance!
Where the fuck are you?
I was getting to you. I don't know where you were though, like compared to me.
This guy.
I was gonna.
Oh my god. Okay.
I have no idea what's going on.
I was gonna dig you to be honest.
Oh, there's
That's
a
not
floor
good.
guy.
That's not good.
Barely
That's
there.
not good.
Exploder.
What the fuck? Hey, it's yeah. The music is quieter for me now.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What's this thing? This is a new thing I've never seen before. Where's the exploder? Barely there.
Oh, that's crowd control.
Well, yeah, I know it's crowd control, but I've never seen that one. It spawned from crowd control before. This is not going well, if I may notice.
That fucking skin you're wearing makes it look like you've got a dumpy.
B.
Yes.
Lore accurate goat.
Why is it smoking?
Is that also lore accurate?
I will not answer that question.
I don't want to be in here anymore.
It does look like there's some new stuff on crowd control. It's incredible that you noticed that, considering how much shit there is anyway.
It is yellow exploders. I've never seen that before.
I mean, yeah, the name alone, like I don't
Piss
recognize that
exploders.
name.
This sucks.
Oh, thank you, Fate.
Thanks, Fate.
Dude, why can't we have nice things like when we go out while playing Repo? Why does it have to be state butthole cave?
Because you're Mr. Level 240, Mr. Oh, I can do how's your
I have a random loadout! I have a random loadout!
So does everyone else! You're not special! Well, maybe you are, but not in that way.
I'm going.
Thank you, Lychee. Oh, this is not good.
Panic attack. I'm gonna start hyperventilating.
Instantly die. Winter spawned grow players. Winter, I was in a fucking. Where are you, Winter?
Why am I like?
Yeah, I bet that.
Yeah, but Winter, look at where your body is. Oh wait, I have Iron Will.
What do you read?
Don't worry, guys. I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh my god.
I would throw up.
I tried to help good. I made you big.
Floor over my bed. Out the window.
Okay, we got 7 Bismore.
Listen, I don't know what your excuse was, Faint. You did not have a random loadout.
I mean, I kind of just died trying to save Goat.
Now, why would you do that? Mr. Level 240 can take care of himself.
No, he was dead. I had to revive the carry. Hold up, I'll just...
Oh, wait, I like my
log,
underwear.
just to see if it'll do anything.
Why are you kicking barrels into my room? Get out. Get out. Get out.
Oh shit, I fucking interacted with the terminal. No. This outfit is kinda good. What, my fucking nurse outfit with my horse head?
I know.
Bang your head to this.
Cliff and slammers for everyone. It's slamming time, yeah!
You know, you're not being paid by the hour. Get to work.
Goat is throwing it back.
Oh my god. On the table is diabolical. What the fuck are you doing?
What the?
With mission control? That's crazy. I'm telling HR. He killed himself.
Just pick a fucking mission.
Reach the nuke rising. Oh no.
When do I get the clock out? Oh, it's a salvage operation.
Wait, I want my I want my sludge. I want my soup. What a bunch that we look like.
Rock and stone, you beautiful.
Is he gonna load in? Should we have a channel point fucking wager? Is Faint going to load into the game?
Let's see.
Okay. Let's go in.
Okay.
It's full.
It's always full. It always goes to full.
Okay.
And he crashes in 3, 2. He must be good.
Oh,
You'd bet no, you'd lose it all.
Oh, there it goes.
Never mind, you'd win it all back. Wait, you're here! Don't lie.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I said he's gone.
Where are you?
Right, salvage mission. Easy. Ow, what the
I
fuck
hit
is wrong?
literally the only people I didn't want to.
Expect heavy infestation and try not to mess it up like your former colleagues.
You're evil.
He's trying to hit me and I've done nothing wrong. It's crazy.
Hey everybody, let's have a blast!
Bro, that was instant. That was instant. Where is this treasure goblin? What do we get if we kill it?
I don't know.
Hey, that's Smarts!
Kill it.
It's running. It's running so fast.
Hey, you got guns, that's cheating! Hey, that's Smarts! You got lucky, punk! I swear I left all my treasure in a different sack! You got lucky, punk! Hey, you got guns, that's cheating! Hey, that's Smarts!
Let's go,
Oh, that's
Gandalf.
supposed to stay on the inside!
Fucking go him!
My treasure in a different sack coming!
What
How
happened
did
to me?
How did you die?
I don't know!
How is it possible that you died? There's no enemies.
I literally don't know. I was full HP and then I was not full HP.
He literally died.
You got guns, that's cheating!
Exploded.
I almost thought I got C4'd, but there's no
Guys,
sign of it
I
exploding.
can't fucking aim.
Oh, that's supposed to stay on the inside!
I.
You got lucky, punk! I swear I
I
left
found
all my treasure
the
in a different
snack.
sack.
That's not a snack.
Hey, that's Smarts!
Oh, that's
Yes, it
the core.
snack.
Okay, core stone's over there.
Wait, I can't see it anymore.
We gotta get this shit done pronto.
Hey, you got guns, that's cheating! Oh, that's supposed to stay on the inside!
I swear, if I just get like a handful of gold, I'm gonna fucking
I swear I
cry.
left all my treasure in a different sack!
Greater core stone.
The fucking.
Why is it greater? I don't like that.
We're rich.
Oh, it drops compressed gold.
Things about to go boom.
Oh, I fucked that up. Wait, did no one res Winter?
We went onwards. I thought you would res it because you were both there.
There's just been the 33rd time I was shooting the
She killed me
fucking
into the back
treasure
of me.
guy. I can't fucking reach this. Driller has to kill this, and then Driller has to fucking.
Oh shit. Oh, that's not good.
Driller has to do
it's,
everything.
it's connected to a stone over there, but we have to kill all the shit that's in the way.
Thanks.
Thank you, brother. You're a true friend.
Even though it killed me.
Make another posset.
Oh my god.
Another year comes to a close, and our lovely shuttle pilot elects to offload his cargo onto the planet's surface again. Incredible. Performance point bonus activated.
Cool.
We get that's straight up just the Yuletide elf. Bonus.
Yes. And I had to kill it. No!
So small.
No, not the fucking
robots.
Boop, 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 boop.
Goat, let's at least get this if we die.
Oh, you fucking hitting the battery!
Boo 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 boo.
Where's that?
Where is everyone?
Forward. Literally just go forward.
Yep.
There's leeches. There's leeches. Oh my god. Yes.
Thank you.
Fuck. I'm solo. That's bullshit. I did the red sugar was on my tongue.
Yeah, you got healed on my screen and then died. Still.
Lag. That's literally lag.
Yeah.
Oh, Molly has a gun
one of the
now.
barrage things. I don't know if there's more than one. Oh, these core things are eating my ass.
Yes, they're horrible. We have to kill the rock.
Oh, we have to kill a rock?
Yes. Then we have to shoot this core stone.
The fuck is this Mecha Steve?
When he dies, he's gonna make a window shutting down sound. Oh shit. Dude, the baby sick might be the best shit ever.
It's pretty good. Oh, all the mini mules get the buff as well. That's awesome.
Oh, that's awesome. Actually, though.
Fuck, I can't.
What's killing me? Oh.
Probably the
core guy.
ass core guys that are moving at Mach 10. Save me some of that red sugar. No.
There's more. There's more.
Any of that?
Faint died and then instantly farted.
I need nitro. I need ammo.
Me too.
Yeah, I'll just collect some.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thanks.
Let's see any nitro. I'm sure there's some. There's some.
There is.
Stevie is fucking killing everyone.
Oh, great heavens.
Oh my god.
No. Unfortunate.
No, I don't want to pay you. Get out of the way.
What?
Oh my god. You're fucking launched. No! What is this? Is there any red sugar down here, please?
He's the platform guy.
There was some. Okay, well, I have to figure out what the fuck now. I know the tech. You can just run up this.
And then you're gonna get punched by a bug at the top. It's gonna be like
playing
fucking
Skyrim.
Lion King.
He's playing Skyrim.
You just get to spawn those infinitely? Like, this is crazy.
He's probably got
Yay!
ammo.
Thank you, Lychee! Oh, I'm so fucking dead though.
I'm not taking that. I'm literally going to die on it. Red sugar.
Your Swiss cheese.
Scrumptious. Alright.
I was definitely looking where I was going.
There's some nitro down.
Fucking Koigrats, you're so annoying.
They are quite possibly the worst enemy in the game. They're so strong.
Rip those coins! Hey! You just got more value out of the crevasse than you did the revive target player. That's all.
I need.
You can deposit in there.
Wait, we can repair the mini mules for nitro.
Okay.
These missions are horrible. Why are we doing them? Is it gonna be like this every time?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Great, come on, give me some. I have. Okay, perfect. We can get a resupply.
Ugh.
That should be here.
Out of ammo. Nitro's been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound. Access provided.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, why?
Oh, fucking Christ. God, they're so fast and fucking pain in my ass.
My dwarf decided to not grab and vault up, and he fell down the cliff. So I'm sorry.
No worries, Leechy. I hope your head feels better soon. Maybe sleep well. Thank you so much for stopping by. Ooh, I hear a rock and stone. Can't blame us for those. No, the core guys are fucking rotten. Also doesn't help. I'm pretty tired. I'm already like pretty ass at this game, but pair it with the kind of exhaustion. Just I used to be able to do 24-hour shifts back in the day.
Yeah, now you're old.
I'm old and sick and holy shit.
Yeah.
Hi, Molly. Molly's shooting. Oh, why she's here with me. Sick. Thanks, Chief. Time to go die again.
Hey, if you're gonna die, can you at least die drilling this last stone? So I can kill it. And then we don't have to deal with this shit, and we can actually play the video game.
Where's the stone?
In your faint.
Oh, great.
I'm just dying.
Nope, I'm dead. No, fucking dead.
Cancer.
Cosmic horror!
Unfortunate.
Alright, I understand. I have one job.
Yes. What the
What
fuck?
the fuck is...
What the fuck is that?
What is it doing?
I don't know.
What the fuck was that?
Out of my way!
Is it normal
go,
that there's like red liquid coming out of my ear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smelting it.
His ear?
All corruption threat neutralized. Now finish up whatever objectives remain and get out of there.
That was so loud.
Alright,
Thank you very much, Stevie.
Yeah, good luck. You're gonna need some platforms.
Who's that guy?
That wasn't so bad.
Thank you. I tried to vault up one, and instead of vaulting up, my guy just fell.
That's such a mood, though.
Alright, we got this, gang. We can complete this mission.
Look, it's an angel.
Oh.
Yeah, was the hallelujah not like...
No, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Alright.
Halloween pet?
What's that? It's a sentry gun. Oh, I'm so low on ammo.
There's a restock.
Yeah, I'm going for it right now.
This is information time.
Yes, and you need it.
Expert.
Okay, come.
Dude, they're fucking obsessed with sticking googly eyes on everything. Oh, fuck off!
I put some shells in the shell bag.
I put some shells in the I'm using fucking baby sick.
Oh, there's lost equipment.
Fuel is functional again. Great work.
Do we not
I
get to bring the
thought
core stone home?
This is
saw something
neutralized.
pink.
Probably not.
Where's the equipment? I don't see it.
It's... Oh, way back at spawn. Gotta go all the way back to get it.
Explosives, Blighes!
I guess we gotta go back. Does anyone have 7 Hollow Knight?
No,
I have 12.
I have 18.
Right, is there a core stone here that we can bring home? No. Wow. That's awful.
Hey, we have a Yuletide elf. Pheromoner. Oh, that's... Stop! I don't... Oh, that's... Gonna get me banned. Oh, there's a thing here.
What do you mean it's gonna get you back?
Cargo crate. When you guys gonna tell me that was there?
Whoever did that, I will send you my hospital bill.
Oh, you heard him, Stevie.
I got the lost equipment. Skullbuster.
Where even are you?
Big exploit. It's at spawn.
Oh.
Where did I come from? Help.
Well, I'm walking back now, so you'll have to give me a second.
I found it.
Lost equipment here!
Guys, are you blind? Look over here.
Alright. Salvage another mule. And then we all get to go home.
No, we gotta defend.
And then we get to
And
go
then we have to
home.
defend again. And then we have to wait. And then we get
Home
to go.
time.
And
You're
time.
You're mentally at home.
Already.
Physically at home.
Yeah, I was gonna say physically home too.
Think I stream in like an
yeah.
office or something, or like.
Oh, no, I mean, I hate it here.
There's this fucking turret in the ground still.
Just chilling.
Yo, look, guys, there's fucking. What's the green shit called? I forget.
Omanite?
No, the other one, the big green.
Jades?
Yeah, there's jades everywhere. We gotta dig everything up.
Very funny.
Why?
Why are you dead up there?
This is where the mule is.
Oh my
I
God.
can't get up there. Sending thoughts and prayers your way. What is this? Go away.
The legs are also up here too. Good luck getting them over there. I couldn't figure it
What the
out.
fuck is that? Oh. You're sending bugs. I have no idea what they do.
Oh, there's a fucking glyphid nest
Like
here.
it's just a piece of shit with
Use the
wings.
blind. Or something.
Huh?
I'm asking Faint if he can zip line up there.
You think I know? They don't
Well, I'm
include
not-
descriptions on the thing. It's kind of a pain in the ass.
No, I think you did.
The fuck? Oh, it's.
I think half of the crowd control redeems on Deep Rock is just money laundering.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Oh.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks, guys.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You're gonna want to put like a platform over there because I already tried to jump with it and I ended up losing one.
Oi! What is... Oh, leg. Don't worry, guys.
Hopefully we don't need that leg that I lost because that was...
No, what the fuck is wrong with you?
We troll for a little bit of funny.
Oh, do we need that leg? Oh.
Little ghost.
Surely there's another one up here.
Nope. There's one that's like in a pit next to the pod.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one I fucking dropped when I tried to climb
No,
up there
no.
on my own.
There's a different pit next to the pod.
Oh, okay.
It's just this fucking manta
Oh no,
ray
there's one under
with
the
eyes
mushroom.
playing around.
Somewhere around there. Someone go get that.
Okay. I'm going. Yep, I got it. There's a few.
Take the zipline.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Goodbye, space lobster.
This damn thing is
Well-
so slow.
That was a bit crazy. The fuck am I?
I'm gonna try to run over to that. Hell.
Wonky grunts. I don't. What is the money laundering? I'm telling you.
Alright, where's Wally?
On the drop pod. Like quite literally on top of it.
Down from there. What is she doing? Down here, you freak. What is wrong with her?
Talking about Molly or...
Oh, fucking your ass. I'm gonna lose it. Why do you move? Where's
What's killing me?
Another one! Oh, fucking Christ, there's now 2 of them.
I'm going to murder both of them.
I can't. I tried to take them, you can't.
Where's the up?
I have no bullets.
Drop a resupply, we got it for 2.
No, I have no bullets in my flare gun.
Oh,
my other guns are fine.
Oh fuck.
Well, I'm calling a resupply.
I don't know if I had any effect on why Molly was moving so slowly, but I was spamming the fuck out of her.
Yeah, probably because I was trying to call her as well.
Present gun. Ah, hello. What's in the present?
Uplink ready. Triangulation initiated. Do not leave the triangulation zone or you will lose connection.
Okay. That's. Oh, I need some.
I think you got scammed. What?
What just happened?
Oh.
Nah,
It broke. Yeah, I don't know what.
And you.
I was assuming something was supposed to happen there.
You were on 2 health and
Okay.
next to resupply.
I was not on 2 health. I have plenty of health. What are you smoking?
Die. What are you? How the?
What are you doing? Wait, where even are you?
Stay in here. Leave. Just stay in here, please.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Stay in here. I got. You guys are trying to cut the ears off my leg.
I was lost it. I would have had to have had it to have lost it. Oh fuck.
Listen, I've not been given many tasks in life, but one of them is to torture you.
And you got it. Good thing they don't pay you for that.
It's for charity.
It's a service I do for free. Exactly.
You would have got fucking 7 promotions by now.
6, 7, 6, 7.
You need to go to bed.
Remind me never to turn my back on you again.
Oh. God.
Okay, how did you fucking fall down here?
We'll make a guess she didn't fall, she jumped.
You didn't jump on purpose.
No, she would never do that.
Oh no, fuck. Fuck.
What did I hear? A rockin' stone?
Let's order a supply drop.
Stay sharp, lads. We're not. Come on, guys. Rockin' stone for rockin' stone. Rock and roll for rockin' stone.
Why did you heavy attack me?
Oh, because I grabbed a thing, so, you know. Just felt like it.
Did you now? Why did you heavy attack me?
I wanted to be a part of something. There's more holes here than on the moon, what the fuck?
Let's kill me.
Winter's... Yes, it will.
Yes, it will move out of the fucking way.
We gotta play...
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, Rain's in
is
this
here?
cave.
Fuel cells charging. Stay close to keep them operational. We're expecting an increase in
This is really not an ideal place, I'm not gonna lie.
Fallen Team League. What?
Yeah, I don't want to know what that is. That's not a me problem.
Yeah, I'm on my lunch break.
Don't be on your lunch break.
Yeah, I'm on my lunch break.
This is literally the most important part.
Well, don't know what to tell you. Lunch break. Gotta have my 15.
When you think about it, honestly, 15 minutes for a lunch break is abysmal.
Well, yeah, I mean, we get most companies, at least over here, you get 2 15s and a 30. Like, the 30-minute one is your lunch break, which is still abysmal. Yeah.
Oh. You know, at KFC, we got a singular half-an-hour break. That was it. And you had to work over 6.5 hours to get a break.
Yeah, you have to work over a certain amount to get said half-hour break. If you don't, then you just get the 15 usually.
But they can't eat pasta anymore. He's pasta intolerant.
I have some gluten-free pasta. Probably make that for dinner, to be honest.
Just a little more.
I'm taking some of the ammo.
Oh dear.
Who do we think has the most stats?
Me. Probably.
Oh,
I don't think I've died that many times.
I died.
What the fuck?
Did you C4?
Nah, she would never do that. That's crazy.
I would never do that. Ignore the fact I spawned with it in my hand.
I legit saw the red circle of C4 pulse once and then just gas. The next thing I see is the entire team gets blown to shit.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, if you killed all of us there and we failed to make sure, I don't want to. We'd receive some bad messages.
Oh, you guys, I'm gonna resupply. Easy.
Google Docky about sabotaging a deep dark mission.
Okay, let's get out.
I almost fell in the crevice again. Holy shit, a successful mission with crowd control?
Everyone's in bed. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Oh, what do you mean? No, we made it out. We survived. There was a crevice.
Oh my god. Alright. I think that's all I'm gonna have time for though, just the one.
I'm gonna
Well,
be
technically
dead
it wasn't
too.
just the one. There was like 2 other attempts. If you could call the first fucking game an attempt. Holy shit. Love this, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Maid. I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh yeah, don't we get the... Yeah, we got the mission bonus from the Yuletide elf. Yeah. Winner, winner.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Alright. Well, sick. Thanks for,
Thanks for the care, Goat.
participating. You're welcome. Alright. You guys, try to enjoy the rest of your night.
I need to call an ambulance.
Bye.
I
I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and they're all of gonna remove me from their friends list, blocked me, and created Google Documents. That's what's gonna happen. Holy shit. Holy crap. Ah. Holy shit. What a fucking day. Alright, losers. It's a little bit earlier, but I am probably going to end it here. I don't think we have the time to do anything else, but I hope you enjoyed the day. We did a fair bit. We didn't get to do Clover Pit, and we didn't get to do Project Zomboid, but we did get to do Spyro and Hades and Repo and Deep Rock, and that was a lot of fun. And obviously in the future, you guys have secured a crowd control with the mods, where the mods are going to be playing the game, and you guys get to fuck up their shit. As I said before, that will still be done, like, via charity, so anything that is bought or spent for that will go to go to charity. So yeah, don't worry too much about that. But yeah, thank you so much for coming today. You guys really fucking knocked it out of the park. It's an incredible amount raised for such a impromptu, silly little event. And obviously it is my first stream back after a little break too, so thank you guys. Thank you very much for turning up and stopping by and saying hello and whatnot. I do really appreciate it. You guys, you are the best. You're the sweetest. Been a good day. I like to hear it. I like to hear it. Oh yeah. Oh crap, I'm so tired. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna be ending for now. But even though I am ending, if you could stick around for a wee bit longer, because as always, I'd like to go right out into someone. It makes their day seeing your faces in their chat, and you get some channel points for doing so. I think today we're gonna go say hello to Diz. We haven't said hello to Diz in a wee while. Diz is doing some art. Diz is a phenomenal artist and a real sweet bean. So we can go say hello to them. As I said, they're doing some art at the moment. So yeah. I don't have a raid message. I don't really do raid messages, but if you would like to pop a hello in the chat, maybe ask them how they are doing, I'm sure they'd really appreciate some conversation. Regardless, please be on your best behavior. If anyone is acting like a stinker over there, I will know, because I'll be there lurking. And you won't be welcome back here, but this is never the case, and you guys are always really good, so I have full confidence. But no, thank you guys so much for coming today. Thank you for all of your support. You guys have done an incredible thing for charity, and I can't wait to do. Oh, I'm so sorry. Do the more things like this. They're really, really fun. Honestly, I always have such a good time. Thank you to everyone that joined me today too. For those that participated in the games, thank you to my chatters, to my lurkers, to anyone that came by in the raid who decided to stick around and give me a chance. It really means a lot to me. I do have intentions of streaming tomorrow, but if anything changes, I'll let you know ahead of time in the Discord, as per usual. But for now, you guys have a lovely rest of your morning, noon, or night, wherever you are. Take plenty good care of yourselves. Try your best as always, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay?